Listen, brother, everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this. Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that cloud.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the enemies are having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday special SNL News Day. Just kidding. It's not News Day. It's Sunday Fun Day. You already know, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. We're live. We are alive.
We fucking did in a video game. Whatever.
All right.
Hypothetically, politically. We fucking did.
That's right. We're doing a lot of community stuff today because it's Sunday, baby. It's 10. It's 11:10. Ooh. It's 11/10/2024 on this beautiful Sunday morning, pre-noon. I'm Hasan Piker, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're back. We're live. We are live. And let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you something. First and foremost, Mr. No Days Off over here, that's me. I'm Mr. Two Scheming, okay? I'm Mr. No Days Off. I'm Mr. Losing his voice a little bit. And also, I am Mr. Violator on the court. Like, that's what they call me. You know? This brings me to my personal news part of the broadcast. Okay. New haircut? No, not a new haircut. It's just the same cut. I just pulled it back just now. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, last night I had Felix Biederman in the building. What a wonderful experience it always is to have friends on. Felix is one of my favorite guests, as you guys know. He's got a weekly setup at this point, right? Where he shows up, we shoot the shit, and then people yell at me because of things that he said on the broadcast, but it is what it is, you know? In any case, that's always a fun, exciting experience. But after, is he permanent in LA now? He was permanent in LA. I think he's going to leave though. He's planning to leave LA, which sucks. But so the thing I was going to say is, my problematic friend Felix, my problematic friend who says certain things that people then say I said. I'm such a fake fan. I didn't even notice the sticker was off the mic yesterday. Yeah, I will tell you that there's a lot of people who, when there is an issue, right here, a lot of people complain. But when the issue is fixed, they don't say, thank God you took it off. What's going on? You know? What does that say about the neurotypicals in the chat? You're going to be in plenty of IG stories. Yeah, it was really bothering me. Thank you. Anyway, folks, what can I say? The West is fallen. Yeah, it has fallen. Good morning, Funkle. I want to build muscle again and get my mind off the current political environment. How do I get back in and not immediately overestimate where I'm at and hurt myself? Just start small. Start small and with lightweight. Dutch leftist YouTuber and journalist left laser made a video covering the Amsterdam incident and interviewed bystanders and victims. Okay, we're not going to do that right now. I think we've done enough on the Dutch coverage. I'm fine never thinking about Amsterdam ever again. Yeah, I'm featured in Newsweek. I'm featured in WAPO. You already fucking know, baby. Yeah, I popped off on this. Popped off this weekend, you know? I'm all over the goddamn map. Newsweek one is a direct article too. Hasan, Piker, and Kamala Harris lost. You can't podcast your way out of this. We'll cover all of those. So, hey, come on. The Netherlands is worth thinking about sometimes. Okay. First of all, the Netherlands are amazing. And I love the Netherlands. Amsterdam is one of my favorite European cities. Like, it's incredible. Okay. The language is ridiculous, but like, it doesn't really matter because I feel like it's 90% American accented people who speak better English than most people in the United States of America. It's walkable. It's got fantastic public transit that runs late into the night. Geert Wilders should be imprisoned, but outside of that, you know, there's a lot that's good there. Okay. It is the exact opposite of the United States of America in many ways. And not only is it the exact opposite of the United States of America in many ways, it also is like, it's the perfect walkable city. It's the perfect 15-minute city. It's great. I love it. I loved it. Probably one of my favorite European cities, if not my favorite European city. Okay. Because they're like, they have the German eye for detail, but they like to have fun. You know what I mean? That's the way I describe Amsterdam, where it's like I feel like Germans are physically and biologically, epigenetically incapable of having fun. Whereas like Amsterdam, like they're German, but fun. That's the way I see it. Anyway, where was I? So personal news wise, last night I ended the broadcast after Felix and I did like 9 hours together. And once the broadcast was over, I went to my friend Killer Katamina, K Katamina Myung's birthday, and I had a tremendous number of decadent meats. Like it was at a the place that we went to was a KBBQ joint, and let me tell you, dude, holy moly. And yeah, Faker was there. That's right. Shouts out to Faker. Don't really know much about him. He's definitely a quiet guy. That was interesting. Like, he was a real quiet guy. But not only was he a quiet guy, he also was like telling everyone else to be quiet as well while he was at dinner, which I thought was strange. Like, I didn't fully understand why he was doing that. Like, it is interesting. Like, I mean, he's a cool dude. Definitely like slimmer than I expected. Yeah, the dinner was in a library basically. He's mysterious. He's got a mysterious aura about him. I wanted to ask him, he's a little stiff, yeah. I wanted to ask him about why he wants to meet Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud in his like top 3 people that he wants to meet. But he just would not respond to me. I kept asking him. I was like, so Faker, like, I don't really know much about you. I only know that like you have said that in your top 3 people that you want to meet, the 3rd person was Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud is the full name. Like, you gave his government name when you I think it was Mogany, bro. Keep this joke a secret from audio only listeners. Yeah, he's a very stoic individual. It's just, I kept asking him that and he just did not respond to me. I don't know why. He's a very quiet, reserved guy. So in any case, he just kept holding frame. So yeah, I had a shit ton of meats last night. It was awesome. It was incredible. And then I passed the fuck out, woke up early, took this little lady who was passed the fuck out behind me. Look at her. Look at how passed out she is right now. Took little lady out to the park and I played some ball. With a bunch of Hasanabi heads at this point. Sunday balls like turned into Hasanabi heads. It's like there's a Pinoy league, Pinoy gang, Swagger Pinoy league. I played full court. First time ever, for the first time in my life in a game of pickup basketball. Okay, the Swagapinos don't fuck around. Okay, let me tell you something. They play zone. They play zone defense. But it's funny because they refuse to communicate with me in English. So they're telling like areas of coverage. They're shouting like in zone. You have to communicate, right? So they're saying it in Tagalog and I'm just trying to pick up on what they're saying. Okay. And it's just like, it was pretty funny. Like, I'm just like, what do you, where am I going? Like you got to tell me, where, like, tell me where my area of coverage needs to be. But, they play hardcore, dude. They go crazy. They don't fuck around. Like, they are super serious. Like, even the old guys, right? Even the old guys in the Filipino league, like, there's a couple like old big guys. Okay. And like, they're always in the right spot. They have an economy of movement where they know how to like move their body in the appropriate way. Like, they take this shit seriously. Filipinos can ball though. We just lack height. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I got destroyed on the full court because like I just literally dropped in, haven't even breaking my new shoes yet. Had to bust out the new Kyries because the old ones got stolen. Get over there immediately. They're like, all right, time to do full court basketball. I'm like, oh fuck. Anyway, did it. We lost. It's fine. And then after that, we did half court, and I fucking, I lit that shit up. Goddamn. Are those fake glasses? No, I wish I could see without glasses. Someone stole your shoes? Yeah, they just stole my bag from my car. It's fine. Are you playing OTK basketball game day next week? Nick is hosting it. Yeah, I'm planning on doing it. The problem is I need to fly there and then immediately fly back to LA because the next day I need to fly there and then immediately fly back because the next day I'm going to be doing something with Dr. Mike Israetel, my goat. And I just have to be back on time to be able to do that. Why is everyone here when the stream isn't going? What does that mean? Yeah, the juice man himself. We're going to talk. Dr. Mike Israetel and I. Here's another titty pic. Dude, this is disrespectful at this point. I don't think I can be posting shirtless photos any longer because like I need to cover them up. But yeah, I had to sweat that fucking KBBQ out. And here's a Zoomer style 0.5 fit pic. Mr. Beat is running in 2036 according to the Logan Paul. You mean Mr. Beast? Fitness question. Do you do cardio every day, even on lift days? No, I don't do cardio on lift days. Do Zoomers take mirror selfies? I thought that was a boomer thing. Maybe they don't. I don't know. Silent Gen style photo. I think you need to see this. Hasan won't post or talk about any of my many totally not imagined criticisms I found on Reddit. He's too busy posting pictures on his online looking yummy and not even showing total hog. Total socialist tanky behavior. When will Twitch ban? Part 37. Okay, you had me on the first half. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, there, what did he do now? Like what did I do now? Rather, not he. What did I do now? Hasanabi's proof you can knock out your workout early and then sit all day. Thank you for showing up the way. Hasan Al Gaib. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can do it. For real, show hog. I'm not showing hog, man. King, where do you get your tanks from? Every white one I've gotten is see-through. This is like ribbed almost. And I get it from Amazon. New here, are these streams political commentating? No, we don't do political commentary. $5 a.m. cardio enjoyers? Okay, chill out. I'm not one of those guys, okay? And I don't think I will be one of those guys ever. I don't think I'll ever be one of those guys because honestly, those guys freak me the fuck out, okay? I'm not like a 5 a.m. runner type guy, all right? That's not happening. You take all your photos now from either below or level perspective. No more shots from above. Fat boy photo hack. You officially left our fat boy tent and it hurts. Yeah. It's Jover. I take fucking fully shirtless photos. Will you address what happened to your TAPS episode? Brother, why are you asking me that? I'm not the one responsible for what happens there. OTK game day basketball stream is next week. Next Friday, and I kind of want to do it, but I have to figure out like the timing and the flights and shit. But that's it. That's my situation as it stands currently. Yeah. It's Sunday fun day. We're going to do that. We're going to have some fun with it. Get excited. Okay. And some not so fun. Obviously, we'll do some news coverage as well. Trump wins Arizona. SNL Sunday with Bill Burr. One reacts. Okay. Waking up to the death of neo-liberalism. Light coverage equals 5 hours. Yeah, well, I've been doing 10 hours of full straight coverage. Bill Burr was a letdown. That's what I've heard. Looking at my Newsweek article plus WAPO hit. Get in now. Black Ops campaign when? Dude, you know I used to always play the Black Ops campaign, but like lately I feel like it's been kind of ass, no? Like it didn't even, I didn't even hear about what the campaign looked like. Hasan, people are still doing Hasan. Don't ban them. I'm unbanning them. Anyway, does anyone have a blast off meme or what? Big fan of his podcast a couple years ago, but ever since Paper Tiger, everything I've seen on this has been I don't know what you are talking about. What is this? Bro sent me a Blue Sky link. That's crazy. I didn't even know it was like that. I didn't know we've officially hit that. Like, are we ready for that? Are we ready for fucking Blue Sky links in the chat? Like, what's going on? I don't know if I'm mentally, physically ready for such a thing. Okay. All right. Oliver, fuck it. I'm using your goddamn blast off for once. Finally, I'm using that. I don't have too much going on the other hand, so I'm just going to use it. Play Kamala Quest? What the hell is Kamala Quest? Blue Sky is so much better. No, it's not. Blue Sky's like fucking Tumblr, dude. What the fuck is Blue Sky? Blue Sky's like woke Twitter, but like because it's all rad libs, you can't really make fun. Like Blue Sky is fun. Blue Sky would be fun if you just like kind of looked at it as like Tumblr and made fun of it. But it's basically lib Twitter, but everyone's a lib. So it's all just like rad libs talking about, like it's all rad libs engaging in like sectarial infighting, sectarial violence, over minor disagreements, even though everyone is basically voting Democratic Party, straight ticket. It's that type of shit. It's liberal truth social. Yeah, it is. It is liberal truth social. That's a great way to look at it. And I think to me that represents the dynamic and like the asymmetry of what people care about on the liberal end versus the Republican end. On like Republican, on Truth Social, they're like, you know, I don't know what they're fantasizing about. Like, yeah, that's right. Donald Trump is actually the sexiest man, and Americans have been, you know, mainstream liberal media is running a psyop to make us not acknowledge how hot he is, right? Whereas like on lib Twitter, they're like on Truth Social, they're like, you know, talking about how like furries should be a protected class, and if you don't acknowledge it as such, you're actually being incredibly like zoophobic or whatever. Like, I don't fucking know. It's just like the memes that someone like Asmongold would assume everyone on the left is like. Literally, no one has said that. I'm just making shit up. I don't know. Hasan loves sitting on a dead site. What the fuck are you actually talking about, Lamau? No, this site is dead. It is. But I'm fighting till the last moment, you know? How Elon Musk broke Twitter and helped elect Donald Trump. Yeah, I will be watching this. I heard this. I heard this is kind of a banger. A game you might enjoy to play on stream or off is Suzerain. You can play as the one president of the country and have many choices in policy and direction you want to move. You got to read LeBron's latest tweet. Is he white girl posting again? Just woke up from having a dream. I was playing for Duke for Coach K inside Cameron Indoor Stadium. It was insane in there. Told Coach K it was an honor to suit up for him, and he said the same thing back to me. He's such a legend. Then it turned right into a concert. Snoop and Dre were the performers, and they was doing the song the next episode. The roof inside Cameron damn near came off, haha. Then my alarm clock went off, and I woke up. Bro's lying? No, he's not. This is not a lie. It's just so fucking embarrassing that he posts like this, but I think this is precisely the reason why he's the GOAT. That's my GOAT, dude. He's so fucking silly. He's so silly with it. It's like cute. You know what I mean? He is a 6'9" behemoth who is 40 years old, and then he just like posts cute ass shit like this. How can you not love this stuff? You wake up and decided to lie unprovoked. Fuck this guy, dude. Yo, Twitter is infested with white supremacists. Okay, I hate that. Anyway, I like that he's still using Twitter like it's, you know, a different era. You know what I mean? I like that he's using Twitter as though it's Twitter of like 2015. The only thing missing from this is hashtags. Okay, if he had hashtags on this, what the fuck? This is haram. If he had hashtags on this shit, it would be perfect. It would be the perfect pose. What the fuck? What is this? This is the craziest post I've ever seen, dude. What the fuck? Trauma response. Yo, y'all are wilding out. Oh, I gotta repost that. That one is fire. Anyway. Oh, Trump, always my friends. Fuck Kamala Harris. He said, fuck Kamala Harris. First of all, who's Kamala Harris? Who's even Kamala Harris? Honestly, like I've already forgotten. You know what I mean? Like I'm telling you, this is. I think her political career is just it's done, right? Like I suspect that her political career is not going to continue from this point on. So like, it's one of those figures that like you can't really even shit on. Your gay fans were also popping off.
Y'all would stop calling me gay Hasan Piker, because it has broken my heart to learn that Hasan Piker is not gay Hasan Piker. That man is so fun.
That's funny.
I wish y'all would stop.
Yeah, this dude does look like me. What the hell? That's crazy. We said that about Killary. Yeah, ATL agrees with me, dude. This is like, it's over. Factually true, but needs context. According to the original artist, this spot on the wall is always used for temporary commissions and it would have been removed no matter the results. The murals are meant to be only temporary advertisement, not last a lifetime. I just think that I I think that like with Hillary Clinton, you can like keep complaining about Hillary Clinton because like she's at the very least, Hillary Clinton is at least like, you know, a very famous political figure that had a massive impact in the Democratic Party. Like the Clinton family had a ginormous impact, an outsized impact, dare I say, in the Democratic Party. Like there are coalitions, like she has fedayeen within the Democratic Party, like Debbie Wasserman Schultz and people like that. Whereas like the party I would even break down as like the Obama party. Like there's an Obama coalition, the Pod Johns and the like, and then there is the Clinton heads, right? Whereas, and then there's like some Pelosi heads as well. Having said that, there are no Kamala heads. You know what I mean? There is no like Kamala constituency in the party. As a matter of fact, she had to use Joe Biden's like remnants and pieces of the Clintonians within the Democratic Party and some pieces from the Obama consultant class. So that's probably part of the reason why she fucking lost. So, you know, that's something to consider. But wait, Pelosi heads? Yes. The Hakeem Jeffries is directly Nancy Pelosi's like successor. She groomed him for that position. Yes, there are definitely like Pelosi heads. I wouldn't say that there are like Pelosi heads in the consultant class, but I would say that she's like she's made investments into Gavin Newsom. I mean, she's got California locked down pretty much. And besides California being locked down by her, she also has Hakeem Jeffries. Ohio voters reject issue 1, leaving politicians in control over map making process. So yeah. Kamala is a Pelosi disciple, to be honest? No. No, she's not. You want to know why? She 100% is not. Because if she was a full-blown Pelosi disciple, first of all, she would have significantly better political instincts. And Pelosi would have been in the tank for her from the start. Pelosi literally wanted an open primary. So no, she was not. Yeah, Pelosi did not want Kamala Harris. Don't ever let anybody rewrite history. She did not want Kamala Harris. She thought Kamala Harris was a profoundly weak candidate for understandable reasons. She was. And it's not because she's a black woman, for the record. That is not the reason at all. Before we, you know, let's just fucking shut that shit down instantly, because I think that's like unnecessarily a like weird thing to say over and over again, which then creates that the idea that the only way that you can win elections is if you run a white man, and I don't agree with that. Okay. Any chance Sotomayor resigns and lets Biden replace before the end of his term? I just saw a fucking post about this. She's not retiring. Justice Sonia Sotomayor has no plans to retire, resisting liberal calls to quit ahead of the Trump presidency. She's not. But the problem with Sotomayor retiring now would be that like the Republicans would probably not let it happen anyway. The Economist agreed with you about this in their article today. What? Is it because it's in Spain and you don't really focus on European news? I don't get it. Please talk about Valencia and the protests. We need more people to talk about it. We need Prisha to kick off Majon. Like, even if you don't want to talk about it today or something, because you already have planned what you're going to talk about today, do you think you can maybe do it another day? Sure, we can look at the Valencia stuff. It's just like, I feel bad because I know it's like a devastating flood that took place. And there's been a lot of controversy. There's been a lot of protests happening. It's just that, like, you know, the American presidential race was happening. You know what I mean? Hearing you on the media was wild. Wait, what is on the media? Hearing you on the media was wild. Was that CBC? I'm going to do another hit with the Canadian broadcasters, I think next week as well. Oh yeah, FEMA, apparently there was like a FEMA controversy as well. I forgot. What is on the media? I was on the media. I did not see that. Send it to me. But yeah, let's get started with this. Hasan Piker on Kamala Harris's loss. You can't podcast your way out of this.
A lot of these guys are right adjacent, maybe. They organically found themselves in this space. And I think the Republican Party took advantage of that very well. That same ecosystem doesn't exist on the left. It's not necessarily flooding the market with like a bunch of liberals. Like, oh, if we had like 8 more Pod Save Americas that kind of look like me, for example, like more bro-y, right? Then that would be fine. It's like, no, you can't podcast your way out of this problem. There was a list that looked at who had the top like election night coverage, who had the most views. And that list was populated exclusively by right-wingers except for me. So I'm out there. I'm here. But obviously, I'm not directly aligned with the top of the ticket or with many of the establishment Democrats and their attitude towards consistently and stubbornly defending third-way neoliberalism. There is a divide here that does not exist within the Republican base of support that will develop a relatively conservative audience. So I think this is an issue that has to be solved top down. I think first, it's not about like 10 more podcasters or 20 more liberal podcasters. I think it's more so about the Democratic Party looking within and doing the correct autopsy after this 2016 style defeat. I think not addressing the economic hardships that people were experiencing with direct policy prescriptions in a way that separated yourself from Joe Biden was probably the #1 problem. The Aiden Ross.
Democrats have been doing some deep soul searching and plenty of finger pointing in the wake of Vice President Kamala Harris's decisive election loss. Some liberals suggested that the key takeaway from the 2024 election is to build the left's version of Joe Rogan. There were several things that contributed to Donald Trump's massive victory among young men, but none were discussed with as much fury and fervor as his appearance on the podcast live streams hosted by Rogan, Theo Von, Aiden Ross, and the Nelk Boys. On the left, there's a fairness meter on this article, and it's pushed all the way to unfairly left-leaning. Yeah. I mean, I don't care. On the left, there's precisely one influencer who commands such large following. Hasan Piker, progressive Twitch streamer with 2.8 million followers, drew 313,413 viewers for his election night live stream. He was the 3rd most popular streamer and also the only non-conservative streamer to break into the top 10 live streams that night. So Piker knows a few things about existing in the so-called bro space. Unfortunately for Harris and the Democrats, you can't podcast your way out of this problem, Piker told Newsweek on Friday. The 33-year-old influencer said it would do the Democratic Party little good to just flood the podcast market with 8 other versions of the popular Pod Save America show, a liberal political podcast hosted by a crew of former Obama aides. That's not the problem, said Piker, who would be somewhat to the left of the Pod Save boys. People like me exist. I have one of the largest election night coverages out there. The real issue is that the Democrats are up against the ideological divide between its base and the rest of the party. For Piker, the aphorism that Republicans fear their base and Democrats hate their base has never rung more true. Republicans can get away with taking advantage of that space, he said, emphasizing that there are billionaire GOP mega donors who share the same interests as right-leaning influencers, which leads to cross-pollination. But that same ecosystem doesn't exist on the left. It barely exists for Pod Save America. CNN and MSNBC barely even cross-pollinate, Piker continued. The liberal and I guess progressive outlets have completely shut off the independent media from entering their sphere of influence. And besides that, there is a deep ideological divide. For months, Piker has warned Harris's campaign that its failure to represent the voters who would cast more ballots for the Democratic nominee would lead to its collapse. He stressed that the Democrats need to move more to the left and stop trying to court moderate Republicans and center-right voters who proved again on Tuesday that they would not budge for Harris. Exit polls show that 94% of Republicans still voted for Trump, while independents only broke for Harris by 3%. In 2020, Joe Biden won independents by a whopping 13%. For the Democratic Party has actively chastised and pushed aside a lot of people that would normally vote for them, and they continuously had done this cycle after cycle, Piker said. And in the end, the bottom fell out. It wasn't just a large swath of young men who moved to the right. This year, Trump won 1/5 of black men, nearly half of Latino men, doubling his standing among the first group and moving Hispanic majority counties on average 10 percentage points to the right. In Dearborn, Michigan, the majority Arab community that helped Biden win in 2020, Trump won 42% of the vote to Harris's 36%. And none of it should have been a surprise, according to Piker. He argued that by sending pro-Israel Democrats like Representative Richard Torres and former President Bill Clinton to Michigan, Harris' campaign openly communicated that they did not want anyone who cared about Palestine to go out and vote for them. They actively pushed aside these people with the hope that they could win the suburbs over, win these conservative voters over, and it was a failure. The biggest mistake that Harris made, in Piker's view, was not addressing voters' concerns about the economy with direct policy proposals that separated her from Biden. For the entirety of Harris's campaign, poll after poll showed that the economy was a major voting issue for the nation. Exit polls showed that deep discontent with the Biden administration's handling of the economy ultimately drove Americans to Trump. What? National exit polls revealed that 45% of people said they've gotten worse off under the current administration, making it the highest percent of the electorate to ever say as much, even higher than 42% who agreed with that sentiment in 2008. In the throes of global financial meltdown that was cratering the economy. Tim Dillon on this. What is this? Yeah, we'll look at this in a second. VOD watcher, first time chatter. Will VODs ever be free to watch again, or is this permanent? For the time being, if you want to watch the VODs, you have to subscribe. And I apologize for those who have not in the past. But oh, you're discussed at 2770 on 2742. You know what's really funny? Me and Ezra Klein were supposed to do a entire synopsis of the manosphere, brosphere, and like I think with his producers, like a 1 hour, 1.5 hour conversation ahead of time. And it would have been such a prescient podcast if we had actually done that. Like if we actually followed through on that. I think on the New York Times, this was a while ago and we were supposed to do it. But then I was also talking about at the same time, this was right before Kamala Harris was like swapped in. And I literally was like also on that train as well. And also Tim on where we are with re-education camps. What? Okay, we'll look at both of those. But okay, 2740 you said? That's when they talk about me? That's crazy. Well, I'll play this in a little bit. I wish we had done that. I wish we had done that convo because I think that would have been really good for both of us, like overall, like a really good assessment way ahead of time. Maybe it could have even reached out to some people that would have benefited from hearing this ahead of time, you know? But yeah, let's keep going. Piker said if the Democratic Party wants to recapture the attention of the voters they won in 2020, they have to abandon what he calls the vibe session narrative, where campaigns chalk up economic anxieties to the fact that Americans don't understand the issue, and that eventually they'll feel it when their wages catch up to inflation. Most Americans do not care about civility. They do not care about these institutions. They do not have an ideological fear. They just want to stop the hurt, Piker said. If Kamala Harris would have come out and been like, I'm literally going to jail the Walton family, people have been like, okay, as long as you're promising that that's going to drop the prices of groceries, I don't give a shit. They're on board with 20 million immigrants being deported because that's what Trump is saying. I'm going to deport 20 million immigrants and it's going to lower everything. It's going to be the solution to the housing crisis, he said. It's an insane thing to say. It's genuinely Hitlerian, but people are like, okay, well, I guess it's going to work. Who knows? We'll see. And they take a shot in the dark. You can't actively act like things are perfect. Things are perfectly fine when things have not been fine for Americans for quite some time. Asked about early data that shows more than 90% of counties shifting for Donald Trump, suggesting that Democrats' late pivot towards moderation may not have been the problem, Piker isn't convinced that it's because Americans love Republican policies. He believes a Democratic candidate who can deliver Senator Bernie Sanders' economic populist message earnestly could yield enormous results in a general election. He argues that there are many low and mid-propensity voters who don't always show up in the primaries, but could catapult the Democratic Party to major success if activated, much as the GOP has experienced its version on the right. Piker used Missouri as an example. A deep red state, Missouri went to Trump with over 58% support and reelected Senator Josh Hawley, a populist Republican, with more than 55% support. And yet, the state voted in favor of 2 progressive ballot measures. On Tuesday, Missouri voted not only to create a constitutional right to abortion, but also to raise minimum wage and require paid sick leave. And again, Piker said it was Harris's loyalty to Biden that prevented her from tapping into the politics at play. Liberal polities that are not attached to a Democratic politician are fantastic. They're so popular all around the Rust Belt, all around the Midwest, in the Sun Belt, everywhere. People like progressive politics and progressive policies. They don't like the Democratic Party, and they especially did not like Biden. They rejected Biden tremendously, and they also rejected Kamala Harris partially because she had a very short window of opportunity, and she used that short window of opportunity to rush towards Biden. This is off the fucking... I like that... I'm going to say fair. I broke the needle. So yeah, this is most of this was on video too. I wonder if they'll like release the full video. You were about to explain why the Ezra thing didn't happen? Yeah, so Ezra Klein and I were supposed to have a conversation about the manosphere, about like right-wing podcasts and how they dominate, how they flood the market, and what kind of like impact this has on public collective consciousness, especially for young men who feel like they're not really associating themselves with any sort of like political movement whatsoever. And the reason why we never actually did it was because even after I did like a whole thing with his producers, gave him information on background, just to like point them in certain directions of research, we never ended up doing the podcast because Kamala Harris became the candidate. So then obviously like everyone focused their attention on that, and we kind of dropped the ball on this. But luckily I was still able to have a conversation like this with the Pod Johns ahead of time. So there was at least like somewhere on the record where liberals will hear what I have to say, because they're not fucking tuning into my broadcast. The moment that they hear me criticize Kamala Harris, they were like, oh, this guy sucks. Oh, this guy's a hater. He wants Kamala to lose. He's a fucking radical, blah, blah, blah. Like, or even if they're like, I kind of like Hasan, but I really don't agree with him. And I personally don't want to hear him shit on the Democrats because I want to feel good. And that's an understandable desire for people to have, right? I get it. I get it. You want a hug box. You want someone to tell you that things are going to be good. The problem is sometimes you need the hard to swallow pills, right? Sometimes you need to hear the hard to swallow pills, because that way you won't be left in the dark. Many members of my community, regardless of voting for Kamala Harris, were, due to my coverage on the issue, very aware of the real risks that were at play. Very aware of the likelihood that Donald Trump could win the election. Very aware of the likelihood, which I said was going to happen, where potentially Donald Trump could win the popular vote and lose the Electoral College, which did not happen. And that specifically did not happen because of Kamala Harris's incredibly bad campaigning in the blue wall, where it demonstrably did not resonate. The message that she kept pumping, which is another thing that I kept reiterating over and over again. We are not seeing a dramatic shift in the polls. If you're dumping $30 million into TV ads in key districts and it's not swinging in the polls in your favor, that means the ad spend is being burnt. That means that the message is not resonating. You have the bullets, you have the gun, you have the capacity to fire it, but the bullets are duds, okay? The message, if the message is bad, then it's not resonating. That's it. And you got to retriangulate. Something is obviously not working. And they burned through $1 billion. Not only did they burn through $1 billion, but they also seemingly lost $30 million in the process as well. They're $30 million in the tank by the end of the cycle. I was crashing out to my liberal friends after DNC, and on election night, they were like, oh shit, you were kind of right, all thanks to your coverage. Yes. A key component of being a leftist is being seen as unserious for being correct too quickly. Yes. It is very interesting to see. It is very interesting to see and hear like how different the reality is for many Americans that I guess were seemingly reading very partisan news that presented a false narrative of Kamala Harris absolutely destroying, absolutely running the best possible campaign. And they have consistently tried to play defense for their own coverage. They've consistently tried to play defense for their consultants that did the wrong things. Do you have any different opinions about the polls after this election since it seems 98.9 were wrong? Wait, what? No, the polls were not wrong at all. The polls were what? No, the polling was actually very solid. The polling was so solid. If anything, I was wrong for thinking that the pollsters readjustment, the Trump bump, which even the likes of Nate Cohn talked about, was not even there. It was just correct. If anything, they still underestimated Donald Trump to a certain degree. But yeah, no, the polls were incredibly correct. It was within the margin of error, or completely correct in many instances. The polls were correct. It was more so the assessment of the polls that was incorrect. With the exception of the Seltzer poll that was like dramatically bad, right? Which gave people a lot of hopium in the direction of the Harris party, in the direction of the Democratic Party. Most polls were right on the fucking money. So yeah, let's hear. I didn't even know I was on the media.
Solutions to that, but owning
Piker, a Twitch streamer and political.
People loved you on The Apprentice. They were going to love you as a president.
I figured it would be so easy. You know, it's
well,
very
it probably
interesting.
would have been if the media didn't attack you the way they did. If they didn't conflate you with Hitler. I mean, even today, like Kamala was talking about you and Hitler. They're going to take what you said about Robert E.
We'll
Lee.
never know whether Rogan.
You know what's really annoying about this? Comparing Donald Trump to Hitler is not only correct, but it wouldn't even be bad strategy in terms of like communicating to the American public that he is the second coming of Adolf Hitler. The issue, on the other hand, is that you can't say he's Hitler and then simultaneously say, but I want Hitler's party members in my cabinet. You can't say that he's Adolf Hitler and then say, I want to build Adolf Hitler's border wall. Okay? You can't say he's Adolf Hitler and then keep saying, and Hitler has some good ideas. Because voters will obviously look at that and go, what the fuck? You're saying he's Hitler, but you want to be Hitler? But why would I vote for you? That is the issue. That inconsistency is something that I regularly pointed out. And I agree that Donald Trump's policy is Hitlerian. Okay? And I was deeply frustrated that Kamala Harris and the Biden administration's policy on the border was conciliatory to the Adolf Hitler policies. And not only that, but one other aspect of the Hitlerian comparisons is that if the out-of-touch Democrats, right, because that's the way people see the Democrats. They see them as like liberal elites. They're out of touch. They only care about like gay stuff or whatever, right? it's not correct, but that's just the way people see the Democrats because the Democrats don't run on left economic populism, right? If the out of touch liberal elites that are only seemingly caring about gay shit from in the eyes of the public, which is not correct at all. The Democrats definitely don't care about gay shit either. Okay. Trust me. And the only thing you see Donald Trump on, if you also don't really watch a lot of like regular news coverage, the only time you ever see Donald Trump is when he's being a fucking chill ass guy, you know, talking about doing cocaine with Theo Vaughn or being a chill ass dude, making flipping fries at fucking Mickey D's. Then you're like, is this Hitler? Like, I feel like this doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay. That Theo Vaughn appearance broke me, dude. That's when I was like, oh, because the Aiden Ross one sucked and it didn't do a lot for him in terms of positive media coverage, in my opinion. But when I saw the Theo Vaughn interview, I was like, oh no. You remember, like we literally watched it together on stream and I was like, oh my God, he is so personable in this. He is so human in this. He is so chill in this. This is not good. And it wasn't just Theo Vaughn. I think like, Impulsive, Theo Vaughn, the Andrew Schultz podcast, all these fucking podcasts back to back, Nelk Boys, all this shit, like it fucking humanized him and made him look like a chill ass dude. Sometimes that seemingly chill ass dude is Adolf Hitler. Okay? The second coming. This is one of those times. Joe Rogan was the final, was the finishing touch on his, yeah, sure, I got some crazy policies, but I actually have, I actually recognize that the economy is shit and I'm going to solve it by doing mass deportations and concentration camps at the border, Are you planning on going on the Flagrant Pod? I hit up Andrew Schultz to go on the Flagrant Pod, but he said he has like another special that he's taping, so we can't do it until next year. Weren't you on it already once? Yeah, I was. Why would you work with Schultz? Why wouldn't I? Why the fuck would you go on there? Because I'm a right-winger, baby. Because I'm a right-winger, baby. That's right. Oh, yeah, because I'm doing a fucking right-wing pivot, dog. That's what it is. And certainly not good that I would, be reaching out to a broad audience of somewhat apolitical right-wing people in a normal manner. Hey, guys. I love that many of you talk about how, where is our Joe Rogan? Where is our Joe Rogan of the left? Where is our Joe Rogan of the left? And then your fucking worst, annoying leftist instincts kick in like that. You literally will be like, we need a Joe Rogan of the left. And then he has to straight up never talk to a person that has even remotely triggered me. Okay. And I am triggered by everything. So trust me, you cannot go on a single other podcast. You have to literally sit here and only do this stream. You can only talk to Maoists. We get it. You're going on his podcast for money. Classic LA socialist move. Hell yeah, baby. I don't think the podcast made the difference, though. Relax. You really think the podcast made the difference, though? I mean, Biden really fucked up her chances of her campaign as well. Yes, no, Biden is like the top priority here for sure. I think Biden fucked his own chances up. Like, aside from being like old as shit, like one of the things that I said, even if I put my Democratic Party consultant hat on, one of the major L's, in my opinion, for the Democratic Party consistently has always been that they don't even fucking like openly communicate what they've done for the people. It's pathetic. It's stupid, right? It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Why are you not consistently talking about all the fucking money that you're bringing to these different areas, okay? Opening up new manufacturing facilities, shit like that is so stupid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to say like, no, the government does work sometimes, okay? Don't be afraid to use the bully pulpit to actually bully Republicans who are standing against progress and playing an obstructionist role, and then turning around and lying when they go back to their town halls and saying like, oh, look at all the money I brought back here. You're fucking stupid. You're dumb. Every time you go on these podcasts, there's at least a dozen comments saying how chill you are, and I think that's worth it. And it's not like you go on there to agree with Schultz on his views. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A lot of people have
Yeah. Why would I go on a podcast that I've been on already?
credited you for Andrew Tate choosing to remove all of his content from social media. Really break that down.
He was on this other 17-year-old Fortnite stream because he was doing the rounds. He went to like
God, my hair is so ass.
Aiden Ross. He went to Clicks' stream. He's like
Aiden Ross, I show speed. What the fuck? God, I looked like ass. I need to fucking do this again. And look, finally got a lesbian feminist on the pod. Nice. Y'all should have had Andrew Tate to make a surprise appearance. That would have been flagrant. 56 minutes in the pod. I'm waiting on Schultz to light the blunt instead of twirling around like a white girl. Laha Akash goes so hard for Indians and knows nothing about being an Indian. Hasan is the exact opposite of flagrant. Yeah, a lot of people were inherently resistant to this podcast appearance, but many people were like, nah, you were chill as fuck, dude. Anyway, I have turned more people to the left, just recommending you for a non-politics video than anything else. Long hair is hot, man? No, I look like shit. The left needs more pockets of influence to combat the Joe Rogans and the Andrew Tates of the world. This is why that won't work. Drop It is a very left-leaning company in both actions and policy. They supported the writer's strike and their crew is still masking on set. And they previously donated to help Palestinians. Recently had a guest star show, previously posted about the October 7th attack. And many years ago talked about his great-grandfather's involvement in Israeli colonialism. That's clearly not good. It was a bad judgment call, but was arguably blown out of proportion by a loud minority of fans on Twitter and Tumblr. Yeah, there's also this issue too. I don't know what Dropout is, but like, there's also the issue of like, people very clearly on like the left does have a tendency to fucking eat itself, even though we have no fucking power whatsoever, which is why I never let that shit happen. You know, that's why I think that's one thing that a lot of people present me as like a humorless scold, but it's ironic that like I spend a good deal of time culling this fucking community when they behave like humorless scolds, right? Like, there's a reason. It's just gross. It's not a good way to put your best foot forward. Like, if you're trying to present a fun narrative, a fun message, if you're trying to get people on board, if you're trying to build like a coalition and you know, say a whole bunch of like annoying things, you're like, well, this, like, I'm not going to examine where this person is coming from, what their worldview is, and how they arrived at this conclusion. And I'm going to assume that every single person with a different perspective than myself is like intrinsically evil, ontologically evil even. Then yeah, you're not a serious person. You're never going to be able to fucking reach a broad audience. It's just not going to happen, which is hilarious because like I literally don't do that. And yet all my fucking naysayers constantly say I do that all the time. I think it's comical how the left are blaming Elon Musk and X for losing, as if they don't control Facebook, Instagram, and every other social platform. Brother, there is not a single... What are you talking about? Mark Zuckerberg literally openly said he likes Trump. Mark Zuckerberg has one of the most censorious fucking platforms out there. So much so that the Human Rights Watch directly called him out for consistently fucking banning left-wing voices for being pro-Palestine. So much so that it became an issue, okay? Mark Zuckerberg is openly right-wing. And not only that, but have you seen Facebook? You think Facebook is leftist? Are you fucking stupid? Go ask your grandmother what platform she frequents the most. And I doubt she is a die-in-the-wool socialist. Oh, you're saying that the right controls Facebook, Instagram, and every other social media platform. Is that what you're saying? Like, are we in agreement? Because Facebook, Instagram, like Meta is entirely captured and has always been very right wing. They straight up cry bullied. They straight up cry bullied themselves. I remember this because this was a big deal. This was a big ordeal. This was a big debate. Okay. Way back in the day in like 2016 era. And I remember talking about this consistently on panels that I was a part of, where I would say, like, guys, what are you talking about? The Heritage Foundation runs Facebook's moderation. If you look at the largest voices on Facebook, if you look at the largest voices on Instagram, the overwhelming majority of them are still very much far right. Like, Ben Shapiro's been dominating Facebook while calling Facebook a woke liberal shithole for years and years. They did numerous congressional hearings on this to bully every fucking tech CEO to make sure that their shit got priority. And all of these tech CEOs, after being bullied by Congress, gave that to them. Facebook is the reason why so many of your grandparents and so many of your parents believe in QAnon conspiracies. And you're over here being like, Facebook is so left-wing. Yeah, dude, you're right. Damn, Bongino does LeBron numbers on Facebook. Yeah. Yeah, billionaire-owned social media platforms are left. This is a hilarious fucking take. Maybe you could say that for TikTok, but TikTok has right-wing radicalization. It has left-wing radicalization. They just have no moderation whatsoever. It's crazy. I don't think I've seen more out in the open racism than Facebook. Yeah. Here. My mom's boyfriend is liberal and he watches Ben Shapiro on Facebook. It's insane, lol. That's hilarious. All right, let's hear what the on the media had to say about me.
His endorsement moved the needle on Tuesday. Whether Kamala Harris's appearance would have made any difference. But all the spilled ink about it this week says a lot about where it feels like political influence is headed.
I hope that this is the last Democratic nominee who says no to Joe Rogan. Like, even if you have to go to the studio.
I would go further than that, Ryan.
Yeah.
You need your own Joe Rogan is the bigger point. That's the bigger problem.
One of the closest analogs to a left-wing Joe Rogan is 33-year-old Hasan Piker, a Twitch streamer and political commentator. He's big and burly, fluent in memes and gaming culture. He gets the internet. But as a socialist, he's likely seen as too radical to be embraced by mainstream Democrats in the way that Republicans have harnessed their right-wing influencers.
Yeah, the difference is their right-wing influencers, some of which are radical, are directly inside of the party, right? Because the Republican Party is not at odds with like Matt Walsh, right? They will go on his show, regardless of how insane he might be. I mean, Donald Trump went on Alex Jones in 2016, guys. Never forget that, okay? I certainly didn't. He went on Alex Jones. If there is an opportunity where he will draw turnout, if there is a vein he can tap, he will tap it, okay?
I watched Hasan Piker deliver the results on election night with some 200,000 concurrent viewers. As the news began to set in, he started raging against Trump supporters who joined his chat to rub in the loss.
Donald Trump winning the presidency is not going to improve your life. It's actually going to continue making it worse because there are major material issues that you are experiencing, and neither party is actually providing any adequate solutions to that. but owning the libs is not going to improve your life. It is a way for Donald Trump and the Republican Party to distract you away as they pick your pockets and rob you blind.
For years now, he's been sounding the alarm on the rise of the manosphere.
There is a massive amount of right-wing radicalization that has been occurring, especially in younger male spaces.
Here he is speaking on Jon Favreau's podcast, Offline.
If you're a dude under the age of 30 and you have any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out, whether it's, listening to like a history podcast or whatever, every single facet of that is just completely dominated by right-wing politics.
As he watched Dana White shout out the podcast bros during that victory speech we heard at the beginning of this piece, Hasan Piker reacted on his live stream.
The mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. No! And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
What is this country? Whoa, we're done.
The news monoculture of old is dead. It seems that to many, the New York Times, a company that employs 2,700 journalists, is just one source of information and perspective. Joe Rogan, another. The incoming administration has shown us that it will lean on a new generation of personalities and media networks to spread its lies and shape hearts and minds. Here at OTM, we'll do our best to keep up.
Damn, let's go. That's pretty good. Not gonna lie, you did inspire me to go work out and join up with the DSA North Jersey chapter. Hell yeah. Damn, those hogs really had you worked up, huh? You were really raging hard. Yeah, that was my most quiet rage, and I'm really glad that they showed that and not me just like telling chatters that they're inevitably going to, do the deed. I have a crazy right wing shut-in uncle who has his guys he listens to daily, like Alex Jones. When I try to explain what you do, she's a hyper lib, just assumes you're a guy on the extreme other side without giving it a chance. Crossing that bridge is going to be hard. I mean, yeah. You would disagree with the replacing the New York Times show? Those people are needed? Yes. Yes. In the upcoming weeks, I will probably feature more journalists from these legacy publishers and establishment media that I really like and whose works I rely on, because I think that there are still a lot of important voices out there. I mean, there's never been a moment where I haven't done that, right? Obviously, like you guys probably saw, I had Estad Herndon on, and it was a remarkable conversation. It's something that we've done over and over again throughout this campaign as well. Estad and myself, we've talked quite a bit about the many issues with the Harris camp. And I think that he has a very different perspective on what's going on or what the issues are than like the average DC bubble person, because he's constantly out there, right? Can you get Jamel Bowie? I have had Jamel Bowie on this stream before. Way back in the day. You should do a concert in which you lip sync AI covers to yourself. Yeah, okay. I have always maintained the position that like that New York Times, Washington Post, mainstream media is an absolute necessity. Okay? I trust, while still upholding a high standard for their coverage, I still trust mainstream sources. Okay? Hank Green did a very cool video ranking bad and good takes from people in the aftermath of the election. Did he give me one? Did I get ranked in this? I think the left, especially the Democrat liberals, need to internalize that intentionally lying is an incredibly useful and good political strategy. I mean, that's like giving up at that point. Like, we're basically giving up. We're like, come on, just please lie. Like, at least, please. But you don't even have to do that. It would be better if you were honest, as a matter of fact, if you didn't lie. You know, if you were honest about these policies that you cared about, and then you personally advocated for these policies that you actually care about, it would be nicer. Anyway. Too bad the left is held to an infinitely higher standard than their right. It wouldn't work. Yes, it would. You just have to have charisma and be a little bit shameless. It would work. The problem is you have to be a populist, okay? And you have to also have that dog in you, okay? Bernie clearly did not have that dog in him. It was one of my major criticisms of Bernie Sanders, that he was far too conciliatory to power, and he would not fight back. He would not bite back, right? It was frustrating. He had good policies. He was, people loved him. People saw him as earnest, and he still, and they still read him as honest, right? Could have sworn you suggested the Dems also lie as a strat before. Yeah, I think that at that point, it's like, we've given up, though. Like, we've given up so hard that we're just like, at least lie about the fucking policies you're not even going to advance is like crazy. Anyway, I saw this take and I find it very interesting. Chris Murphy, Mr. We couldn't do a coup in Venezuela because Trump fucked it up, said, that was a cataclysm. Electoral map wipeout. Senate depractical ceiling is now 52 seats. Ours is 62. Time to rebuild the left. We are out of touch with the crisis of meaning/purpose fueling MAGA. We refuse to pick big fights. Our tent is too small. Some early thoughts. Oh my God, what a stupid way to thread this. God damn, this motherfucker can't even write a thread right. Ay. Okay. All right. What is... Ken said, wow, the Democratic senator says a quiet part out loud and admits why the party is terrified of populism. Yeah. We don't listen enough. We tell people what's good for them. And when progressives like Bernie aggressively go after the elites that hold people down, why? They are shunned as dangerous populists. Why? Because true economic populism is bad for our high income base. There you go. He admitted it. I am beginning to respect Chris Murphy again for being outwardly honest for some reason. He is always so honest. I don't know why. Like when he said, we wanted to do a coup and Donald Trump fucked it up. Chris Murphy, we tried to do a soft coup in Venezuela and Donald Trump wouldn't let us do it. Remember when he fucking openly tweeted that out? And I was like, why would you say that out loud? What is wrong with you? Strange guy. Yeah, you get back there. Please. Asman Clip Channel cutting Hasan conspiracy content. What is this?
So yeah, if it doesn't get shut down, I will make sure that everybody hears.
This has nothing to do with me. This has something to do with
after slavery.
This has something to do with what do you call it? Wait, it does have something to do with me.
Recently suspended after this.
Wait, this has nothing to do with me. What do you mean Hasan conspiracy content? He's just going after Shonda Black, going after Michael from Pennsylvania, and demanding that they get banned or something. I don't know. They should be banned even further than they have been. Anyway, let's read the freaking yeah, this is the tweet. Then it got real embarrassing. In April 2019, we tried to organize a kind of coup, but it became a debacle. Everyone who told us they'd rally to Guaido got cold feet, and the plan failed publicly and spectacularly, making America look foolish and weak. Why would you say that out loud, man? Like, this This guy is too honest, brother. I don't know. For better or for worse, my man is just like, we tried to do a coup. That's crazy.
There's going to be courses in the camps, in the re-education camp. Roseanne will be teaching a course. It will be exciting for many of you. Many of you, I understand, are upset, and I understand that. But imagine waking up in a camp and being taught a course by Roseanne or RFK or the Nelk Boys or Bryce Hall. You're going to be taught. You're going to learn. You're going to learn whether you like it or not. You will learn. You're going to learn. The milk that we have is poison. There's poison milk. And what we're going to do about the milk, we're going to have raw milk for the babies. I don't understand people resisting this. I do think... Obviously, I'm kidding, kind of.
He's not kidding. That is what's going to happen. RFK is going to put you in a fucking detainment facility and engage in re-education until you agree that, all of the food that we're eating has like something that he just made up. What did I call it? Like microthalophaciolites or whatever. He's just going to come up with like new shit over and over again. He's going to be like, the eggs that you get from the local grocery store has microphallocytes. Everyone knows that the only egg you can have is going to be, you need to have crow eggs, like the crows that I am friends with.
Politics now, and the president.
Anyway, Biden is going to meet with Adolf Hitler.
Elect Trump at his next steps as he prepares for a second term in the White House. He's set to meet this week with President Biden. ABC's Mary Alice Parks is in Washington with more. Mary Alice, good morning to you.
Yeah, Janae, good morning. We're told that President-elect Trump has not begun conducting formal interviews yet. He did overnight make that rather unusual announcement about two people he said would definitely not be serving in his coming administration. Nikki Haley, who was his ambassador to the United Nations. Of course, she ran against him in the primary, but she did endorse him and offered to campaign on his behalf. And Mike Pompeo, Trump's former Secretary of State. Now, both of these Republicans were supporters of Ukraine and at times critical of Trump. Now, Pompeo spoke out about the classified documents that were found there at Mar-a-Lago. As for who could be in, a lot of questions around Tulsi Gabbard, the former Democrat who then became one of Trump's steadfast defenders, and Stephen Miller, one of Trump's senior advisors throughout the campaign and during his time there at the White House. Now, Miller, we know, has outlined specific ideas for how he would carry out a mass deportation plan. Looking ahead to next week, yes, President-elect Trump is now scheduled to meet with President Biden in the Oval Office there at the White House on Wednesday. Biden conceding the election results and promising to help Trump with a smooth transition, though, of course, Trump did not do the same 4 years ago. Whit.
All right, Mary Alice Parks, thank you so much. Let's bring in ABC's chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl, who'll be hosting This Week later on this morning. John, great to see you as always. Obviously, a big week ahead for the incoming president after that historic election win. Already named a chief of staff. But what more are you learning about a potential Trump administration?
Look, first of all, Susie Wiles is one of those rare figures in Trump world that is pretty much respected by all sides. There's a lot of there's hope for some order with Susie Wiles, both taking the role as chief of staff, but also taking a key role in this transition. As for who is going to come in, there's a lot of push and pull from the various factions.
Have you seen the new Onion Wiz? They watching your stream, I think. Yeah, I'm tapped in with Onion Boys. I already gave him props directly. They have a great team, man. They're great.
Within Trump's kind of the MAGA universe, you've got those that want to go in a direction like Tucker Carlson, kind of a far right full remaking of the federal government, and those that want to make sure that Trump has a successful and maybe not as radical approach. There's big questions about whether or not this is going to be the unity that Trump has talked about, or that retribution campaign he talked about during the campaign.
What about Elon Musk, the world's richest man, poured more than $100 million of his own money into the super PAC, into the campaign. What could we see his role turning out to be in an administration?
Hey, look, I don't know if Elon Musk is literally going to be on the federal payroll. I mean, he doesn't need the money, first of all. But he is going to play a major role in this administration, whether it's on the outside or actually on the inside. You know, the talk during the campaign was he would run this Department of Government Efficiency and find a way to. He talked about he can get $2 trillion out of the federal budget. By the way, I don't know how you do that without touching things like Social Security.
And he said it could be
Medicare.
painful before some of the benefits.
Painful before things go out well. But it was so notable to me this week that he was actually on the phone call with President Zelensky. So that's not government efficiency. That's also taking a really critical foreign policy, national security direction. By the way, I heard that call from the Ukrainian side actually went very well. There's a lot of concerns about how much support Donald Trump will have for Ukraine, but people close to Zelensky's office have told me that call, from their perspective, went very well.
So let's talk about the Democrats now. Obviously, a devastating result for them. What do we expect to see in terms?
I can't begin to explain to you how unimaginably stupid it is to actually try and wipe out all income tax and then tune up or I guess tune up the economy in a way where the taxable revenue comes from tariffs, which is like a broad sales tax, like almost like a flat tax. It is going to be some nutty. This is a new era of insane anarcho-capitalism that is upon us. Okay. Yeah, we're going Argentina mode. I don't even know what will happen in that process. And it's also crazy because it's not like the main tax dodging comes from income. Like, most of the wealthy people already shelter themselves through many different loopholes where the income taxes aren't actually harming the top earners anyway. The top earners already, like, their effective tax rate is so minuscule in comparison to you, the average American, right? So instead of going in the opposite direction and trying to take back more of the taxable revenue from the highest earners, not by way of income taxes, because once again, there is a professional class, the upper middle class, even people like myself, right? Who, I guess I'm in a unique predicament because like I am raw income, whereas like someone in my position would most likely immediately move to a place like Florida where there's no income tax to begin with, or Texas, and then also utilize like the existing tax shelters for someone like myself, but like doctors, lawyers, right? People like that, athletes, people like that, celebrities, Hollywood celebrities, shit like that. Those are the highest earners in this country that get raw income, okay? Instead of the people that work in finance, for example, that also have like pretty high income, but beyond their high income, they also will be paid in stocks, right? And the people that park their net worth in the stock market, like, you can't touch them. They already have like a lower tax burden to begin with in terms of like the percentage of their effective tax rate at the end of the year is significantly lower than the average American citizen. Okay? The average American citizen that does not have anything beyond like a 401k. So there are many different ways. There are many different ways where you could try and take, I guess, like, fill the coffers with the highest earners, like go after the highest earners, but that would require a tremendous amount of money from the IRS, like, because it's much harder. That would require some legislative changes, which will never happen. So turning around and basically wiping out all income tax across the board will be very helpful for a lot of the highest earners, right? In the short term. And it will make people in every tax bracket feel as though they are taking home more pay, right? Having said that, however, I don't know what kind of inflationary effect this will have. Okay? Hasan, can you please check your donation message and give me a response? Dude, just fucking write it in the chat. Just type it in the fucking chat. Ahmad literally said, just type your message in the chat. Yeah, like he's going to see it in the chat that fast. Just stop being annoying. I already saw it like fucking 10 minutes ago when you started chirping about it. Hi, Hasan. Are you going to cover the UAP hearings on the 13th? Please speak to that briefly. No. Okay? No. I'm not going to be covering the fucking UAP briefing. I read everything in the chat. Okay? Anyway. Baja blast my brains out. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Funny name. Once again, if you want to show support for the community or myself, you can subscribe for $6 or for free. That's right. With a Twitch Prime, you can subscribe for free and you'll have access to the VODs, among many other things. Stop giving a shit. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky, and that way you can also see the subs. You didn't read this shit, bum ass motherfucker. Shut up. Ghost Dog It. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I bet you won't read this appreciation post for all you do adverting a white cishet guy from falling into the red pill pipeline. Yeah. Was he seriously asking about fucking aliens? Yes, he was. Anyway. Kisses your neck softly. Thank you for the 5. Eka Grande, thank you for the 5. In a Rainbow 09, thank you for the 5. Gifted. So let's get back to Chris Murphy. Today's Senate. Oh, no, this is the Venezuela one. This is a cataclysm. It was a wipeout. The left has never fully grappled with the wreckage of 50 years of neoliberalism, which has left legions of Americans adrift as local places are hollowed out, rapacious profit seeking cannibalizes the common good, and unchecked new technology separates and isolates us. The things that mattered are disappearing. We spent half as much time with friends as a generation ago. Hard work no longer guarantees economic mobility. Institutions like churches are delegitimized. What? Institutions like churches? Place-based identity evaporates as we all become global citizens. The left skips past the way people are feeling. Alone, impotent, overwhelmed, and straight into uninspiring solutions. More roads, bulk drug purchasing that do little to actually upset the status quo, who has power and who doesn't. The left. What? The left skips past the way people are feeling. Isolation and alienation is a key component of leftist messaging. It's one that I talk about quite frequently, so I don't know what he means by the left here. I think he just means liberals. Does racism explain part of the attraction of the right's nativism? Of course, but mass deportation is a terrible response to Americans' real sense that they're helpless in the face of global forces like increased migration. The left largely ignores this pain. We don't listen enough. We tell people what's good for them. And when progressives like Bernie aggressively go after the elites that hold people down, they are shunned as dangerous populists. Why? Maybe because true economic populism is bad for our high income base. That's exactly what it is. That's the admission. Okay? That right there is the admission, folks. He's fucking saying it. Oh my God, he admitted. That's it. They have a wealthy base that they care about more than they care about winning elections. They have a wealthy base. They care more about Israel than they do about winning Michigan. Like, that much is clear, okay? Democrats will look you dead ass in the face and go, I would much rather fucking kill this country. I would much rather allow a fascist, monstrous piece of shit like Donald Trump to win than to even marginally move in the direction of humanity in the way that we analyze our relationship with Israel. Okay? What? Timestamp. Rokana says Dems had a Gaza policy issue based on his conversation with progressives. Yeah, we'll do that in a second.
You did create space.
Yeah, he's talking about me. The conversation that he had with me, where I straight up told him to his face at the DNC that Israel was doing a genocide. And he was like, oh, I wouldn't. Remember that? And he was like, oh, I wouldn't personally use that language. I think we have a disagreement there. I was like, no disagreement. I wonder if anyone has talked about this alienation thing from capitalism. Maybe like a German Jewish political economist. I wonder, yeah, if there was a guy with some formative work, like very important work in this field. Yeah, probably not. Don't worry about it.
Terms of soul searching.
Oh, sorry. Before we get to the key figures, like let's finish off this Chris Murphy thing. Meanwhile, men tumble into different kinds of identity crises. The patriarchy, society's primary organizing paradigm for centuries, rightly crashes. The right pursues an alluring dial back. The left says, get over it. Again, a refusal to listen / offer responsible solutions. No. The response to this from the left cannot simply be, like, there's two different things here, okay? If you're just shooting the shit on the timeline and you say men are trash, that's one thing. But if you're running a fucking campaign, you can't say that, okay? Obviously. But one thing that you can do, you must do, in an effort to ensure that men are not primed for radicalization, is to try to solve some of these underlying material problems, this economic instability that they feel, so that they are not finding themselves in the throes of right-wing radicalization. If one party is not addressing the issues that everyone is experiencing, including but not limited to men, and the other party is looking at the anger and saying, you should channel your anger towards those who are weaker than you, those who have no defense, those who are defenseless overall, those that society has cast aside as undesirables, yeah, people are going to find that alluring. Men especially so. We cannot be afraid of fights, especially with the economic elites who have profited off of neoliberalism. The right regularly picks fights with the elites, Hollywood, higher ed. Democrats, e.g. the Harris campaign, are tepid in our face with billionaires and corporations. Real economic populism should be our tent pole. But here's the thing. Then you need to let people into the tent who are 100% on board with those on social, cultural issue or issues like guns or climate. Those things are hard for the left. A firm break with neoliberalism. Listen to poor and rural people, men in crisis. Don't decide for them. Pick fights. Embrace populism. Build a big tent. Be less judgmental. But we are beyond small fixes. I don't necessarily disagree with like the broader point here. But here's Adam Johnson, who I do hold to high status here. I think his commentary is very sharp. And I do find myself agreeing with him quite frequently. I will say he has some skepticisms about Chris Murphy's take here. He says, yes, but we must be skeptical of what type of populism emerges from the ashes. If Chris GOP border Bill Murphy and the glowing New York Times Glusenkamp Perez profile are any guide, expected to be corporate-friendly, anti-migrant demagoguery, anti-trans, and shallow cultural head nodding. Yes. Be very aware of this type of pseudo-populism. It's what the consulting class and elite media jammed down our throats post-2010 and post-2016. It pays lip service to the poor while focusing on superficial cultural prostrations, migrant scapegoating, and LGBTQ abandonment. Ken, on the other hand, says he was very careful to say economic populism, to which Adam responds, lots of friends of the show. Lots of friends of the show is talking to one another. He had been the most foaming right-winger on cracking down on migrants, literally adopted the Republican plan and mocking Republicans from the right on the topic. I wouldn't trust him with any type of populism. Agreed. If the liberals look at this and go, well, the only populism that works is right-wing populism, okay? Because there's left-wing populism, the Bernie style of just being like, you know, addressing people's harms, addressing people's issues, and offering universality as a solution, prescriptions to their problems in the form of, you know, government-funded healthcare, for example. And then there's the right-wing populism, which is that, which looks at a person who is angry and says, oh, hold on, doors open. Then there's the right-wing populism that looks at people's anger and frustration and then channels it into those who are weaker, those who are defenseless, those who are underserved. Says, you're angry because the gays. You're angry because women have taken your rightful place in society. You're angry because trans people are the top priority for these elite liberals. You're angry because Democrats have flooded migrants into this country. And those migrants are simultaneously bringing in diseases. They are taking your jobs and also simultaneously taking your welfare because they're both lazy and hardworking. They're taking your homes, but they're also homeless. Okay? That's just pure white nativist, fascist nonsense. And yet, in the absence of any sort of counter messaging against that wave of fascist garbage propaganda, you are left with only one option that recognizes your anger. Anyway, let's see what
was on the issue of Gaza. You said when you were going to college campuses, when you were talking to progressives, when you were talking to voters of color, not just Arabs and Muslims, you heard there was a problem here. Do you think that the numbers you saw, particularly in Michigan, vindicated your point of view, or was there just a greater force at work?
I think she would have certainly won Michigan if there was more of a reckoning with the failures of policy on Gaza. That wasn't my point of view. That was the point of view of a lot of people I was hearing on the ground. I also think beyond Michigan, this really was a concern for a lot of young people and a lot of progressives. Now, my hope is, because President Trump got some of the votes for the Muslim and Arab community, I was just on a bipartisan Conel in Saudi Arabia. They have said that if the president wants a deal with Saudi Arabia, that the Palestinian state and a two-state solution has to be front and center. And I hope we can work towards actually doing that after the war.
Why are people coming here to say El Communist and bought it and stuff? Are we getting like a little baby brigade? Is that what's going on? We got a little baby brigade? Oh, it's cute, man.
It's interesting in this Monday morning quarterbacking that's happening to hear from so many Democrats now who are saying that they think that economic message should have been front and center, but that they felt constrained somehow by this focus on identity politics. Tom Suozzi of New York.
People should accept that the fact that the heart of the country is racist, that is a silly, self-defeating thing to say. Okay? What's the solution then? Sorry, the country is simply racist, so we have to be racist? Okay. That's the mainstream Democrat position. That's a stupid position. It's not the correct position. Okay? Stop saying this shit. While there is truth to the matter that America is a very racist country, okay, you have to actively push back against that. He's not saying it. It has to be that way, just the way it is. No. When you say, I think we have to accept that America's a racist position, America's a racist country is stupid. Here, this was a really good message on this. The leftist position is that people's positions, even if horrific, have roots in their material reality. The liberal position, as best as I can tell, is that 20 to 30% of the country has an irredeemably evil soul. I guess I'm going with the one that you can actually do something about. Like if it's one or the other, even if I'm wrong, I'm going with a version that presents a path forward other than what? Wholesale murder or imprisonment of millions of our countrymen so they can't do politics anymore? Half of the country is evil. Okay, next question is obviously, well, what are you going to do about it? Calling them evil clearly didn't work. Like, there is always a push and pull here, okay? I like to have fun. And brother, you say America's racist all the time. It is. But that is not how you can run a fucking campaign, especially if you're like, and the solution is we got to be more racist. Okay? The solution is to try and see where people are hurting and then actively bring them into the coalition by making an earnest effort, by showing them that you're honest about wanting to improve their material conditions. Okay? That's it. Whether they want it or not does not matter. And there are plenty of people who do want it. Why the fuck would people go, nah, I don't want good things. I want bad things to continue. That's it.
Brought that up, talking about Republicans being able to weaponize anarchy on college campuses, defunding the police, and gender questions and girls' sports. Do you think this, movement, woke politics?
Yeah, Kamala Harris, ironically, did not do any of this. And it's something that I actually thought was good. It was one of the high notes. There was a couple high notes in the campaign. One, looking at tariffs and immediately counter messaging tariffs as like a widespread sales tax that's inherently inflationary. It's not only correct, but they did do counter messaging against that. That was smart. In the start, when they said they are going to go after price gougers by using pre-existing law. Okay, that was good. They should have kept that up. They did not make that the signature policy of the campaign. That would have been fantastic if they did do that, but they didn't. Oh, well. Okay. And last but not least, Kamala Harris's active refusal of using regular Democratic Party identity markers was a smart move. Are you implying detaining the 40% and forced re-education, right? No, I mean, I joke about re-education all the fucking time, but like, obviously, if we're going to be serious, it's not about re-educating people by putting them in fucking camps. It's just about educating people. Like, just educating people at all, okay? Improve the literacy in this goddamn country.
Really was incredibly damaging to the left because a large part of that came from the progressive wing on which you are a member.
Well, I have always said that we need to be emphasizing the economic issues, but I don't think we should run away for standing up for trans rights, for standing up for equal rights for people, for teaching American history responsibly. You can be true to your values with two things, Margaret. One, if someone disagrees with you, we need to respect that disagreement, not cancel or shame them. don't shy away from your convictions, but have a reasonable conversation. I did that with Megyn Kelly on a podcast on trans rights. I stuck to my position, but we had a reasonable conversation. The second thing is, if we emphasize the economic hardships people are facing. I've got $12 trillion in my district in Silicon Valley, while towns like Johnstown were hollowed out, Galesburg, Illinois were hollowed out. We can build new factories. We can build new industry. We can create new economic opportunity. We have a vision of how to do that. President Biden started it. I think we can win over people, even if they may not agree with us on a particular social issue.
He's doing the same face in both of those different moments from that interview. Anyway, we have a lot of election watch, but I think before we continue with that, let's get to some fun shit. Specifically, and yeah, I also talked to Drew of Washington Post for like an hour and a half. A lot of which was on background anyway, like that, was helpful for their coverage on this. But I ended up with 2 quotes in this article. But yeah, this is a good piece as well about inside the online offensive that turned out a new generation of men for Trump. Wow, the mainstream media are demons. You want us to listen to them? Yes. I do it every day. I could not do what I do without mainstream media, without real coverage, without real journalists. People seem to forget that the New York Times has 2,700 journalists that they employ. Okay? That is like, it's impossible for someone else like myself, especially to do that. You should be a real journalist. Yeah, okay. That's right. I should just stop what I'm doing, which is commentary, and, do journalism instead. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to stop the thing that I'm successful at, the thing that I've seen a tremendous amount of success in, which is de-radicalizing people, actively communicating, trying to pull people off the ledge of radicalization. A way to get around saying your racist jokes. Yes, it's because Bill Burr is racist, and I am also racist as well. We're all white supremacists, both secretly, and you arrived at this conclusion. You were clued in on it, and you figured it out. Congratulations, chatter. Congratulations, chatter. You did it. You did it. You scratched the surface, and you unearthed the white supremacist, xenophobic, anti-Asian sentiment that was oozing. Thank you. This is really good, okay? At a time when 98% of online content is like, I saw a black woman in a video game and it made me want to call in a bomb threat to this developer and the publisher and the game studio. We have on the other side, what are jokes? Jokes are actually secretly a way to express your inherently white supremacist desires. No jokes should ever be allowed. The attempt of a joke is inherently reactionary. Laughter is bourgeois decadence. And some people's visceral reaction to hearing that is being uncomfortable, regardless of it being a joke. Yeah, I don't care, and I've never cared, and you're never going to be able to penetrate the barrier here. I'm letting you know. That is not how we do things here, and that's never how we've done things here. But I'm so happy that we're back. We're so firmly back in the 2016 era that the fucking rad libs are out, and we're doing joke discourse again. Okay? We need an emo for Hasan is trying to explain satire and jokes to people with zero media literacy and take everything at face value. No, it's called wee woo wee woo. This is a job that this is a task that I take on all the time. I understand that, there are plenty of neurodivergent chatters in here, and that they don't understand what a joke is, and sometimes they get offended by it. Oh, okay, so jokes are only intended for white people, and if Asian people get offended, that sucks, I guess? Yes. That's what I was saying. Thank you. Cometown broke up and we got 2016 back. Coincidence? Yes. I already described the joke and how the premise is not that Asian people are vectors of disease. The premise is that stupid people think that. He's making fun of the stupidity behind that. But once again, I think the answer is you're just autistic. I don't know. They need Bill Burr explained. There's nothing else to explain about the joke. They need better understanding of themselves, effective educating, etc. I fucking hate your community, myself included. I mean, this isn't the broadest part of my community. These are just like, this is like the vegan aspect of the veganism aspect of the community. It is like 5% of the community, but make up like, 90% of the discourse at certain moments, right? It's just like a very loud, very vocal, super tiny minority in the community. I mean, there were mid-parts. There were definitely mid-parts because it's like, remember, in a lot of instances, what you have to remember is that, like, a lot of the jokes that, like, leftists go, this is cringe at, that are, somewhat reactionary. So, I am cringing because it's fucking hacky. Because right-wing comedy, right-wing humor is generally hacky. Still decent for an SNL monologue, but... I do expect Bill Burr to have a lot more scathing remarks about the Democratic Party's failures in this cycle, though, because I think overall, I know where he comes from. I think Chad thinks his Shaq impersonation is racist. Wait, why? See, his research blows me away. What? Is he gonna say fucking Ari Emanuel? This guy is straight up. This guy's a Nazi, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I can tell. Yeah, it's the Saudis and like WME. This guy's like, who owns the UFC? Ooh, the Saudis, which is a different kind of Jew. I love when neo-Nazis do that thing where they will be like, like that Kanye West. That Kanye West fucking the Kanye West like media, like who owns the media thing, that the 4chan thing that they always present all the time. And I remember at the time like looking at that list to just try to figure out what the fuck they were talking about, and half the names on the list are not even Jewish. And They're saying these are suspected Jews. Oh, it's so... Yeah, they'll be like, who owns the media? Who owns the UFC? The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is also suspected of being Jewish. Yeah, if you marry someone who is Jewish, then you also become Jewish on the list. That too. God, he does look like Sam Cedar. What the fuck? Oh my God. I know he's supposed to be fucking Robin Williams, but that's crazy. That is that it is like if Sam lost like a shit ton of weight. Oh my God, it's Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare type scenario. Holy moly, dude. As Uncle Sam. You calling Sam chubby? No, Sam is in remarkable shape. He will be underweight in this situation. Someone said Twitter, or no, another person said TikTok, but this is most accurately represented by this Twitch stream, which routinely has this Twitch chat, which routinely has and has demonstrated this exact same principle earlier today. They take all of the worst aspects of Twitter and TikTok and bring it here on a regular basis.
It's like I charge it all night, but then by lunch it's already down to like 20%. So yeah, George, sorry if I wasn't in the mood to share.
Is that it?
Yeah, Samuel, that doesn't really feel like a big deal.
Hey.
My dog died recently.
It's not even a big deal.
And it hit me really hard because I adopted him at a difficult point in my life.
Some mangy mutt's not a person. Where's that outlet?
Back when my daughter and I weren't speaking.
Jealous. My daughter won't shut up.
Okay. Hey, man, can you just, please go away and let me talk?
Hey, Samuel, just because Samuel is interrupting you doesn't mean his feelings are invalid.
Exactly. God, I need a cigarette. Oh.
And I've...
Sure, then the other ones... If we're being real, if we're keeping $1.50. That said about like the lead poison generation genuinely rocking with this shit and now being so unimaginably transphobic while still rocking with this shit in 2024. I think that's like what is funnier than wherever this bit is going. The bit is basically just like, yeah, they like sex. You know what I mean? Like the lead poison generation will unironically ride for these fucking dudes. They were like basically gender fluid and routinely singing about how they did statutory rape and how awesome it is. Like so much of this genre of music was about having sex with minors. Okay. And also, they were super fucking gay. What the fuck? It's always risky to do it like a bad joke. Because then you're just making a bad joke. I'm skipping this. Oh, we got Trump's businesses last week tonight. All right, so that was there were some misses. There were some misses there. That's literally the bigotry point you objected to. I mean, well, one, I am a white guy. So as a white guy, for me, I probably have a lot more of bandwidth for not being offended about things. unless they're being like hyper Islamophobic, which they do from time to time. But even then, if it's funny, it's funny. You know what I mean? Come on. Come on now. All right. That was the SNL Libwatch happy hour. We are done with that portion of the broadcast. Some hits, some misses. But let's get back to the real world. Why does baldness scare you? First of all, I do not have internalized bald phobia. What I do have, on the other hand, is bald fetishization. You can call me out for the correct thing. If you were to say, Hasan, why do you fetishize the bald so much? That makes sense. That's valid. Okay? I do fetishize the bald a little bit too much. But if you were to say, yeah, we're going to watch the By Donkeys, don't worry, led by donkeys. Let's
now in studio is pollster and communication analyst Frank Luntz. He's been tracking voters in
Hasanabi moot Frank Luntz.
Focus groups with the New York Times throughout 2024. And
once again, I just want to repeat that like Frank Luntz is a right-wing pollster and is a right-wing messaging guy. So just so you understand how how right-wing American media is in general, before you say like, oh, well, as a right-wing guy, don't you think that he could have an accurate assessment of like things that are going on? He could like focus group. It's always going to have the biases. Okay. And it should ring some alarm bells, I think, for people maybe that are Democrats. What? That is an insane statement that you just said. It's a bit too much. That tweet that you sent me was a bit much. Okay. I clicked on it, I read it, and I was like, okay, I can't read that out loud.
And is here with some insights on what unfolded in this historic election. So, Frank, before we get to your focus groups, you admitted quite candidly that you were wrong about something major after the election. You thought this election, if I have you right, was over after the debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. What happened?
It simply wasn't. And in the end, the debate did not matter. The public is used to what Trump says. They did not hold it against him. The dogs and cats, which people made fun of, memes were created. It did not impact people because, and one of the things we have to acknowledge is the importance of the truth. We have to tell it.
Well, that was not the truth when he said that.
No, and I thought that would kill him, but it didn't. And one of the things that really matters in elections going forward is we have the responsibility to tell them the truth, and they have the right to get the truth. And quite frankly, we are a different country today than we were even 8 years ago. What we judge people by, sometimes it's ignoring the information becomes more important than what you say. And that was the challenge with Harris.
I'm going to keep repeating the same point over and over again. As material conditions worsen, as people feel more and more anxious and more upset about their circumstances, and as no one seemingly responds to those issues, if the other side is at least like acknowledging and addressing their anger and then channeling it towards whatever avenue they see fit, okay, they're not going to give a fuck about the virulent racism. And sometimes they're going to actually lean into that racism. They're going to believe the racism. Okay? A lot of people will turn around and say, no, you don't understand. America's just like irredeemably racist. There's nothing we can do about it. And it's very frustrating to leave it at that.
Harris, she didn't say enough.
All right. So let's get to your focus groups. You did a series of focus groups with the young voters who were persuadable, undecided late in the summer, and then you went back right before the election after they had voted.
It's so sad that the American left constantly capitulates and supports libs to defeat the far right, and now libs are like, no, fuck leftists, we don't want them. No, I think every leftist understands that liberals are inherently antagonistic towards them. What are you talking about? What leftist is like saying, oh man, we love liberals, like there's nothing we can do? I think that the sobering examination of American politics requires you to come to terms with the reality that we have a duopoly. We have two capitalist parties that represent bourgeois interests, that represents the interests of capital, right? Represents corporate interests only above all else. And that regardless of that, your goal should be to try and force at least one of the two parties into adopting certain frameworks that you have been advocating for. If you can't get the party, the establishment of the party, to recognize that, is this not the same as economic anxiety excuse? No. The reason why it's not the same as the economic anxiety excuse is because I'm not excusing the racism. I'm very correctly calling it out every single day. My problem is when we talk about the solutions to this, okay, when we talk about the solutions to this, I always tell you one thing. You should be uncompromising in defending marginalized communities, but you should also understand where people become more vulnerable, okay? If you don't recognize that economic volatility, economic instability, and people feeling like they have a worse future presented for them than the previous generation, they are going to be infinitely more susceptible to reactionary framing on issues. Okay? That's why I am a firm and committed advocate for Medicare for all, for example. And I always say Medicare for all means all, including Nazis. Right? There is no like Medicare except the people I hate. Because the goal there is to, at the very least, improve people's material conditions unconditionally so that they are less susceptible to reactionary framing. This does not mean that this will magically cause racism to perish. Okay? It doesn't. Doesn't mean that at all. And there will be people who fight tooth and nail every step of the way. But one, it is the right thing to do regardless, okay? Because everyone deserves a life of dignity. And two, the goal is to eliminate the underlying problems that make people more susceptible to right-wing framing in an environment where white supremacist attitudes are taken for granted. That's why Republicans can so easily point to things that are going on, like pre-existing oppressive structures, and say, that's just common sense. That's just common sense. We want more of this common sense.
Early. Let's play a little bit of the conversation we have with them. This was on Zoom. I want to play just a short clip.
How many of you, by show of hands, disliked both candidates? Do you have a negative opinion of both? It is literally every single person here. What does that say to you about American democracy, that you didn't like the Republican or the Democrat? Pierce, you go first.
I mean, I think it just shows how polarized we've become, and that, I mean, people vote based on.
Is it polarized? Honestly, I feel like, doesn't it sound like you guys are in unison, collectively decided that you're not polarized? That just like both of the parties suck and don't represent your best interest?
Their party over country, and I mean, it's unfortunate to see. I don't think we'll ever see another election in our lifetime where there's one candidate that truly wins in a Reagan landslide.
Harris ran on the platform of, I'm not Trump. And that's not enough to be a president. You need to have more than, well, I'm better than this person. You got to explain how you're going to fix our democracy, how you're going to make the United States a better place. And I didn't get that from her. And if she's saying, I'm just going to do everything the same as Biden, well, then I have concerns too, because I'm not really happy with the direction that our country is going in terms of inflation and other issues in our economy.
And that was actually the day after the election. So bottom line, what was the factor with these people that were undecided and then broke against Kamala Harris?
They did not like either candidate. That was clear. They thought that Trump was offensive and abusive in his language and polarizing. But in the end, she didn't answer the question that they wanted to know. What are you going to do in the first hour, in the first day, in the first week, the first month, and so on? They felt they had the right to hear this. And if she won't tell them that, then they couldn't give her their vote. And other voters, not just the young voters, felt that she never came clean with what she wanted to do. And the fact that she changed her positions on some issues, she never really explained it.
She talked too much about Trump.
It was too much defining what Trump was.
Not defining herself.
And John, we all know what Trump is. We experienced him for 4 years. Whoever told her to focus on him committed political malpractice. Because in the end, you cannot change someone's point of view on him. It was all about her.
Okay, there was a lot of talk about the gender gap throughout this campaign, usually focusing on how she was doing on women and Trump's problems with women. But you spent some focus groups talking with men who had voted for Hillary Clinton, they had voted for Joe Biden, and then they voted for Donald Trump.
He was their voice. In him, they saw someone who represented them, and with her, they saw, and it was great, young women getting excited for the first time, surrounded by women, talking about issues like abortion. That was great for the female vote. But men felt ignored, they felt forgotten, and they felt like they didn't even matter. And in the end, the Democratic Party has to keep both of them. It is not enough to capture the women's vote. These middle-class, middle-income, moderate men, I call it M cubed, they're the key to any election, and they felt betrayed by her.
Okay, so before you go, what do Democrats have to do to get competitive again?
How do you win when you lose the union vote? They had the union leadership, but not the union membership. How do you win if you lose Latinos? In fact, a majority of Latino men voted for Trump.
52%.
It's incredible how many traditional Democrats, and the reason why is that she became ideological, and what they want is simple.
Abortion was a great thing to run on, but you also need to run on issues like affecting like all the economy. Look, the campaign was cooked from the start because of Joe Biden. And Joe Biden was cooked from the start because Democrats do not highlight some of the good things that they've done. They just assume that people will figure it out on their own. That's why it was very frustrating for someone like myself, even, who is very antagonistic to the administration for a multitude of different fuck-ups that they engaged in, that like myself and maybe Majority Report were some of the few places where you actually heard about Biden administration's accomplishments. Like, think about that. MSNBC was far too predisposed throughout the duration of this administration with like a whole bunch of weird nonsense, I suspect, instead of genuinely highlighting some of the accomplishments of the administration. Because, yeah, secular talk as well. Like, pre-October 2023, there was a lot that you could point to with respect to the accomplishments of the administration. And I certainly did in moments where they did deserve praise. Okay? But throughout the year, you're supposed to do that all the time. It can't be like the Biden's wins account, which also featured a litany of ridiculous nonsense as well. Like, the Biden administration was running, at least up until a certain point, I would say maybe even before the midterms, on a anti-corporate billionaire populist strategy. They were directly antagonistic to a lot of big businesses. And yet they were too afraid of describing that. They were too afraid of showcasing that. They were too afraid of even like beefing up the vibes on that front. But ultimately, there was also a lot of stuff that they did that was really bad, really wrong. Okay. And why do they rest on their laurels? I don't know. But that's besides the point anyway, because even someone like myself who is pro-labor union is still not going to overlook the fact that they ran with an incredibly right-wing anti-immigrant strategy that I am completely against, okay? That I think was both parts bad politics and bad policy. And I said it over and over and over again from the moment that they unveiled their right-wing immigration package. Besides that point, though, there was a necessity for expanding the existing welfare state that they simply let expire in many instances, right? SNAP benefits, child tax credits, like profoundly popular expansions of the welfare state were left behind. And they never chose to punish the Republicans for it. And as a matter of fact, if you recall my early assessment, my early analysis, even during the IRA Build Back Better struggle that was happening within Congress, if you go back and watch some of my old videos from that time frame, I was so consistently yelling at the Democratic leadership for not punishing the spoilers from within. Okay? There were a lot of moments where it seemed like the Democrats were in a state of panic and in a state of disorder because Joe Manchin was fucking up the strategy. And instead of whipping those votes, instead of coming down with the strength of the state to ensure that Joe Manchin played ball, okay? What is this? Here's you getting mad in June before the infamous debate.
Biden. I hate Biden. Biden is a genocidal freak. Why am I talking about his fucking dubs and he's not? Think about that. What the fuck are they doing? I cover the news and I have a close, I watch closely what the Democratic Party is doing and what the re-election campaign is doing. And I promise you, I fucking despise Biden, as you guys know. Okay? I have talked significantly more about this administration's W's than the administration itself. What the fuck is going on? Yeah. If you go back even further in time, during the Build Back Better conversations that were taking place, I also regularly yelled about the fact that like Democrats were not whipping these votes internally. And that was making it seem like it was actually the Democrats' fault that there was gridlock, when it was always the Republicans that were universally against all of these policy accomplishments that would be helpful for every American. Republicans rarely have issues with that sort of thing, with the rare exception of like John McCain refusing to strike down Obamacare, refusing to destroy Obamacare. And it's, outside of that very unique circumstance, Republicans are almost always in unison. Democrats never communicated their accomplishments throughout the year. They just never campaign year round in the way that the Republicans do. Republicans never stop campaigning. So not only are they bad across the board. Oh, here, I'm like, I hate her so much. Not only did she vote against increasing the $15 minimum wage because working. I'm talking about Kirsten Sinema. But she did it in like the worst way possible. Like she did it in the quirky, ooh, look at me, I'm a bisexual Gemini way. People are going to like that's going to trigger the fuck out of so many people. Like obviously some of them are not going to go and like join the Republican Party because like someone
decided to do a very conservative thing in the Democratic Party. But my God, dude, like, I mean, I'll just show you. Senator Sinema voting no on the minimum wage amendment. So disrespectful, dude. Like, this is some real us girl shit. I mean, it literally feels like she was just doing it specifically so she gets this kind of backlash. Yeah, she thought it was her McCain moment. Like, all you're doing is creating more of a rift between those in the middle class, lower middle class, or maybe even like upper middle class, and people who are poor, the working poor, pitted against the middle class Americans who feel like they are not getting something out of the government that they thought that they were about to get for no reason whatsoever, because absolutely zero people were like, honestly, we really need to limit the scope of this. Like, who was making that argument? Republicans certainly weren't. Republicans are too busy talking about Mr. Potato Head's cock, okay? That's literally all Republicans have been talking about. They are so insanely hyper-focused on the culture war because they realize that, like, taking a stand, especially in the aftermath of the Trump administration, taking a stand against left-wing economic populism is not going to be good. You think Republicans are going to fucking go out and talk to their newly acquired base or their newly galvanized base of support and tell them, like, well, actually, we need austerity measures and we need to be a little bit more responsible because the deficit this, the deficit that. Like, no, that's not. Republicans know that they can't do that. So they talk about Mr. Potato Head's cock and they talk about Dr. Seuss. That's why they've been doing this while there's an ongoing conversation. So let me ask you all this, okay? If you love the Democratic Party, if you literally jerk off the photos of Nancy Pelosi because you have a shrine dedicated to her because you think the Democrats are the best thing that's ever happened, even if you feel that way, even if you're the #1 Democratic Party supporter, okay, explain to me how it is acceptable for Democrats to just take L's over and over again because of a couple psychopaths in their own ranks that literally want to spoil a very popular policy that was the center of the Democratic National Campaign. Like, this is what Joe Biden ran on. Joe Biden ran on increasing the minimum wage to $15 an hour, okay? Joe Biden and Georgia directly tied to $2,000 stimmies. What are you doing? Why are you trying to show people, like, well, okay, we're actually so bad that even when we claw our way into power, we are not going to fight for it all the way to the end, tooth and nail, and put up an honest to God fight and even push for it and even successfully get this rammed through. Democrats never fight as hard as Republicans do for the action. Just want to remind everybody that $15 minimum wage just passed in the state of Missouri. $15 minimum wage passed in the state of Missouri with a ballot measure. Now tell me, this is my analysis from March 5th, 2021. Yeah, including paid sick leave too. Think about that. Oh. Missouri, on the other hand, did not vote blue. What's that about? Actual policy goals that they run on. Republicans run on cutting taxes. They cut it. It doesn't matter. They will kill motherfuckers if they have to, but they're going to cut those taxes. Democrats don't do that. And I'm not seeing a lot of spoiler talks from the National Democratic Party currently in regards to Kyrsten Sinema, Joe Manchin, Hasan, and all these other fucking senators and congresspersons that are operating as spoilers on a very popular policy that 60% of the country wants, even 60% of the constituents in West Virginia want, for example. So what's up? Whenever the left is playing the spoiler because they want to secure more benefits for the working class, they are lambasted. You bring out every... You could have played this on election night. Yeah. I mean, I can just play you all my old videos. That's it. I should just do a rerun channel where I just play all my old fucking takes on every single issue so that people understand that I've been consistent on this stuff for the longest time. And you can tell this from a while ago because, one, I'm in my old apartment, and two, I'm fat as fuck. Kaya down. Every Democratic talking head to go on national news and shit all over the fucking progressive caucuses, and all the progressives are like, oh, they're so silly. They're so silly. Why are they spoiling all this? But when Joe Manchin does this, where the fuck is the rest of the Democratic Party shitting on Joe Manchin? Huh? Why are they not applying pressure to Joe Manchin? Why are they not applying pressure to Sinema? Why are they not talking about how these guys are literally pitting the Democratic Party's electoral success? If you don't care about the fucking working poor, because a lot of libs, unfortunately, quite frankly, do not. They only claim to care about it, so they feel morally superior, but they don't actually care about it. So if you don't care about the working poor, but you care about the success of the Democratic Party because that's your fucking team and this is team sports and you want to own the cons, then why the fuck are you allowing Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema and a couple other dipshits that are supposedly centrist to ruin this process? Please explain that to me. Almost self-aware. I love when dumbasses come in here and think that I'm just like some fucking silly lib and are like, oh, wow, look at him criticizing the Democratic Party. What an own. Bitch, I criticized the Democratic Party while you were proteining your dad's balls, okay? Shut the fuck up. So they are just hurting their midterm chances. If they don't care about anything else, it's just midterm chances, and they are hurting it, okay? That's great. It's great. You're allowing an opening for the Republicans to literally not take a position at all on the $15 minimum wage. You are allowing Republicans to not come out and say it with their chest that they don't think the working poor deserve $15 an hour. You're literally letting them get away. You lost his aura, bro. This is why I always laugh when people say, Hasan, I used to like him quite a bit. But over the years, I realized what a radical he is. Or I used to like him quite a bit, but his positions changed quite dramatically. It's like, no, dumbass, you changed. Okay? No, you changed. You started watching fucking drama perverts, and you started filtering all of the opinions that I have through an inherently negative lens, and then you became this fucking massive hater. That's it. I have direct evidence that these positions have remained the fucking same throughout the years, throughout when you first started watching me. That's the problem. That's the issue. The issue is I was right back then. I'm still fucking right now. I've been saying this exact same stuff for the past decade at this point. The only thing that changed is you got algorithm duped into watching like one drama video, and then your entire YouTube feed turned into a Hasan fuckfest, a fuck Hasan fuckfest, and you now do not actually have the capacity to listen to what I'm saying or even acknowledge the things that I was saying that you used to agree with, and your worldview slowly but surely changed on top of that. It's laughable. It is laughable when people say this stuff. Just like it's laughable when they're like, oh, dude, you're a grifter. You're a grifter. It's like, yeah, dude, I decided to grift in the worst way possible by putting myself in front of a community that is oftentimes directly in support of the things that I'm advocating for, but will still find like minor disagreements to yell at me over. Okay? Yeah. If I was a grifter, I would just grift right wing. It's the easiest thing to do. You don't have to be charismatic. You don't have to be smart. You can just say the things, right? Or if I wanted a national media presence, I could just be a liberal. Okay? If I can sell you an idea that most people are inherently antagonistic towards, like a socialist vision, a socialist alternative, then why the fuck do you think I can sell you on liberalism? It's already something that half the country takes for granted. It's all they read. It's all they see in mainstream media. Or conservatism, which is, again, all people on the other side of the political spectrum see and hear in mainstream media. With quietly opposing it, because the entire for independent media, liberalism is In my opinion, for independent media, if you were going to go that route, conservatism is a way easier one to do than liberal. Because at the end of the day, liberal perspectives are so common. Liberal perspectives are so easy to find. So differentiating yourself from like MSNBC is going to be hard. Some people do that by being super edgy and advocating to say the N-word as a white guy because they genuinely believe that you should be able to do that, for example. Or highlighting Nazis and cultivating a community of fucking 4chan losers. Some people do that. But even then, to varied success, it's not always very successful. However, what is objectively easy to do is just to be a right-winger, to just be racist, to just constantly complain about how there's diversity and representation in all of the culture and art that you consume, and that sucks. And it makes you feel like a victim, that you're a victim of society. You are being victimized. That's the easiest thing to do. And in the independent media route, there's a massive, massive lane for you. Conversation revolves around the dumbass, supposedly centrist Democrats that are enough. Two of them that are enough to fucking ruin this entire process. Anyway, why do you think the Democrats are much more feeble than Republicans? Because they're controlled opposition. They just are. They are controlled opposition. So we've established that there is bad optics of the situation. I don't even think I need to get into the bad policy part of the situation that like we don't have the $15 minimum wage because it's not going to pass in a it's not going to pass while the filibuster exists in the Senate. It's not. It's just not going to fucking happen. So that's why this was a one opportunity, one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. A type of ordeal for the $15 minimum wage. And stop giving a shite. Thank you for the 10. Give this subs. Fucking blew it. It's great. Fucking awesome. Senator Sinema says this was her statement. Senator Sinema, I understand what it's like to face tough choices while working to meet your family's most basic needs. I also know the difference better wages can make, which is why I helped lead Arizona's effort to pass an index minimum wage in 2006 and strongly supported the voter-approved state minimum wage increase in 2016. No person who works full-time should live in poverty. Senators in both parties have shown support for raising the federal minimum wage, and the Senate should hold an open debate and... Yeah, anyway. This video was published on March 15th, 2021. It wasn't just Kirsten Sinema, it was Joe Manchin, it was Maggie Hassan. There's always like a rotating squad of villains. Bob Menendez. And the Democratic Party doesn't do anything to secure their votes. The Republican Party would never allow such a thing, okay? They don't. Yeah, and under the Obama administration, you had Joe Lieberman. But like, my point is, Democrats also personally advance the interests of these people. Okay? Harris got the endorsement of Beyonce, J-Lo, Eminem. I thought at least those celeb campaigning will move the needle a bit. No, fuck no. Nobody gives a shit about rich, out-of-touch people endorsing someone. The only reason why they care about the podcast route is because people have a deep and personal connection with podcasters. They have a parasocial relationship with their podcasters. And on top of that, it's not just the podcasters themselves. They get to see a humanized version of this politician that they might vote for, Donald Trump, in this circumstance. Celebrity endorsements don't have juice. They don't have motion. It don't mean shit.
Simple common sense. What they want is a meaningful, measurable change from the past, and she's talking about having no difference in her policies versus Joe Biden. The Democrats have to do this examination, and it's not about getting angry with Donald Trump. It's figuring out exactly the words, the phrase.
I'll also take it one step further. This is a quote that I saw earlier on my timeline. During the Vietnam War, every respectable artist in this country was against the war. It was like a laser beam. We were all aimed in the same direction. The power of this weapon turns out to be that of a custard pie dropped from a step ladder 6 feet high. In a sea. Weren't you very dismissive about the whole Trump's going on podcast thing? No, originally when he did the Aiden Ross thing, I was, because that didn't track as like positive media overall. But the Theo Vaughn podcast was what changed my perception of everything. Because he very quickly after the Aiden Ross thing went on Theo Vaughn. And I was like, oh my God, this is getting him in front of a lot of people. And it's making him look like a human being and not like a monster. That's when I realized like this is going to be dangerous. Outside of that, however, there's two different ways of looking at the podcast bro route. There's a manosphere out there that has tremendous weight. Okay. There's like, these people are not directly in the tank for Trump in many instances, but it doesn't matter. Like the politics that they represent and the communities that they foster are inherently antagonistic towards, women and a variety of different, like other marginalized communities. They don't have to openly come out and be in the tank for Donald Trump to present to present an outward right-wing community and cultivate said community. And they exist in this ecosystem where they do sometimes end up cross-pollinating audiences between like people who are directly in the tank for Donald Trump, people who are directly podcasters and independent media figures that are Republican Party operatives, such as like the Daily Wire. Okay? That's also the reason why I said it would be great if Kamala Harris went on Joe Rogan, despite the fact that I don't think she would be able to present herself in the same human way that Donald Trump was able to, just, even though he rambles a lot. You give charitable takes on both sides, which is why I love it here. You don't deserve the hate you get. Most people who hate on you haven't ever been in for a while on stream. It's crazy how much they watch a little clip and assume. Love you. Yeah, I also speak for 8 to 10 hours every single day on politics, polarizing issues. And because of that, it's very easy to clip something completely out of context. Like, this was a major problem with Joe Rogan originally. Early on, he would complain about this all the time, where he's like, I'm talking free flow for 3 hours. Okay? You can, in that process, always misunderstand me. It is what it is. There's not much I can do. And there are still people who are, very much invested in making $1 here and there to do this kind of shitty smear job. And there's definitely always, as my community has grown, as my career has become more successful, my haters and the and the communities that they've cultivated have also gotten larger. To expand on that Vonnegut quote, my dissertation is completely about how art would currently is catered to the liberal safety net of critique. When any farther left critique occurs, it's celebrated, yes, but then is co-opted by capital and inherently neutered by collector tax racket space. Fair.
And you said it, not just Donald Trump winning the election, but winning the popular vote. First time in 2 decades for a Republican. And how did he do it? He did it by transforming the Republican Party. It is now more diverse than it's ever been in modern times, and certainly much more than when Donald Trump first came on the scene 8 years ago. A lot of ways to look at this. How about this here? When it says pre-Trump, that's the last presidential election.
Someone called you a scumbag, and it literally made me laugh out loud because you're just one of the most consistently passionate, and I assume you meant not terrible creators. It makes me curious to even see your hate videos because I can't imagine. No, if you don't watch me at all, if you don't understand what my worldview is at all, 100%, if you only watch hate videos, you would think I'm a scumbag. Yeah, it makes sense. 400,000. Blame everyone except the politician running the campaign, Lamont. I don't understand why people are so obsessed with not hurting a politician's feelings. I mean, she did only have 100 days to campaign against the guy who's been campaigning for almost a decade. Like, we didn't even get a little slogan. It doesn't seem like there's liberals crying in the chat, in the replies. Yeah, that's how hate videos work, though. Media literacy does not exist in America. Also, if you're busy all the fucking time and you watch like a short little 20-minute video of like, brief snippets that are framed in a very specific direction, yeah, of course you're going to fucking despise me. I get that. I do. 20 minutes is short. Yeah, 20 minutes is short in comparison to an 8-hour stream, Chad. That's what I'm saying. Do you guys not get it? the funniest thing that I've experienced in my career is that I've been very consistent throughout this entire process, right? And one thing that I've noticed that's pretty funny is that the early resentments that people have towards me for being right but too early still carry on, even if they come to agree with my position. I'll give you an example. I'm sure that there are a shit ton of people who are XQC fans or former XQC fans now who still fucking despise me because I was like, kick is bad, stake is bad, cryptocurrency casino is bad, right? And it's going to poison your own content, and it's going to slowly but surely like isolate you, alienate you, that sort of thing, right? And because of that, I got primed against like pretty fucking hard, right? Hasan and the like. People were just like spamming that all the time. That was like a huge thing on the platform. XQC was the largest at the time. He was the largest content creator on the platform. So every time he shit on me, of course, a lot of people who love him were like, yeah, he's right. This guy fucking sucks. So even though ironically enough, they might now be former XQC fans who are like, yeah, the gambling stuff like really broke him or whatever, they still also fucking despise me because the early resentment that they had towards my position, which they've now arrived at, has still carried on. And that's it. I don't even fault people for that either. Okay? It is what it is. It's so funny to have like a guy who be like, I fucking hate you, dog, and not really examine why and not really ask themselves why. Because if they were to do so, they would be like, wait a minute, I kind of agree with that assessment now. Maybe I should reconsider. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And it's not just XQC. I just use them as one example. There's a million different examples of this. You know?
Before Donald Trump started running. You got to go back to 2012 for that. Remember, 3 straight elections, Trump's been the Republican candidate. So pre-Trump, voters under 30 were...
They will say you were so right about Kamala being a turd and thought you were wrong, but now they know you were right. But I think you made those 20 million stay at home and should have shut up till the election. Yeah. Yeah. People don't understand that at the time when I was making... people don't understand... that at the time when I was making those criticisms, I was making them because I wanted Kamala Harris to present a stronger candidacy against Donald Trump. I wanted the Democratic Party not to be like right-wing on immigration regardless, because I think it's fucking bad politics and bad policy. But, you know, it is what it is.
We're going for the Democrats by 23 points. Folks with incomes under 50,000, 22 points for the Democrats. Folks without college degrees, 4 points for the Democrats. That's pre-Trump. What comes out of this election? Look at some of these shifts. The youth vote, that Democratic margin cut more than in half. Voters under 50,000, now a Republican constituency. Voters without a college degree, look at that shift. Now a core Republican constituency. And then we can talk about race, ethnicity. This gets into that diversity I mentioned a minute ago. Check this out. Again, pre-Trump versus now. The black vote still overwhelmingly Democratic, but that's a 15-point shift. It used to be 87 points for the Democrats, down to 72. How about this? You've heard a lot about it this week. This is what the numbers look like. Hispanic voters were 44 points Democratic before Donald Trump. Now, basically a toss-up constituency. And Asian Americans, a 32-point shift there as well. That's
one thing to also consider in these conversations is not necessarily that like people who are Asian or Hispanic went from like voting for Joe Biden to then voting for Donald Trump. And there are still plenty of people that did that for sure. But the reason why the percentages look like that is because the Democrats Trump has never said Latinx. Neither has the Democrats. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Kamala Harris not once said fucking Latinx. Maybe at most like back in like 2019 or some shit. But she has not said that. She literally went to Guatemala in like the month of April in 2021 and was like, do not come. Do not come here. We hate you. Do not come. Okay. Stop fantasizing. Stop hallucinating what Democrats are saying and then like make these false assessments. What are you, a fucking Democratic Party campaign staffer? Are you a Democratic Party consultant? Is that what happened? Why are you defending the Dems and their fucking campaign failures by pointing to a thing that they didn't do? God forbid we take a fucking cold, hard look at ourselves. You know what I mean? Holy shit. Nope. Can't do that. So the problem here, as I was trying to explain, the numbers or the data behind the numbers is that it's not necessarily that like all of these people went from voting for Joe Biden to voting for Trump. I'm sure there were Biden and Trump voters for sure. The problem is the base overall that the Democratic Party would activate regularly within the Hispanic Latino population, within the Asian population, within the black population, they just didn't fucking vote. Okay? They didn't. They did not vote. And when they do not vote, then yeah, and the Republicans still turn out the same base, or maybe even turn some people from the Democratic Party's base. This is what happens.
What's happened to the Republican Party since Donald Trump became its standard bearer 8 years ago. This has been the movement.
It's so funny also is like, have you seen the accusations of hacking? Yes, I've seen a lot of liberals trying to cope. And in that sea of cope, they have decided to do the Republican thing and just like make stuff up. Stable Ronaldo, let's debate. Bro, you'll cook me. I'm fearful. I'm scared.
Take a look at get your reaction on the other side.
Bernie Sanders has not won. Let me, with all due respect, and I have a great deal of respect for him, for what he stands for, but I don't respect him saying that the Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families.
Senator, how do you respond to Nancy Pelosi?
Well, Nancy's a friend of mine, and we've worked together on many issues. But here is the reality. I have to say to Nancy, in the Senate in the last 2 years, we have not even brought forth legislation to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, despite the fact that some 20 million people in this country are working for less than $15 an hour. In America today, we have not brought, in the Senate, we have not brought to the floor the PRO Act to make it easier for workers to join unions. We're not talking about defined benefit pension plans so that our elderly can retire with security. We're not talking about lifting the cap on Social Security so that we can extend the solvency of Social Security and raise benefits. Bottom line, if you're an average working person out there, do you really think that the Democratic Party is going to the mats, taking on powerful special interests and fighting for you? I think the overwhelming answer is no, and that is what has got to change.
Thanks for watching. Stay up.
Yeah, we'll get to Bernie in a second. Let's see the way that like the Republican base has become more diverse, and then after that we'll get to Bernie's defense of himself.
And meanwhile, for the Democratic Party, the story is the opposite. Pre-Trump versus now. Check out some of these movements. Among white voters, this was a 20-point Republican constituency before Trump. Still a Republican constituency, but a little bit less so. And white voters are such a massive share of the electorate. That 4-point shift, very meaningful. Again, college-educated voters now, a core Democratic constituency. Folks earning more than $100,000 used to be a Republican constituency, now a Democratic constituency. And this gets to, we talk all about the battlegrounds. Trump swept the battlegrounds. But the other big story this week has to do with the popular vote and how Trump pulled that off. Here's one answer. Big blue states with very diverse populations. This new coalition that Donald Trump's assembled, it meant that he didn't win any of these, but he made some giant strides. California, biggest of them all, 29-point Biden win 4 years ago. Currently, only 18 for Harris, her home state. Look at New York. Basically, Trump cutting that Democratic margin in half. Go down this list and look inside those states and you'll see it. Blue collar areas, cities, metro areas with large Hispanic populations. That's where Trump made his big gains there. We'll land on this one map, one battleground state that I think tells the story of these two coalitions here visually. Let's call up Wisconsin. We know in this election, Wisconsin went to Donald Trump. You're looking at a pre-Trump election because I just want to show you this is what a battleground state like Wisconsin looked like not that long ago. When Barack Obama ran and carried the state over John McCain, look at all the blue here. So many of these are small rural counties with blue collar populations. Barack Obama could sweep almost all these counties. Democrats were competitive here.
John McCain was a pivotal point for the Republican Party. Under the Obama administration, the Republicans actively did the Tea Party caucus, which was, again, led by the Koch brothers at the time, now Koch brother, because the other one died. But John McCain was the old school, I would say, country club Republican, more moderate in a lot of positions, whereas they wanted to basically hyper focus on a base that was growing and they wanted to prime them. So what did they do? McCain was the last Bush Republican. Yeah, you mean George H.W. Bush, though, not George W. Bush. Because I would go so far as to say that George W. Bush was like an in-between, a country club Republican and the Tea Party Republican, the Tea Party style Republican. If we were to bracket the Republican Party, there's like two different aspects to it. Back in the day, you had the William F. Buckley style elitist Republicans who would talk about melting the poor very openly, and they were the party of the elite. Okay. Then Ronald Reagan Ronald Reagan was the first shot of swapping that out for like a yokel, a salt of the earth type person. He was an actor, so I think he was able to basically fit that role, but he still had that country club attitude, okay, despite being a massive populist. George H.W. Bush, on the other hand, was very much so the boring, lame-ass nerd country club Republican. And then George W. Bush was somewhere in between again, okay? H.W. came after Reagan. No, I'm explaining to you how over the years they leaned more and more into the populist Tea Party, outwardly racist, dare I say, stupid version of the party. Okay? George W. Bush was somewhere in between because he was, also presenting himself as a salt of the earth type person. Kind of goofy, kind of silly, kind of telegenic, kind of charismatic. And I think that after that, the Republican Party tried to get back to the old method with John McCain. And then to even less success, they thought John McCain lost because of Sarah Palin. So they brought forward an even more country club style Republican with Mitt Romney. Okay? Obama won both times. And then the rest is history, obviously. You know the rest. You were there for it. Trump, full tilt, went right-wing populist. Full tilt, no more country club Republican bullshit. And seemingly, all of the people that left the party at that time frame, the Lincoln Project people, the former Obama administration consultants, went and found themselves comfortably in the confines of the Democratic Party and have actively tried to change the Democratic Party and successfully have changed the Democratic Party into the image of the country club Republican Party. But Romney was a country club Republican too, which I think ultimately may have been the last straw for Republican insiders who kept losing on the elitist strategy. No. The Republican strategists still wanted to run country club Republicans. What do you mean? And they still are trying to run country club Republicans. They just fail because Donald Trump owns them. There was 18 there were 18 candidates on that fucking stage. You had the classic, like, weirdos that existed in the Republican primaries as well in the past. You know, the flat tax defenders and people of that sort. But then you had Donald Trump. But if you think about it, most of the people that Donald Trump eviscerated, with the exception of like a Ben Carson type, was most of the people that Donald Trump destroyed were like Marco Rubio, Jeb Bush. He destroyed them. He destroyed the country club Republicans. He was like, no, you're done. And then, although they were originally against Trump's reign, right, they had to concede because they were like, we have an election that we must win. Ironic, I know, because Donald Trump does own country clubs, but he is not a country club Republican. Come on. Ironic because he is not only a country club owner, but he is also personally a billionaire, which is exactly what country club Republicans were you know, trying to aesthetically represent. Old money types who speak a certain way. So Donald Trump basically smacked the shit out of the rest of the lineup and completely dominated the Republican Party and changed it by force to suit his own vision. That did not stop the Republicans from trying to actively moderate him and bring the party back to their own vision, their own desires. That's why they slapped him with Mike Pence, who was a freak and a phony and a weird evangelical born-again Christian nut job. Having said that, he was very much in the pocket of the Koch brothers. We saw how that ended. And then this last primary cycle, what did they try to do? They literally held separate conferences for Ron DeSantis. They thought Ron DeSantis is our guy. Then they were like, okay, maybe Nikki Haley is our guy. Donald Trump destroyed them as well. And that's it. He forced them to submit. Once again. The Democrats in the process, I know it sounds insane to say, but I believe the Democrats would have beat Trump if they selected a man. No. I still can't believe someone as saucy as Nikki Haley tried to run. If Nikki Haley was on the ticket, I think she would have done as good as a job as Donald Trump, if not maybe even a better job, honestly. Because why go for the diet version when you have the real thing still comes to mind. Especially when Kamala Harris saw Nikki Haley and literally changed, like tried to emulate Nikki Haley. She was making it seem like this general election was going to be the Republican primary 2.0. And in some respects it was. That's exactly what happened.
Take a look at this map, and I'm going to call up what just happened this week. All that blue has become, look at all that red. All of those blue-collar areas with Donald Trump as the Republican leader for the last 8 years have moved this dramatically to the Republicans, and it's left the Democrats relying more than ever on areas like Madison, Wisconsin, Milwaukee County, areas that have large populations of voters with college degrees, of higher income voters, of progressive voters. And in this election, Kristen, it just wasn't enough for the Democrats to lean on that when they've lost so much ground with blue-collar voters elsewhere.
Steve, it is just striking to look at that map of Wisconsin and, frankly, all the results that you laid out. Now, look, the results are in. They're not going to change. It is worth noting there is still counting going on.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember from 2020, it took about a month till we got all the national popular vote. And let me just show you, nationally here, one thing we're waiting on big. We know California is a Harris state, but as I said, still some votes to come. 75% is in. That means there are millions more votes just from California. And there are other states like this. A lot of it has to do with vote by mail, those ballots taking a long time for some of these states. So when you look at where the current popular vote stands, you've got there probably another 10 million or so, when all is said and done, are going to be added to this. This has been the story for a while in states like California. They take a very long time.
All right, let's hear what Bernard had to do. He went through the fucking Sunday circuit.
Bernie Sanders issued a scathing statement after the vice president's loss in what
Chomsky consistently started saying after 2016 that we live in a post-fact world. Would you agree, or do you think the misinformation crisis is more complicated? No, he's 100% on the money. He's so right. And every fucking major institution is participating in that. Dude, if you look no further than the way that every single media outlet covered the story in Amsterdam. Because, like, we know how right-wingers hallucinate an alternative reality and prime their base into believing it, and their entire media ecosystem gets everyone on board with this shit, right? We already know that. But the liberal media space also does that. To less success.
what he called a disastrous campaign, saying, quote, "It should come as no great surprise that a Democratic Party which has abandoned working class people would find that the working class has abandoned them." And Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont joins me now. Senator Sanders, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here on this Sunday after Election Day. Let's start right there. Your criticism incredibly direct. You say you think the Democratic Party has, quote, abandoned the working class. How exactly do you think Democrats have abandoned the working class, Senator?
Look, the working people of this country are extremely angry. They have a right to be angry. In the richest country in the history of the world, today, the people on top are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and millions of families worry that their kids are actually going to have a lower standard of living than they do. You got the top 1% owning more wealth than the bottom 90%. We're the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to...
Quick, put some numbers on the board to talk about how things are actually great, like the GDP and the stock market performance, so that we own Bernie in the marketplace of Reddit. You know? I promise, if we just keep talking about the vibe session, down ballot here continues to be awful for Republicans. Arizona Senate Gallego, D plus 15. Nevada, Rosen plus 14. North Carolina Governor Stein plus D11. That's the governor, though. It's different. That just about does it for the House. Dems would have to run the table in all 5 CA races, win Piltolo's race in Alaska, and come back in AZ06 to get a bare 218-217 majority. All of that is unlikely to happen. I think North Carolina is a bit unique, as the Republican candidate had a huge scandal break in October. No, it's actually unique for a different reason and very similar for other reasons. I'll explain. It's unique because it's a gubernatorial race, and split ticket voting on governor's races is super common. It's the most common thing. People have a
significantly closer investment to who their governor is, because they recognize that their governor changes, their immediate conditions pretty dramatically. That's why you see a lot of blue states with red governors and a lot of red states with blue governors. Kentucky comes to mind. Okay? But it's also the same, because both Gallego, Rosen, and Stein's opponents were insane. They were green, they were untested, or they were failures. Like, they were multiple time failures. Okay? They were very Trumpian. Mark Robinson saying he's, Black Hitler. Or Carrie Lake, the only person who wasn't arrested for storming the Capitol on January 6th. Even though she wasn't there, she was there in spirit and carried on that resentment to her fucking dumbass campaign. Just a fucking psychopath. Or Gallego's opponent was, Gallego's opponent was Carrie Lake. The Rosen's opponent was a dude who lost his race in fucking, I believe, Texas beforehand. And who, okay, Kaya, come here. Kaya, place. Okay, bye. But then how did Brown lose in Ohio? Not as close, and Brown still outperformed Kamala Harris by fucking 15 points or some shit. What are you talking about? That was the consequence that was the consequence, in my opinion, in Ohio of Kamala Harris's performance. Kaya, place. Sherrod Brown got around 100,000 more votes than Kamala Harris. Anyway, let's get back to Bernard.
All of our people, 25% of our seniors are trying to live on $15,000 a year or less. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. And the gap between the people on top and everybody else is getting wider and wider.
Brown outperformed by 7 points, 15, and he probably would have won. I'm sorry.
And then, Kristen, on top of all of that, we got a corrupt campaign finance system which allows billionaires to buy elections. So if you're an average worker out there, you're saying, hey, I'm working longer and longer hours, going nowhere in a hurry, worried about my kids, and yet the people on top have never had it so good. Where is the Democratic Party? Are they prepared to stand up to these powerful corporate interests, raise the minimum wage, fight for health care for all people? Make sure that all of our kids get the quality education that they need. Expand Social Security. Are they prepared to do those things? That's the issue that we have to address.
Well, as you know, your statement was met with some sharp reaction as well. This is what Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi had to say. Take a look. I'll get your reaction on the other side.
Bernie Sanders has not won. Let me, with all due respect, and I have a great deal of respect for him, for what he stands for, but I don't respect him saying that the Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families.
Senator, how do you respond to Nancy Pelosi?
Well, Nancy's a friend of mine, and we've worked together on many issues. But here is the reality. I have to say to Nancy, in the Senate in the last 2 years, we have not even brought forth legislation to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, despite the fact that some 20 million people in this country are working for less than $15 an hour. In America today, we have not brought, in the Senate, we have not brought to the floor the PRO Act to make it easier for workers to join unions. We're not talking about defined benefit pension plans so that our elderly can retire with security. We're not talking about lifting the cap on Social Security so that we can extend the solvency of Social Security and raise benefits. Bottom line, if you're an average working person out there, do you really think that the Democratic Party is going to the mats, taking on powerful special interests and fighting for you? I think the overwhelming answer is no, and that is what has got to change.
Senator, let me zoom out and just...
Dude, people are, I'm seeing libbing out pretty hard. I used to love you, Bernie, but I'm so disappointed you're validating hate. This is just wrong. Bernie, I love you, but not now. Work on recounts. Democrats lost because they refused to acknowledge Palestine. Okay, that's fair. You can't ignore the country's deep-seated racism and misogyny. Those comments are so out of touch. Agreed. Also, Bernie would have beat Trump in 2016. Okay, that's not bad. How, when Harris spoke of her policies to make the economy better for us and to provide more opportunities for people who purchase homes, etc., we lost because people don't want to see a black woman become president. Like, you are not hearing anything. If that is your analysis of this circumstance, if that's your analysis, you're not hearing anything. Television Man told you $50,000 in tax cuts for small businesses is good, and that's like solid economic policy. Okay? So you're like, what do you mean? Everybody said that was like the best possible thing to say. And I don't understand it. Like, it doesn't make sense. You misspelled white supremacy, but go off. No, Bernie, Democrats lost because the majority of Americans have lost the ability and the interest in telling truth apart from fiction. It's that simple. It's sad because, like, there's so much that is somewhat correct in this assessment. But that's just the fucking table, you know? You can't demand to play a different board game when you're playing Monopoly, okay? You can't be like, well, I think we should play as though we're playing Risk. No, man, you're playing Monopoly. Play by the fucking rules, you know? It just doesn't make sense. Like, the reality of the matter is, everyone that says racism and misogyny is a factor in this, or white supremacy is a factor in this, yeah, they're not wrong. Of course it is a factor in this. That's America. Okay? That's America. But Trump doesn't play by the rules. That's a fantastic point that you just made. Exactly. Trump never, on the other hand, complains, though, in the sense that, like, his complaints are always echoing the resentment that, like, average Americans feel, even if it's on his own personal key issues. He has a perfect way of tying that back to his own audience. Like, I've never seen another motherfucker turn around and be like, I mean, he channels that they're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm just in the way. Every single argument that he makes is basically that. I've never seen somebody like Donald Trump, a zesty ass, ace, biromantic, you know, queer visibility candidate, a liberal his whole life, a billionaire real estate developer, shits on a golden toilet, lives in an ivory tower, born with a fucking silver spoon, going to, you know, the Rust Belt and complaining about sissy Graydon Carter and his Vanity Fair parties, and have people go, hell yes, sir, you're right. Everything that he fucking complains about, people think he's like shitting on the liberal elite. Okay? I feel like if Kamala Harris ran and was like consistently talking about how racist and white supremacist America was, that would be objectively depressing for her own turnout. Aren't also rich sitting on a golden toilet in your mansion? What? Yes, dude. I am a real estate developer like Donald Trump, who's worth billions of dollars. Oh my God. House chatter still whining? That's crazy, dude. Holy shit. You're close, though? Yes. I'm close to multiple billions of dollars. You're right. Why are VODs locked under subscription? A lot of haters that are combing through the VODs. It is a way to protect you and is a way to protect myself. And if they want to fucking do that, then they have to subscribe. You can literally still find the VODs on YouTube if you would like to. Okay? I'm getting mass targeted by a very hostile community.
Ask you about these results. You've heard some of the reaction throughout the Democratic
My
Party.
VODs are readily available
How
on
much
YouTube.
do you personally blame President?
Won't haters be able to clip from YouTube? Yes, but it's just like they go after the chat and stuff. Because if they can't find something on me, then they'll literally be like, well, the chat said this. You know? Look at what his chat is saying. And on YouTube, it's like more difficult and more of a hassle.
Biden for this loss?
President Biden, when he came into office, said that he would be the most progressive president since FDR. And I think on domestic issues, not foreign policy, on domestic issues, he has kept his word. And
I see on YouTube you blur chat now? No. On YouTube, I don't blur. I don't blur chat for that reason. I blur it because they just YouTube automatically strikes down your video if your chat shows in like the first couple of minutes.
The agenda that he has pushed through has been an extraordinarily strong one. But that agenda...
Why do they call you the Alex Jones of the left? People don't call me that. There's only one group of people that call me that. One very specific community. And that very specific community is consistently wrong on everything. They rode with Biden all the way to the fucking end because that was stupid. Okay? They greatly overemphasized Kamala Harris's chances of winning, and that was also stupid. They're consistently wrong. You know? But you can be wrong yourself and get your information from that community. Or you can be in here and at least, you know, present yourself as a little bit smarter to your friends.
Has got to be placed within the overall context of American society today. And that American society today is one in which tens of millions of working families and elderly people are struggling, while the people on top have never had it so good.
But Senator, should he have gotten out of the race more quickly, as some are arguing?
I'm not going to. I supported him because I think his agenda was a strong agenda, a working class agenda. I'm not going to look backwards. Kamala ran a strong campaign. She did everything that she could. She decisively won the debate. So to me, it's not just about the campaign. It's about what does the Democratic Party stand for? Do ordinary people say, yeah, that is a party that is fighting for my interest and prepared to take on the big money interest who control the economic and political life of the country? That's to me what the issue is.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about the economics. You've talked about how the Democratic Party is out of touch when it comes to economic issues. Some Democrats are saying it's not just economic issues, it's cultural issues as well. Here's what Democratic strategist James Carville had to say. Take a look.
What killed the Democrats and what killed Biden was a sense of disorder. And part of the sense of disorder was the unfortunate events of what I would refer to as the woke era.
Has the Democratic Party's focus on identity politics gone too far, Senator?
Let me answer it this way. I think if the Democratic Party must continue to stand up against all forms of bigotry. And Democrats should hold their head high in saying, we led the fight for women's rights and to protect the woman's constitutional right for abortion. We led the fight for civil rights, for gay rights. That is something we should be proud of. But it's not either or, Chris, and this is the problem. You can do both. You could say that I'm for raising.
I take it one step further. I say one can only happen with the other. Because if you don't win elections, you can't do fucking legislation that protects marginalized communities. And if you want to win elections, you have to have a populist left economic message. You can be uncompromising in your values while simultaneously asking people, does this put food on your fucking table or not? A question I keep repeating to people that come to me on a daily basis about trans rights is always this. Let's say you forcibly reversed the HRT and gender surgeries of every single trans person in America. Does that immediately or even in the future improve your material conditions? Does that put more food on your table? Does that make your shelter more secure? Does that lower the price of rent? Does that actually help you in any meaningful way? Okay? It's not going to lower the price of eggs. Someone has told you that you should focus on this. And in a sea of hate, you decided, yeah, trans people are weird. I actually think that's the right thing to focus on. Okay? That's it. That's it. And the other side of this, in terms of like constantly doing hyper-specific messaging to different identity groups within the base that we understand it of the Democratic Party is also silly. Because it's not like trans people exist in a separate plane of existence. Like they still have the rent. You think trans people are not going to benefit from universal health care? You think trans people are not going to benefit from lowering the cost of housing? Yeah, of course they're going to benefit. Same with black people. Same with Latino people. This is why left economic populism is very successful. Okay? You fight the battles that you have to fight to defend trans people while you simultaneously offer everyone something that gets them on board. You say Medicare for all means for all. It means for you, and it means for trans people too. There's no world where we're like, nah, we're going to gut this. Fuck that.
Raising the minimum wage to a living wage, guarantee health care for all people, expanding Social Security. And by the way, I also support a woman's right to control her own body, etc. It's not either or, it's going forward in both directions.
You know, I've been speaking to some Democrats who are concerned because now President-elect Trump has beaten 2 women candidates, and their concern is that it will make it more difficult to nominate a woman candidate in the future. Do you share that concern, Senator?
No, I don't. I think it's not a question. Look, I'm not going to deny that there is sexism in this country, that there's racism, there's homophobia. It's there. But on the other hand, I think what the American people want to support, whether it's a woman, a man, a black or a white or Latino, whatever, is they want to support somebody who is standing up, Kristen, and fighting for them. People are in pain. People are hurting. They can't afford to go to a doctor. They can't afford to send their kids to childcare or to college. They're worried about future generations and what kind of standard of living they will have. Here is the bottom line, and it has to be dealt with. You got an economy today doing phenomenally well for the people on top. It is not working for the working class. All right? How do we address those issues? And in the richest country on the history of the world, create an economy that works for all. That is the issue. And by the way, what Trump did in his election is to say, I know that you're hurting. And the reason is they got millions of people coming across the border illegal. They're eating your dogs. They're eating your cats. He gave an explanation. It happened to be a pretty crazy explanation. Yes, we got to strengthen the borders, but that is not going to raise wages for working people or provide health care to all people. The Democrats need an explanation. And that explanation is corporate greed and the power of the billionaire class. I know that's uncomfortable for people in the Democratic Party, some people, but that is the issue we have to address.
Senator.
Also, I'm done with Gretchen Whitmer as of this very moment. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer will speak today at the Stand Together rally in support of Israel, the U.S. Capitol, organized by Jewish Federations of North America and a conference of presidents of major Jewish American organizations. This is what also Jacob Kornblue says 2028 ? Watch Governor Gretchen Whitmer in a 6-minute speech.
This bipartisan presence here is a testament to some fundamental truths. We stand with the people of Israel. We share their pain. We are committed to their safety, and we will never forget the horrors of October 7th. We stand against the scourge of anti-Semitism.
Before people go, oh, why do you hate the scourge of anti-Semitism? Why do you hate this kind of messaging? You have to remember once again where and why this kind of thing is being stated. Don't be such a fucking fool, okay? I know that in moments you can clip something and be like, see, Hasan is laughing at the notion of someone bringing up in the fucking Democratic Party's like town hall on CNN talking about how their number one priority as an uncommitted voter is like the hostages and also anti-Semitism on college campuses. You know, it's where you say what you say that matters. And just so you understand, Gretchen Whitmer popping off like this at the Stand Together rally is deliberate. Okay? This is happening, not removed, not stripped from the context of Israel's genocide. Okay? Israel's committing a genocide, and you're still consistently supporting Israel. Okay? Openly supporting Israel. Of course, people who support Israel in the United States of America are not going to support Israel by saying, we love that Israel is killing the Palestinians. It's fucking awesome. They're going to support Israel by saying, October 7 happened. October 7, October 7, October 7. They're going to say that by, they're going to lend their support in the most like appropriate messaging possible. So don't be a fucking idiot. Okay, they're going to say that by saying Israel has a right to defend itself. Oh, do you not want Israel to exist? Does Israel not have a right to exist? Do you not want Israel to exist? And a lot of people, unfortunately, get duped by this fucking good messaging. Okay, they do not have the capacity to understand that this messaging runs counter to Israel's genocide. This message is happening alongside Israel's genocide, and this message is happening, of course, to justify Israel's genocide.
And we will fight back against this ancient force wherever it rears its ugly head. We must make sure all people feel safe on campus, at work, and in their communities. And we stand for a more inclusive, tolerant future where people from all walks of life can thrive. We believe in the goodness and decency of all people. We pray for the safe return of the hostages, and we will work together toward peace. And now I just want to take a moment to talk about where we are. With yet another national election in the rearview mirror, we must move forward and focus on solving problems. At the close of today's program, we will join together to sing Hatikva, Israel's national anthem. The anthem embodies the enduring spirit of the Jewish people.
I think it's pretty funny that like there's no other equivalent to this in the United States of America. Like there's just no other equivalent to this whatsoever. Like I feel like if they did this for like the Saudi lobby or something, people would be like, what the fuck are you? What do you fucking mean? Like what? I'm sorry, hold up. What? If we had 32 states in the United States of America where it was basically legal to demand that you sign a pledge of loyalty to the state of Israel, that you will never criticize Israel in order to retain a job, but instead substitute Israel for like Estonia, okay? You'd be like, what do you mean? What the fuck are you saying? What do you mean I have to sign a pledge of loyalty that I will never criticize the beautiful state, the beautiful nation state of Estonia. Like, what? What are you saying? Except that is the reality for the nation state of Israel. Yes, 32 states in the United States of America have BDS laws.
Who through every challenge have held fast to their vision of peace, freedom, and security. Our responsibility is to carry forth that spirit towards
Careful messaging before wants to keep her governor's seat. Now that she's dropped the pretext, it seems like she's vying for a presidency in 2028. She has shown that she's a careerist monster with no moral compass. Yeah, she didn't want to rock the boat by coming out too much in the tank for Israel, I think, because she knew what her constituencies look like, and she didn't want to hurt the Democratic Party's chances of potentially winning office. But now that like the election is over, you're seeing, you know, you're seeing basically what it is.
a brighter future where peace prevails, freedom endures, and communities stand united.
Do you believe that Israel has a right to exist?
Israel does exist. Israel is a recognized member of the United Nations. Besides this, there is not such a thing in international law like a right of a state to exist. Does Italy has a right to exist? Italy exists. Now, if tomorrow Italy and France want to merge and become Ita-France, fine. This is not up to us. What is enshrined in international law is the right of a people to exist. So the state is there, the state of Israel is there, is protected as a member of the United Nations. Does this justify the erasure of another people? Hell no. Not 75 years ago, not 57 years ago, surely not today. Where is the protection of the Palestinian people from erasure, from annexation, from illegal occupation and apartheid? This is what we need to discuss.
Yeah, Israel does not have a right to exist as an apartheid state under international law. So when people say Israel has a right to exist, what they actually mean is Israel has a right to exist in the ways that it does. Okay? And no, Israel does not have a right to exist as an apartheid state. The fuck do you mean? But it's obviously going to be positive fucking framing. That was Francesca Albanese, who I believe is the human rights lawyer for occupied Palestinian territories. The human rights office of the rapporteur for occupied Palestinian territories, UN rapporteur, special rapporteur. Do they consider the possibility by 2028 this will have aged quite poorly? No, I mean, under Donald Trump, who knows? The way I see it is like, the way I see it currently, North Gaza, permanent annexation. That's a lock. What they will do with South Gaza is it remains. I've said already that I think what they're gonna do is basically give Trump like a gimme in the short term. Give Trump like a gimme in the short term. Take a little bit of time off to re-up, rearm, and then permanently annex the West Bank. That's what I think. Because right now, after a year of genocide, I know for a fact that the Israeli economy is lit on fire. I know that the Israeli military is taking a lot of defeats. in Lebanon. Like, they don't have the smoke. Will the world stay silent on this monstrosity? I think the world has shown that regardless of their awareness of said monstrosity, that they have an unimaginable tolerance for cruelty that, you know, some of the most defenseless people are subjected to. They just don't give a shit. I mean, we just watched a fucking 40-point Latino swing to a candidate that said that he is going to deport their immediate family members. And if they truly firmly believe that, what? Does Ukraine have a right to exist? Do you condemn the Ottoman Empire? Does Armenia have a right to exist? Sure, you'd say no. What? I've never said that. Dude, if my positions are in the words of Asmongold, if Hasanabi's positions are so bad, why do you consistently feel the need to lie about his positions? You know? Why are you arguing against things that I've never said? Yeah, I'm fucking quoting Asmongold. He did say that. Armenia right to exist? Yes, dumbass. Armenia already exists. Just like Francesca Albanese said. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, do you think I'm an Armenian genocide denier? I'm not. The people have a right to exist. States, in the way that they exist, are left up to the standards of how they exist. Israel, as it currently stands, is an apartheid regime. That's it. Israel cannot exist as an apartheid.
Quickly, before I let you go, I do want to ask you about the Supreme Court. Some Democrats behind the scenes quietly talking about the possibility, should Justice Sotomayor step down, to allow President Biden to appoint someone who's younger. She's only 70 years old. Is that something that you would support? Do you think she should step down?
No, I don't.
That was lame, Bernie.
Have you heard any talk of this?
A little bit, yes. I don't think it's a sensible approach.
And you don't think it's a sensible approach?
Correct.
All right. Senator Bernie Sanders.
The only reason why I understand why there's like some level of resistance towards this is because the Democrats are not going to be able to fucking replace her. Like, the Republicans will just stop them from replacing somehow. They're too afraid that in the lame duck session, they'll be like, no, you can't do it.
Sanders, thank you very much for your time this morning and your perspective. We really appreciate it.
While the Democratic Party grapples with their repudiation at the ballot box, independent Senator Bernie Sanders issued a particularly blistering statement this week, accusing Democrats of abandoning the working class.
What do you mean somehow there are only 49 senators right now that would vote yay? I'm willing to bet there's less.
And Senator Bernie Sanders is here with me now. Hello, Senator. Congratulations on your reelection. Nice to have you here. I want to start with the scathing response that you gave after the Democrats lost, Kamala Harris lost pretty big. You said the Democrats abandoned the working class. The chairman of the DNC called it straight up BS and said Joe Biden is the most pro-worker president of my lifetime. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she disagreed with you. She added, quote, Bernie Sanders has not won. Do you stand by what you said?
Oh, absolutely. Look, Joe Biden is a friend of mine. I've been proud to work with him on an agenda which has been very strongly in favor of the working class. Biden promised to be the most progressive president since FDR. In many ways, on domestic issues, I think he kept his word. But here is the reality. The working class of this country is angry, and they have a reason to be angry. We are living in an economy today, Donna, where the people on top are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. 25% of elderly people are trying to get by on $15,000 a year or less. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, and parents all over this country worry that their kids may have a lower standard of living than they do. That is the economic reality. And what Donald Trump did is provided an explanation. He went around, he said, I know you're angry, and the reason is that zillions of illegal immigrants are coming over, and they're eating your cats and dogs and everything else. That's the reason. Well, obviously, that is not the reason. The reason is, in my view, that we have an unprecedented level of corporate greed today, more income and wealth inequality, and people on top want it all. And we need an agenda that says to the working class, we're going to take on these powerful special interests and create an economy and a government that works for you. And by the way, that can't happen unless you get big money out of politics. We got to get rid of the Citizens United Supreme Court decision so billionaires do not continue to buy elections.
And I know that you heard President Biden and Vice President Harris tout over and over the record of supporting workers, helping the middle class, some of the things that you were instrumental in helping pass, like lowering the cost of insulin. You saw the president walking a picket line. They forgave student loan debt as much as they could. You said yourself in July that he had a strong record, which you just repeated here. So it sounds like it's not maybe as much about policies and more about messaging and communication.
It's not messaging, Donna. It's a fundamental understanding of saying, look, the Biden administration has done a lot of good things, period.
I agree.
We should all be proud of that. But it has to be put in the broad context of the reality of the American economy today. And that is when you have three people on top owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. When you have millions and millions of people working for starvation wages.
This is what Kamala should have done too. Like, expand upon the accomplishments of the administration and say it's not enough. And we are going to go way beyond.
You got to speak to that reality. So you could say, look, we're proud of what we have accomplished, but we have so much more to do to create the kind.
I gave you a week off because you asked true or false is Hasanabi the Benny Johnson of the left. Benny Johnson wishes he had my real motion. I'm not propped up by the fucking institutions in the same way that he is. When you come back in the next week, if you have some fucking stupid ass opinions like that, you might get banned permanently. Pack watch, R.I.P. Bozo. What?
Kind of government and nations that work for all of us and not just the few. That's my critique. It's not that the Biden administration did not do a lot of good things, but it has to be put into an overall context where in the last 50 years, if you can believe it, real inflation accounted for weekly wages are lower today than they were 50 years ago. Massive transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. That's not Joe Biden's fault. It's not Trump's fault. That's what's gone on for 50 years. Recognize it. Deal with it. Tell the working class that you understand what is going on in their lives. You're going to fight for them.
The former aide to John Fetterman and Harry Reid, Adam Jenelson, told the Washington Post that Democrats are preoccupied with the narrow interests of college-educated elite activists more than everyday working people. Do you agree with that?
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying here, is that the vast 60% of our people live in paycheck to paycheck. How do we not talk and fight for raising the minimum wage to a living wage? Dana, on Tuesday, in the election, in the state of Missouri, a conservative state, they became one of the many states that voted, I think, 58% to raise the minimum wage. Now, how is it that in Congress and the Senate, we haven't even brought a damn minimum wage bill onto the floor? We are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. The Affordable Care Act is a stopgap measure. It is not addressing the real health care crisis in America. Why aren't we saying, yes, health care is a human right? We're going to take on the insurance companies and the drug companies. We're going to pass the PRO Act to make it easier for workers to join unions. We're going to expand Social Security by lifting that. We're going to demand that the billionaires start paying their fair share of taxes. You know, Dana, all of these issues that I'm talking about, these are not Bernie Sanders ideas. These are, without exception, popular ideas that Democrats, Republicans, and independents support. Now, the people who don't support it is the billionaire class, and they got a lot of power. But we've got to be prepared to take them on.
But what the voters supported is a man who would never do any of what you just said. I mean, not even close.
Right. But what that man named Donald Trump did do is he said, I feel your pain. I know that you're hurting, and I have an explanation. Well, his explanation was bogus. You know, millions of people coming across the borders.
Why do people just refuse to understand this basic point? If one party is not addressing the pain that people are experiencing, and the other party is taking advantage of that pain and redirecting that anger to, you know, easily attacked minorities, then yeah, people are stupid enough to fucking tap in with the other party. That's it. I don't know how much I can simplify it. I don't know how much Bernie can simplify it. You have to be, I guess, getting paid the big bucks like Dana is to refuse to reckon with that. That's the real problem here. You can't convince someone if they are professionally unconvincible.
Legal, we have to strengthen the borders. That goes without saying, but that is not the cause of the problem. The cause of the problem right now is to have a small number of people on top who have enormous economic and political power. How, for example, can the Democrats not say, look, we got to get rid of the Citizens United? In this campaign, in the Republican Party, Democratic Party, billionaires exerted their power. Most Americans know that's wrong. So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so we've talked about the economic issues, which, of course, that's number one. Then there's the social and cultural divide that seems to be happening between a lot of people in America who used to support the Democrats and what is now the Democratic Party, or what's perceived to be the Democratic Party. White voters largely propelled Trump to victory in the race, but there was a major shift. The exit polls showed that Latino voters, especially Latino men, shifted more towards Donald Trump. Biden won them by 23 points in 2020. This year, Trump won them by 12. I want you to listen to what a Latino voter told my colleague Ed Lavandera this week.
We believe in, teaching our kids about God, our Christian values, family values, and the Democratic Party is.
Hey, Bernie, I know you just like described a lot of stuff, but what do you say to this insane person? It's like, yeah, man, people are still going to vote Republican, you know? Like nobody said if you do this, nobody is making the argument that if you run on like improving people's material conditions, that there aren't going to be people that are still like, nah, fuck that. I hate that. You know? Yeah, there will still be people who vote against their best interests. Especially after they hear, yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
It's embracing all the woke, left-leaning ideas that it doesn't go with our values.
Do you think it's the Democrats pushing Latinos to Trump, or is it Trump bringing in Latinos?
I think more Democrats are pushing Latinos to Trump.
What do you think of that?
Well, what I think is that Trump,
like, dude who probably gets bullied by his immediate Latino coworkers who also voted for Donald Trump is not exactly the median Latino voter, okay? Like that dude in his workplace is getting bullied by other Latino dudes who also voted for Donald Trump. And you're over here being like, well, what about this insane guy? Like, look at him. Bernie should be like, look at this man. Do you think that he's got everything right? He's wearing Donald Trump's hairpiece in a visor. And he went and purchased a sticker to slap on the brim of the visor. There's always going to be insane people. It's like looking at, it's like people coming in here and being like, Hasan, you said there was not a single pro-NATO voter out there. Ryan Ruth destroyed that argument. What do you say to that? And it's like, yeah, okay, you got me. You know what I mean? He's in jail, so he was a little too crazy, don't you think? Free him. Free him so he can vote.
Trump has done a good job in claiming that Democrats do nothing more than the woke agenda. In my view, what Democrats have got to focus on, and tell that gentleman, do you want a minimum wage that's a living wage? Do you think health care is a human right? Do you think we should build the affordable housing that we need? Do you think we should take care of our seniors by expanding Social Security? So I think the emphasis has got to be, of course, on wiping out all forms of bigotry. And the Democrats should be proud of standing up for women's rights and abortion rights and gay rights and civil rights. But the emphasis got to be is to make it clear that we are prepared to stand with the vast majority of the people, many of whom are falling further and further behind, while the people on top do phenomenally well. That's a message that, in my view, will resonate with the Latino community and the entire working class community.
Let me give one example, perhaps, of this kind of dynamic that we're hearing about. Joe Rogan, very popular podcaster, he endorsed Donald Trump in the final days of the election. 4 years ago, you went on his podcast. You got a lot of blowback for doing that and for touting that he endorsed.
Yeah, Dems are fucking annoying. What else is new? They love weaponizing identity politics cynically to smear people. Dana knows all about that, by the way. I mean, she does that on a daily basis. Whenever people are like, hey, Dana, it's kind of wild how much you fucking support Israel. That's like pretty weird. Seems like you're pro-genocide. They're like, wow, this is the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever heard.
You. So is this the kind of example of Democrats perhaps shunning or vilifying people who don't totally agree with them?
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Look, you can have an argument with Rogan, agree with him, disagree with him, but what's the problem going on in those shows? It's hard for me to understand that. So I think we've got to get, and clearly you have an alternative media out there, a lot of podcasts that have millions and millions of views.
Yeah, Joe Rogan endorsed Bernie Sanders. So, in the words of Ryan Grimm, Mehdi Hasan, myself, and many others, we did have a Joe Rogan on the left. His name was Joe Rogan.
Get on the show. Disagree with you here. I agree with you there. I don't see a problem in doing that. And you're right. I got vilified by some of the Democratic establishment because I went on Rogan's show. Now a lot of other people are doing just that.
Before I let you go, you were a steadfast supporter of Joe Biden. You were saying that he should not drop out. There's a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking going on, and a lot of it is that, in fact, he should have dropped out earlier or perhaps never run for a second term.
I don't want to get involved in that. You know, we got to look forward and not in the back. Kamala did her very best. She came in, she won the debate with Trump. She worked her as hard as she possibly could. Let's look to the future and not go backwards.
Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you so much. Congrats again.
One of the most listened to voices on the airwaves, Charlemagne the God, was an outspoken Harris supporter after she replaced Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee. I've spoken with
Richard Torres, who supports the genocide in Gaza and promotes Islamophobes and anti-Arab races, is now joining in the smear campaign against me. This is the guy who Dems sent to campaign in Michigan. They lost Michigan. He also represents one of the poorest districts, but tweets mostly in defense of Israel. Maybe he thought, to be fair, maybe he thought you were me, Mehdi. Mehdi Hasanabi. The problem with this Bernie is his party loyalty is like a communist in that regard. Wait. No. Dude, he's an elected senator. What do you want him to do? He did say Hasan and not Mehdi in his tweet. Yeah, new LinkedIn post incoming.
him several times as this race unfolded, and after Election Day, I returned to his New York studio for his reaction to Trump's victory and what it means for the country. So look, this was obviously not the result you wanted, but I've heard you say you're optimistic today. Why?
Because I have no choice but to be. You know, I'm an American. I live in America. I'm not one of these people that's out here saying, oh my God, if Donald Trump becomes president again, I'm going to move. Where am I going? Yeah. I'm here. And, you know, I do believe in the future of this country because I have no choice but to. You know, I think what the vice president said in her concession speech was right on point when she said, you know, the light of America's promise still shines bright. I have no reason to feel otherwise. I'm gonna wake up, you know, and just be all doom and gloom and tell everybody the world is ending. It's like, no, you know, Americans went out there and it was a free and fair election and they made a choice. And now we all have to deal with, you know, the consequences of that choice. And whether we like it or not, you know, Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America. I know it feels like the divided states of America right. over the last, you know, several years.
Dude, I love when people are like, you know, we got to suck it up. Donald Trump's our president. You know, we got to respect it. We got to respect him. It's so funny when people say that. It's like, so I guess he wasn't a fascist. Never mind. Like, oh, so that was a lie. Now, I don't think he's exactly saying that because Charlemagne is too much of a unk-pilled. He's too jank-pilled to be saying all of that. He loves, for the record, for those who don't know, he fucking loves jank. He does. That's not even a joke. And I think that has like contributed to his political commentary. He's no longer getting caught fucking pushing what's his face, like Michael Bloomberg and shit. Charlemagne's gotten quite libbed up. Bro, D apparently does too, which is insane. What do you mean? Jank pilled? Destiny's jank pilled? Oh, God. That spells trouble for whatever the fuck Jank has been saying lately. I didn't even realize.
Yes, but it is still the United States of America. So that's what I'm looking for us to do. We got to unify in some way, shape, or form.
You were out there. I saw you at the convention in Chicago. You interviewed Kamala Harris a couple times. Were you surprised?
That she lost?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say surprised. You know, surprised isn't the word that I would use because it's a toss-up. Like, you know, it was going into the election, you know, they were neck and neck. I think that she needs to get a lot more credit than she probably is going to get because the campaign was dead. You know, literally.
With Biden.
Oh, yeah, the campaign was dead with Biden. I know people make a lot of jokes about the whole weekend at Bernie's thing, and they would say things like, I would vote for Biden if he was a corpse. Well, he damn near was. And, you know, there was no life whatsoever. And I think that the vice president made a lot of people sit up on the couch and pay attention and at least be curious. With Biden, everybody was just knocked out, sleep, gone.
Have you talked to her since the loss?
No, I haven't, but I can't wait to.
What are you going to tell her?
I'm going to tell her I love her, I value her, I appreciate her, and, you know, whatever she plans to do moving forward, I'm going to always support her, and I'm going to say what I've, you know, been saying on the radio and on my podcast, that she has nothing to be ashamed about. You know, she ran a great campaign and only had 100 days to do it. Nobody thought she could even do, you know, what it is that she did. Like, you know, the first day getting all the delegates in line, you know, raising the money that she raised, you know, digging the campaign out of a hole to where they were neck and neck on election day. And she inspired a lot of people. Like I got 4 daughters, and my 9-year-old and my 6-year-old, when I'm watching, you know, This Week ABC on Sunday morning, or I'm watching CNN or Fox or MSNBC, they're coming in and they're asking me questions about Vice President Kamala Harris. And they were, are you going to vote for the Vice President, Daddy? Yes, I'm voting for the Vice President. And when she lost, they were upset that she was lost. So, you know, she did inspire a lot of people, and it was a historic campaign.
What do you make of the demographics here? I mean, Trump got 1 out of every 3 voters of color.
No.
Yeah.
1 out of
33%.
No. Really?
Yeah.
When you say color, you mean like black, brown, everything? Oh, well, I think that, you know, people have different issues that they care about, and I think that there's nobody out there that's a single issue voter. I think some of this is a backlash to race and gender and identity politics, but man, most people, they just care about keeping food on their table and keeping a roof over their head. And I think sometimes people forget about that. I think that they forget about, you know, the working class. And for whatever reason, Donald Trump speaks to the grievances of the working class in a real way. And I keep telling folks, people will forget what you did, they'll forget what you said, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And when you go back to 2020, even though it was a pandemic and it was COVID,
yeah,
people don't care. All they know is they got stimulus checks with his name on it, and that's what they remember. And so people think about that. When you have conversations with folks, they be like, yo, I remember how 2020 felt. And they think that they're going to feel that, you know, in this next term.
Yeah, I mean, how do you explain? I mean, he obviously swept the battleground states. He drove up, you know, turnout around the country in Republican areas, but he did much better than he had done before in places like Chicago, Brooklyn, Queens.
Because of dinner table issues. It's literally that simple. Every day, people wake up and all they want to do is have more money in their pocket and they want to feel safe. I don't care if you're black, white, gay, straight, whatever religion you are, those are the 2 things that you're thinking about every day. How can I keep some money in my pocket, and how can I stay safe? And when you look at, you know, issues like the economy, when you look at the border, and that's what I was telling people. We had this conversation back in February. Yep. I was having conversations with folks, and they was telling me, oh, my God, these gangs are coming into our neighborhood, and I know it's because of the border. We got to close the border. Like, they were having these conversations, and I told you.
Like, it's a pure invention. What a spectacular defeat for the Democrats. It's just a pure invention. Facts do not matter. So yes, Chomsky was right when he said we are living in a post-truth era. What is this? The jank writer that D likes? What?
You could be a leftist doing your little cute stream and go, oh, dude, I know, man. And there's no crime. It's, yeah, I know everything.
Oh my God. Is he talking shit about me? What the fuck?
Well, yeah, then why did Prop 36 win easily? Why did George Gascon lose? Why did all the...
Yeah, because everyone is fucking crime pill, dog. What do you mean? Wait, there's no way he's saying that like crime rates getting lower and lower in places like California is fake, right? Is that what he's saying? We're so cooked. Society as a whole, throw it in the fucking trash, dude. That's crazy. He's calling you out. Yeah, we got to do another Janksgiving, dude. I got to get my facts ready, oiled up, greased up, ready to fucking go. Janksgiving is going to pop off this year. Nah, we're probably going to agree on a lot, as always. Crime, trans panic, immigration panic. Those are now the three factors where Unc and I are not entirely aligned.
Progressives, so-called progressives in Portland lose, in Seattle lose, San Francisco lose, New York lose. Why did you lose every goddamn election?
It's so funny. Like, what happened? So Larry Krasner is just fake now. He doesn't exist. Like, there are no progressive DAs around the country. Also, like, once again, are we just so devoid of doing a fact-based analysis on this stuff? Like, is that... Who's he talking about for real? No, he's talking about me when he said, oh, on your Twitch stream, you act like crime doesn't exist. Whoa, dude. I didn't know he had this level of smoke for me. Goddamn. Unc, that's messed up. I still love you, but I got to bring Murad in here. Hold on. He has to see this. 1 second. He's going to love this shit. One moment. Murad! Murad! Aya, come here. Bro, who do you think this, what do you think of this video? Hold on. Oh, you want the mic? Okay, I'll turn on the mic for you.
For that, you have to think about the voters. You could be a leftist doing your little cute stream and go, oh, dude, I know, man. And there's no crime. It's, yeah, I know everything. Well, yeah, then why did Prop 36 win easily? Why did George Gascon lose? Why did all the progressives, so-called progressives in Portland lose, in Seattle lose, San Francisco lose, New York lose? Why did you lose every goddamn election if you know so much? No, because you know what? Because I'm such a genius. I have this revolutionary idea that apparently the online leftist clown asses I've never thought of. People don't like to be attacked. People don't like to be robbed. People don't like to be sexually assaulted. People don't like to be killed. People don't like crime. To them, that's like a giant news alert. They didn't know. What? People don't like being robbed or being sexually assaulted? I know. Oh, no. Oh, I got a great idea. Let's pretend it doesn't exist. How'd that turn out for you?
I'm so confused.
Who do you think he's talking about when he's doing this?
But you have to think about the voters. You could be a leftist doing your little cute stream and go, oh, dude, I know, man. And there's no crime. It's, yeah, I know everything. Well, and then why did Prop...
I'm so confused. Is he saying that the Democrat policy was anti-crime?
No.
I know, I understand he's, the stuff about the streamers, but like...
No, he's saying that like people don't like crime and they are noticing a lot of crime happening around them, and that leftist streamers are stupid for saying that like crime rates are down. And this is a purely media created panic. And he's saying like, oh, I know everything. I know all the facts. Well, what happened to your facts? People are stupid and they're voting against the reality with overwhelming amounts of propaganda, including but not limited to the Young Turks, it seems, on this issue.
Yeah, I'm staying out of this.
Are we gonna see him later?
Oh, you're coming?
Now I kind of want to see him.
All right.
Report this to Anne. No, Anne's in between, okay?
Anne's in her own world.
She's in her own world. She's not a part of this.
Now, if the crime had happened in the 17th century, she'd be all about it.
He's also beefing with a Vanguard right now. It might not be you specifically.
Vanguard? Who's that?
I don't. I think it's like another leftist outlet.
Like the private equity group?
No. Vanguard is like a leftist podcast or something. You should review his debate with Jordan Ewell on TYT if wokeness cost the election. Wait, he is not saying that wokeness cost the election. Please tell me he's not. Is Jank saying wokeness cost the election? We wrote him in and this is how he treats you. Yeah, that's really fucked up. We were deeply,
You wrote him in for president?
Yeah, we were deeply invested. Yeah, this entire community. Once the votes are tabulated, you will see. Jank is going to win. Jank is going to win California. He said trans rights cost the election on PBD election stream to 200,000 people. Yeah, Kamala Harris was running on a big pro-trans agenda. Does he mean whenever she said, I'm prosecuting transnational gangs? Is that what he thought? Because the only time I heard her say trans was if national and gangs was coming right after it, okay? Yeah.
So there's trans crime now?
No.
I don't know, man. You said it. I heard it.
The Vanguard is a pair of streamers from MO. He called them Silly and Billy. He's got so much swag. Unk's mocking you, Putin and Jank.
Let him cook.
Yeah. All right. Well, I just wanted you to see that. I wanted you to watch that. Can we get a video of the conversation later? No. I will not be taping my family outing with Unk. Okay? Unk farting on you. What the fuck? He was making fun of your long hair. Quick, grow it back. Oh. Wait, maybe he is talking about someone else then. Maybe he's not talking about me. I mean, it does fit the bill. Guys, Janksgiving is very soon. It's coming up soon. Like, it's gonna happen. Oh, God, I'm so excited. I love Janksgiving. I love Thanksgiving in general, but Janksgiving is like one of my favorite parts. r/I'm the main character. Dog, this is my uncle. Talking about streamers. Like, it's not that crazy. What is going on? What are we doing anymore, man? I don't know. This is what he's on about. Cenk Uygur fires back at Vanguard and live TYT meltdown. Silly and Billy. One of the Vanguard has long hair confirmed. Okay, that makes sense. That's maybe he was talking about the Vanguard. No, don't confront him off camera. No, I still, yeah, okay. I'm not going to talk to my uncle off camera because content. He's my uncle. I love him. What the fuck? Wear a wire. Oh, Jesus. All right. Well, let's get back to another man, just like myself, who is unk-pilled.
I told you, John, this was the first time in my life that I heard people in my community, black people, brown people, having those conversations. So that was going to be an issue. They felt like things were safer. They felt like the border was safer, under Trump. And by the way, it's not like the Democrats didn't want border security. They just didn't know how to message it right. Build the wall may sound elementary, but you know what that signals to people? Border security. That's it. Yeah. Nothing more, nothing less. Don't complicate it by saying, we got to have the most comprehensive border.
I used to always talk about how, I don't have an immediate family member who is, radicalized by the things that he has seen in the media into having, reactionary positions. And it's kind of cool that, it's kind of cool that now I do have one. You know what I mean? Not across the board, but definitely on an increasingly concerning number of different issues.
Plan and there's a bipartisan border bill that Democrats and Republicans couldn't agree on, and Donald Trump shot it down. No, Trump is saying build the wall, and when they were telling you that it was a problem, y'all was saying no, it's not a problem. Let's create sanctuary cities and let's bring the people into our cities. And so when they started putting those illegal immigrants on the buses and on the planes and sending them to those sanctuary cities, what did they say then? No, don't come. So it looked like the Republicans were right and Democrats were wrong. And nobody knew that was going to be one of the big central issues that people thought about when they went into that voter booth.
Should Harris have done more to make it clear she wanted to go in a different direction from Joe?
Fact-based fear-mongering hasn't worked for the left. Time to abandon facts. That's insane. What are you saying?
Joe Biden? Or did she want to go in a different direction?
I think that if she wanted to go in a different direction, she should have expressed that. And once again, that goes back to messaging, that goes back to communication. I've been telling folks the language of politics is dead. You cannot finesse people anymore. You can't believe one thing, but then get in front of people and tell them something else. And if you are, you got to be really good at it, right? Yeah. What do I always say? Republicans are more sincere about their lies than Democrats are about their truth. So when she's on The View and she's shaking her head like, no, I wouldn't do anything different. But then you on Fox News with Brett Baer and you like, my administration is going to be totally different than a Biden presidency. If that was the case, I just think that should have been repeated several times. One thing that she said when I had a conversation with her was repetition is good. That's part of being disciplined, right? You have to repeat yourself over and over and over. That might have been one of the issues that she should have repeated herself over and over and over on.
So you had Laura Trump on the show the weeks before the election.
After Trump won, I just sent her a message and told her, hey, congratulations. And I said to her, I hope that this administration is going to be an administration for all Americans. And she said, thank you. I promise, in capital letters, that it will be. Listen, man, I think that we've seen enough of Donald Trump to know that may not be the case. But like I said, I just have to have a sense of optimism because he still is the president of the United States of America. And I just want us, like I said, as a people moving forward, we got to start building more community amongst each other. And, we just got to hope for the best. I'm not wishing for America to fail. Why would I want that?
Our thanks to Charlemagne. I'm joined now in the studio by former Trump primary opponent turned Trump supporter.
Nope, not watching that. What is this? From New York Times, when did liberals become so comfortable with war? Don't agree with everything here, but over the last few years from Ukraine to Gaza, it was devastating. You see how comfortable Democrats became with war and how intolerant they became of the dissent of it. Duke stole your whole flow.
I like this dress though.
Thank you.
Listen.
Wait, what? What are you gonna say?
Conspiracy
dress.
right
I like it a lot.
You like it
actually.
a lot?
Like. Nah, it's not. Take off my jacket.
Yeah.
I wanna clip this somewhere else, cause.
Deuce taking off his clothes.
Okay, that's my shit. That's my shit. I can't believe he's stealing my. Oh, he's doing it off camera. Never
Are you dating
mind.
multiple at once?
I don't date.
So what the f is the point of this whole episode then? Because that's the whole reason I asked you to come out here is because I was
You wanna
gonna
go on a
trick
date?
you. Yes.
We can go on a date. But like I'm saying like casually dating.
Do you want to see my house?
Yeah.
Okay. When do you want to hang out and see my house?
Are you free?
Anytime. For you, anytime.
Okay.
I'll clear the calendar.
All right, bet.
We stand you. Listen, I don't. Hasan washed. Yeah, it's over. It's over for me, boys. I'm done. Isn't he like 40, bro? Well, that's not a problem for him, I guess. I don't know. His content, chat, is not serious.
And with the outfit, though.
Thank you.
It's really nice.
This could be you if you weren't autistic. Guys, I'm a 33-year-old man who covers politics for 10 hours a day. This is what I like to do, okay? Everybody needs to calm down.
Yo, look at the outfit.
I don't have time for anything else.
And from behind.
There's no comparison here.
Is it so cute? It's nice, right?
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
Bro, he's younger than you. How old is Duke Dennis? I don't know how old he is. Everyone in AMP always says he's a boomer. So I always assume, oh, he's 30. Everyone at everyone at AMP always says he's a boomer. So I always thought he was like 35, 36. Cope and seethe. Wait, why would I cope and seethe? No, bro, you fumbled hard. Is what it is. It is what it is. Hasan dated models. He had his moment in the sun. Oh, get out of here. I don't know what you're talking about. You asked Asian in fear and yeah. Low-key agent old as hell. I'm washed. Hasanabi would never clear his schedule to get laid. The proletariat of the world is awaiting his education with necessity, and he knows he's too important to the cause to take a break. Phantom is only 3 years younger than Duke, and he's not considered a boomer. Oh my God, I thought Phantom was a baby. He's 27? I thought Phantom was like 21, dude. Are you guys fucking with me? Are you being for real right now? Is Phantom actually 27? Am I? Maybe I'm just really old. How does it feel to have 8 good years? It's pretty good. Better than not having any good years. You know what I'm saying? I did a focus group of working class Latino voters before 22 midterms where one man said 2 of his favorite politicians were AOC and Ron DeSantis because they were both anti-establishment outsiders. People do not fit neatly in the boxes pundits put them in. That's true. But you can't just be like, yeah, voters are fucking stupid. And then just move on. You know what I mean? Trump only picking non-whites for Secretary of State. That is my woke goat. Donald Trump has narrowed his Secretary of State search for 4 candidates. Vivek Ramaswamy, Rich Grinnell, who led Trump's Muslim outreach, are on the list. Rick Grinnell, his former ambassador to Germany and acting director of national intelligence. Marco Rubio, the Florida senator, running up to be Trump's vice president. Bill Hagerty, the Tennessee senator and his former ambassador to Japan. Vivek Ramaswamy, Losing Rubio in the Senate would harm a Trump domestic policy agenda because Rubio is populist curious. Yeah, but DeSantis is more of a Reaganite. Bill Haggerty is white as fuck. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's DEI. He's no longer white because Trump is putting him into that position.
Into
MSNBC helping a dickhead who ran unopposed to be a transphobic piece of shit. I mean, how much could they be helping him if this was the fucking original screenshot, the thumbnail? Do you see the thumbnail of this? It doesn't look like they're helping him that much. Look at his face on this thumbo, dude. My dude looks like shit, okay? Absolute shit.
This, after Trump's victory on Tuesday, Democrats are certainly grappling with the way forward. And after the loss Tuesday, you are one of the lawmakers who've said that Democrats are out of touch with the American people.
This is the most cowardly, baby-brained, ruthless way to present yourself as like a bold, outspoken person. Okay? It's just like you literally have put in the crosshairs a group of people that are 1% of the fucking population that, well, trans athletes especially is like a collective total of like 100 people in the United States of America, okay? Like, it is so insane that you would spend any time or any emphasis, okay? Trans athletes are like 100 people in total, like collectively 100 people. And any moment spent on this, whatsoever, especially as a Democrat, like if you're a Republican and you fucking spend any moment on this shit, you're a freak. If you're a Democrat, you're doubly freaky.
Saying they spend way too much time trying not to offend anyone rather than being brutally honest about the challenges many Americans face. Then as part of that argument...
Thank you for not pivoting transphobic like every other fucking left-leaning content producers. Yeah, I'm not a fucking vicious freak. What do you mean? There's never been a moment where I've compromised on human values, human rights. Like, that's just my opinion. I don't give a shit. It's so dumb. And people will say, dude, you're pandering, or you're like audience capture. Just like, what are you talking about? Have you seen the fucking internet? Being transphobic, whether you're leftist or overtly right-wing, is infinitely better for your content, okay? It's infinitely better in fostering an audience because a lot of people fucking, especially online, openly hate trans people. They were giving you a compliment? No, I know. I'm not even responding to that person. I'm responding to like the attitude that people have towards me being a grifter in general. Does that make sense? Because people always are like, oh, Hasan, you're such a grifter.
You told the New York Times, quote, I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a...
I love that these fucking dipshits always hit this like, this is brutal honesty. This is a hard to swallow pill. It's like, wow, dude.
You were getting...
I can't believe it. Your hard to swallow pill is being transphobic. Wow. I had not heard that one before. Like, thanks, man. Bold truth teller over here. Really coming out of the gate swinging with this incredibly unique position.
Getting some pretty heavy criticism from people in your own party for something you said to the New York Times. I just want to read it for our viewers. You said Democrats spend way too much time trying not to offend anyone rather than being brutally honest about the challenges many Americans face. I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete. But as a Democrat, I'm supposed to be afraid to say that. And your fellow Democrat from Massachusetts, Congressman John Moran, who is gay.
Yeah, by the way, this is straight up Fox News shit. Like, they're hitting the Fox News route pretty aggressively. Like, this is indistinguishable from Fox News.
said on social media, quote, "The only thing we here in Massachusetts shouldn't be afraid to say is that you should find another job if you want to use an election loss as an opportunity to pick on our most vulnerable, a councilman in your district, called those remarks hate speech." You're getting quite a bit of pushback. I just want to hear.
Americans be like, "Oh, I hate the CCP. They're one party. They're not." I hate the CCP. It's a single party system. And then we'll have one Republican Party, like one media that is always dominated by the interests of capital, one party that only represents the interests of capital. And it's like, what? Kaya, come here. Please. She's disappointed in you for an obvious. Oh. Can I getirebilir miyim Kaya'yı bizde? Of, çok uzak ya. Çok yorgunum. Anne, do you want to see Cenk talking shit to me? On his election night coverage. I'll show it to you later. I'll play it at dinner. Bye. She said, "I'm sure he has a lot more videos to show of you." As in, that's a remark stating that I make too many jokes at the expense of her brother. That's what she said. That's what her retort was. I feel like I defend Cenk quite sufficiently. That's my uncle. All right.
What you think it all means and how you're responding to this.
Yeah, sure. No, thanks, Jessica. Look, I was just speaking authentically as a parent about one of many issues where Democrats.
I'm willing to bet his daughters probably hate that he said this shit. Okay? Like, that's the funniest part about it, is that his daughters are probably getting bullied now at school. Because they're like, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that my piece of shit dad just like randomly fucking decided to be transphobic and use us."
Are just out of touch with the majority of Americans. And I stand by my position, even though I may not have used exactly the right words. And I'm willing to have this debate, as I've been having with LGBTQ advocates and others, some of whom agree with me and others who don't. But we're engaging in a.
Yeah, dude. All the LGBTQ advocates are like, "Yeah, fuck trans people." He's like, "I'm having this debate with Caitlyn Jenner, and she keeps telling me that I should forcibly detransition young trans people. What's the problem?" Like, oh, that's awesome. Thanks, man. It's very cool that he's having spirited debate on the humanity of trans people. Ay. You deploy a tactical, the uncle-nephew bond is unbreakable the same way someone deploys a not to be disrespectful, but a precursor to scathing critique every time. Yeah, except it's true, though. The uncle-nephew bond is unbreakable, and I do love my uncle. So, it's true.
A thoughtful debate. On the other hand, some of the people, like you mentioned, are just more interested in shaming fellow Democrats, shaming the majority of voters when they simply.
Yeah, the Democratic Party needs to have a spirited debate about like whether we should also write anti-trans legislation that that is specifically tailored around a collective total of like 2 people in high school. Okay, not even like that's not even dude. You cannot outflank the fucking Utah governor on this position. Like, what are we doing? Like, that guy literally went on to pass, like, I think an anti-trans bathroom bill later, too. And even he was like, I can't in good conscience vote. Like, I can't in good conscience sign into law this bill that is specifically designed to bully 4 people in this state. Okay? It's so weird There's, yeah, literally one 13-year-old in all of Kentucky. It's so gross. These people would literally start talking about how we need to do lynchings to black people before they arrived at fucking Medicare for all. That's what this is. They are running down the racial and gender minority until, like, they're running down the carousel of marginalized groups, okay? And slowly but surely, they're just every fucking election cycle, they'll be like, okay, trans people, we wrote them out. They're done. We're going to also write anti-trans bills, okay? And then next up is Latino people, which they've started already, obviously. Okay, wait. They already did that with the fucking with their own version of the border bill. Okay. Yeah. Republicans dominate discourse so hard that if they like actively launched a campaign against miscegenation in a couple years, Democrats would follow suit 4 years after the fact. It's kind of crazy to think about. And it's not that far off, the anti-miscegenation stuff, if Clarence Thomas, who was married to a white woman as a black man, gets his wishes.
We don't meet their ideological purity test. And these are the same people who told us to defund the...
How's the border security bill writing out Latinos when that's what the Latinos apparently want? I mean, it doesn't matter if the Latinos voted... they still voted minority for the Republican Party. But it still doesn't matter. That is literally the fucking bill. That wasn't Dobbs' decision to send. It was every single fundamental right except miscegenation. Oh shit, my bad. Clarence Thomas is protecting miscegenation.
Police who told us that there wasn't a problem at the southern border, who told us that inflation was transient, whatever that means. And the same people who attacked me when I said that Biden should step aside because he was going to lose this election. So we have to be willing to have these debates as the party. I mean, the Republicans are banning books. Democrats are banning debate. And if we don't have this debate now and come up with a winning strategy going forward, then the Republicans are going to wipe the floor with us in January, just like they did last Tuesday.
But there is so much, to your point.
Yeah, it's called defending trans people and exposing the fucking silliness of the Republican Party. The Republicans do this with everything. They do this with abortion. Trans rights are damn near identical to the conversation surrounding, the Republican conversation surrounding abortion access. There is well-established scientific precedent or scientific consensus on allowing people to have this medical process readily available to them. It's life-saving, just as abortion is. And yet, Republicans have decided, I don't want that anymore on both of these issues. And they are actively stopping people now. And the Democrats are like, yeah, you're right, actually. Sorry. I agree. It's fucking insane. There is never a moment where you have to cave on this shit. You just have to always be like, why do you care about this? Why? Let him explain how fucking stupid they are. Let him talk about how, like, the kids are being trans. No, they're not. That's not how this works. Show the fucking graph of left-handed people. That's it. Like, you have to attack the root cause of where the root cause, quote unquote, which is not a real problem to begin with, but you have to get them to explain to you why it's a problem. And because there is no real problem there, okay, as long as you walk them through the steps of describing to you what this real harm is, they're always going to look like fucking silly little monsters. That's it. Oh. If you detransitioned forcibly every trans person and caused them all to commit suicide, America would not be better off. Okay? It would be worse off. That would be ridiculous. Like, that would be unnecessarily and unimaginably cruel. Okay? And besides that, it's not like all the transphobic people are automatically going to get money in their pockets. They did this with the border too. These kinds of fucking idiotic concessions are so stupid.
There is a lot of pushback from within your own party, and there are reports that your own campaign manager resigned. Can you shed it?
They're not saying that, dude. What? Yeah, they're not. They're saying that 4 trans people competing in fucking high school level athletics in each individual state is the singular most important problem. If you stop them from competing, and they're not dominant by any means. If you stop them from competing, what changes in your life? Are things better? Was there any immediate material improvement in your life? No, you just wrote legislation to dunk on 4 teenagers. Congratulations. That's it. And I know this is not a real issue because originally they did this by writing bathroom bills. And those bathroom bills, specifically in North Carolina, were deeply unpopular. So they went back to the drawing board and found one other, like, they found that, like, anti-trans sentiment as a standout, as a standalone, is unsuccessful. 64% of the country believes trans people are being disproportionately targeted. This is facts. So these right-wing groups, like Family Values or whatever the fuck, all these like psychotic, rabid, Christo-fascist, cultish, right-wing think tanks went back, okay, and were like, how do we dunk on trans people? And they found in their focus groups the most successful narrative that penetrated to the broadest group of Americans was not if you just openly were like, yeah, fuck trans people, we should just stop them from being trans. But instead, if you associate it with one concept that Americans do believe is a meritocracy: sports and children. Okay? Children's sports. This was all done in broad daylight, mind you. Like, this isn't a secret conspiracy. The New York Times actually has some pretty solid reporting on this. Like, they openly covered exactly, I think it was like Family Values or whatever the fuck the name of like the Christian group is. But they specifically focus tested different types of transphobic sentiment to find which would be the best at reaching out to as broad of a population as possible. And that's what happened. They found out that sports focus on the family is the name of the group. Thank you. Americans believe sports is the last bastion of true meritocracy. They also don't understand trans people, so they think trans people are like cynically becoming trans. Okay? So when you pair those two things up, you can make a convincing argument that trans people are actually not really trans, but they're doing it for attention, and they're doing it to like win swim meets at the high school level. Okay? That's it. It wasn't necessarily because like Americans fucking want to kill trans people. Many Americans just don't give a shit about trans people. They think they're weird, but they don't care. But when you basically present trans people as like cheating in sports, then they do care because they're like, oh, I care about sports. And if you especially do it, especially paired up with like children's sports, that is the most prescient way of doing transphobic commentary. There's also a reason why I never talk about that, because, you know, it is something that polls at like 80%. It's a stupid fucking argument to have. Especially because, like I said, the collective total of trans people participating in sports in each individual state would come to like 100 people, okay? All trans people make up less than 1% of the population. The number of like athletes that are doing that is so low. And there is no immediate advantage. However, due to the way that people look at due to the misogynistic way that people analyze the situation where they're like, well, men are on average stronger than women, right? And there is biological truth to that to a certain degree. They package this up as they package this up in a misogynistic fashion as well. Or they're like, oh, it's just like a man that is trying to beat a woman. So all of this works, all of this works in unison. And this is how you arrive at a successful anti-trans campaign. Okay? I think the funniest part about it is that these are people who openly say they don't care about women's sports every other day of the week. But God forbid, when it comes to trans issues, they're like, oh, well, what about women's sports? But you don't care about women's sports. The fuck do you mean? I've heard you say nobody watches WNBA. They don't deserve any money whatsoever. So how the fuck are you going to act like you care about women's sports now? The fuck? You never have and you never will. They don't care about women's sports at all. They're just using it to cynically dunk on trans women. That's it. It's not a real problem. However, it is successful enough as a media narrative that it certainly causes people to immediately get on board with it. Talk to any normie who's never met a trans person, or even normies who know trans people, about this issue, and they'll be like, yeah, I don't think trans women should participate with cis women. They'll say that. It's at 80%. Okay? It polls at fucking 80%. The only goal of this messaging campaign is to basically be openly transphobic. That's it. That's it. The only goal of this is to straightforwardly just find a way to talk about trans people in a negative fashion. So when Democrats like Seth Moulton eat that bait and hit the issue from that right-wing framing, I lose my fucking mind. It's so frustrating. Nobody gives a shit about this. Please stop, okay? Let people live. Worry about your own damn self. This is an idiotic argument that you've been primed into fucking talking about endlessly. Stop being fucking weird. Those are God's children. That's what Andy Bashar said.
Any light on that? And was this kind of where you two parted?
No, I mean, the reality is that there's some very public pushback, while the vast majority of messages and emails and texts and conversations I've been having on the street are actually incredibly supportive. And this is all from fellow Democrats, from colleagues.
He's like, hell yes, Dad. Keep it up, brother.
In Congress, from some pretty senior members of the party and whatnot, who just say, you're exactly right, Seth. This is our...
Yeah. On the legislative side, in terms of regulation, anti-trans legislation, or controlling who is trans and who is not, also harms cis women more frequently than it harms trans women. There are simply more cis women out there than there are trans women. So what a lot of people don't recognize is that when you want to figure out who's trans and who's not trans in high school athletics, you have to start doing shit like penis inspection day. That's literally what, people are advocating for. Ohio. Can you imagine a world where some fucking freaky ass, pervert ass, disgusting ass parent that's on the opposing team just says that your daughter is trans, and now you got to get someone to do fucking penis inspection day on your daughter? Like, what a fucking psychotic situation. Are we going to do hormone blood sampling on teenagers? Now, the thing is, for example, with the Iman Khalif situation, when like the trans panic narratives go so far that people start saying that cis women are trans as well because they don't fit like the rigid gender stereotype. They start investigating people. That harms cis women too. Problem is, a lot of the fucking transphobes are misogynistic, so they don't give a fuck. They don't care about hurting women. Cis or trans, doesn't matter. A lot of transphobia, because trans people are at the intersection of all, any different matter of oppression, they don't give a fuck. Black athletes, black female athletes get this a lot too, Caster Semenya and the like. And that doesn't matter to anybody either because most of those people are also racist. They're misogynistic and racist and transphobic, so they don't give a fuck if a black woman gets harmed in the process, a cis black woman gets harmed in the process. And that's it. That's it.
Our problem. We try to cancel people rather than actually having debates about issues that Americans care about. And this is much bigger than just trans issues. I mean, this is about the economy. How is it that the Republicans are doing better on the economy, are more trusted on the economy, when Trump just wants to cut taxes for his billionaire friends and put massive tariffs in place that will raise prices, will increase inflation for everyday Americans? I mean, how is it that when Trump just wants to break up millions of families and communities across America by having these mass deportations, the Republicans are more trusted on the border? We've got to be willing to get back in touch with the majority of Americans, and we can't do that if we do all this preaching and not listening. We got to listen to American voters, engage them in this discussion. And what does it say to American voters if people in our own party can't even have this debate?
Well, and so, but to that end, did you lose staff over this debate?
No, I mean, there's this, some people have been critical, and that's fine. I am someone who always encourages people to be critical. In fact, one of the interview questions I always ask is, what are you going to do if you disagree with me? And I want people to say, I'm going to disagree with you. I want to have a debate. I think we get stronger by that debate. It's a value that I live upon. I value, and it's a mission. It's one of the critical values that we have on our team. I literally hire people who are going to have different opinions than me. So that's fine. Like, we have these debates all the time on my team, but the concern is that we're not willing to have them as a party. And we're just going to keep losing elections if we can't do that.
Do you think this specific issue is a big part of why Trump won?
I mean, look, the sad reality is that there's polling out that shows that, at least in one poll among swing voters, it was literally the number one issue. And you can say that was because the Republican ads were effective or whatever else. But I think there's another important point here, which is that Trump is going to try to attack trans people. He is going to attack minorities across the board. The Republican agenda is legitimately dangerous for a lot of people in America. And
So when he was talking about the border bill, like the right-wing border bill that the Republicans are presenting, mass deportation, why does he take issue with it? It seems like the majority wanted that. They voted for it. So why are you standing against that? If you don't have issues with the trans stuff that Republicans are presenting, and you're literally using their talking points for the trans panic narrative, why don't you start talking about how we should do mass deportations too? Perhaps it's because you do agree 100% with the transphobic narratives And you agree 70% with the anti-border shit. Yeah, a bunch of his aides quit after this, by the way. Democratic rep said Moulton's top aide resigns after his comments on transgender athletes. Moulton doesn't apologize. Yeah. He's like, I'm under attack. Why is this uneducated idiot on TV? Why are they platforming him? Because he's a congressperson who's being transphobic. If you're a congressperson who's transphobic, they won't shit on you. Transphobia does not disturb the existing hierarchies. Anti-capitalist sentiment does. Anti-imperialist sentiment does. That's why when Rashida Tlaib comes out and says, free Palestine, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, everyone universally dunks on her, okay, in mainstream news. But when a white man, a congressperson from Massachusetts comes out and says, fuck trans people, nobody dunks on them at all. They actually present it as bold truth-telling. They're presented as hard to swallow pills. The real hard to swallow pill that requires bravery to speak is going against the grain, going against something that every outlet takes for granted, American imperialism. That's the real hard to swallow pill, but nobody wants to swallow it. Transphobia is an easy to swallow pill. Super easy.
We're not going to be effective at defending these people and their civil rights, their access to health care, things that are really important to them, as I've heard from many advocates in their community over the past several days, if we don't actually put ourselves in a position of power. Because God knows the Republicans aren't going to stand up to Trump. They're not going to protect their fellow Americans when he goes after their rights. I mean, just what about women and reproductive freedom? I mean, that should really scare people because Republicans and Trump are absolutely going to try to ban abortion nationwide. And we're not going to be able to stop that if we don't start winning elections and get back in power.
And I want to ask you, because you did.
He's like, we got to start winning elections by being transphobic so that we can defend trans people. Okay. Majority of Americans voted for Donald Trump. They don't give a fuck about abortion, dog. So what's up? Are you going to retriangulate on that issue too? The answer is yes, by the way. I know the answer, Chad. These people do not have any real convictions, or maybe they did at a certain point, but being a machine politician for decades has caused them to erode that sensibility. They have no positions whatsoever, especially on the Democratic Party. They are spineless. The only thing they care about is channeling the ideological position of the Democratic Party. I promise you it goes in the opposite direction as well. If there was a Trumpian style figure that magically was able to overtake the Democratic Party and show every single Democrat that you can win with left economic populism without abandoning any of these fucking marginalized groups, and put up LeBron numbers, put up Donald Trump numbers, put up better numbers than Donald Trump, every single one of these Democrats would be talking like they are part of the regime. These people are simple placeholders. The problem is, due to capitalism, due to the oligarchy, due to corporate interests being represented by the Democratic Party for years and years, they're just stuck in this hole. I promise you, Seth Moulton, if there was a Donald Trump style leftist that dominated the Democratic Party in the same way, obviously there's more material issues, more material hurdles that get in the way of such a thing. But let's say it did happen, he would be talking like Bernie Sanders. The problem is those material hurdles that I mentioned those material hurdles that I mentioned get in the way of a person like Bernie Sanders winning. And then we never hear these guys champion that position. We never hear the base of the Democrats champion that position, because the base of the Democrats is simply there to regurgitate whatever MSNBC talking heads are saying.
The Democratic Party after Donald Trump's victory was just how well Trump did with working class voters of all races. An economic realignment of sorts, underway for years, came back to bite the Democrats, according to some. And it has many wondering, how did the party of FDR, Social Security, Medicare, and labor become the party of high-income voters? And how did the party of Donald Trump and Elon Musk win with voters who make less than $100,000 a year? Now, Senator Bernie Sanders kicked off the debate this week by saying that Democrats have abandoned the working class. In a conversation with the New York Times, the former House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, shot back. And this is how she explained the Democrats losing ground with working class.
Well, there are cultural issues involved in elections as well. Guns, God, and gays. That's the way they say it. Guns, that's an issue. Gays, that's an issue. Now they're making the trans issue such an important issue in their priorities.
Now, Sanders responded to Pelosi's rebuke this morning during an interview with my colleague Kristen Welker on NBC's Meet the Press.
Bottom line, if you're an average working person out there, do you really think that the Democratic Party is going to the mats, taking on powerful special interests and fighting for you? I think the overwhelming answer is no.
Now, Sanders made a lot of these same arguments after the Democrats lost to Trump in 2016, but many Democrats weren't listening. This time around, though, he has some surprising new backers, like Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, who is far, far from a left-wing Democrat. This is what he posted on X. It was a long thread, but part of it reads, when progressives like Bernie aggressively go after the elites that hold people down, they are shunned as dangerous populists. Why? Maybe because true economic populism is bad for our high-income base. We cannot be afraid of fights, especially with the economic elites who have profited off of neoliberalism. Democrats, like the Harris campaign, are tepid in our fights with billionaires and corporations. And real economic populism should be our tentpole. But it's not just Senator Murphy who has, been Bernie-pilled. Conservative New York Times columnist David Brooks, who has written columns like this one from 2020 called "No, Not Sanders, Not Ever," had this to say after Trump's victory. I'm a moderate. I like it when Democrat candidates run to the center, but I have to confess that Harris did that pretty effectively, and it did not work. Maybe the Democrats have to embrace a Bernie Sanders-style disruption, something that will make people like me feel uncomfortable. And then there's good reason for Brooks' change of hearts. On election night, despite Trump winning a decisive victory and Republicans retaking the Senate and likely the House, voters also voted in favor of progressive ballot measures like raising the minimum wage and paid sick leave. And this was in red states like Arizona, Missouri, and Alaska. There's also logic behind Senator Murphy's fear that Bernie-style populism, even after this election, will get shut down by Democrats that are elite. If you can remember, early on in Harris's campaign, she briefly took a populist tone and went on the attack against big business. Then that populism somehow disappeared as quickly as it came. Well, according to The Atlantic, Harris's brother-in-law, Tony West, who also happens to be Uber's chief
Thank God for Tony West, dude. He really saved the republic.
Legal officer, was behind that change in tone. He reportedly pushed for Harris to win over more CEOs and billionaires like Mark Cuban, who became one of the campaign's chief surrogates. Now, this tracks with reporting late in the campaign where Harris's team was bragging to the New York Times about how Wall Street was shaping her agenda. So even if Democrats do come to their senses and try to start adopting Sanders-style populism, how do they free themselves of big business when it's become so intertwined with the party? Political campaigns require gigantic sums of money, regardless of or in spite of the ideology of its candidates. And the Harris campaign did that. They raised and spent $1.8 billion this cycle. The top pollsters, consultants, and strategists all profit handsomely from these campaigns. Then They often go work in the private sector, working for the very companies Democrats should be running against. I can say one thing. If Democrats can't answer this question, they may be in for more election nights in the future, like the one we witnessed on Tuesday.
$450K a day was spent on the Las Vegas Orb. I thought that was fake. Do you want me to Brian kill me? Be honest. Do you want me to Brian kill me? Because I will Brian kill me. 3 minutes and I will not survive 3 minutes and 35 seconds. I do want to show you guys this shit. I thought this was crazy. This is a DDG video from behind the scenes of Kai Cenat's Mafia-thon. I could not believe it when I saw this level of production, dude. Look. And I think that's another room of like servers and computers as well. Do not press play. Oh, you're talking about Bill Maher. Bro, this is television. Like, he's doing reality TV with one man. Show us your production, dog. Show us your production. This is it. 3 monitors. 1 camera up there, 1 camera here, 1 camera there, and that's it. This is my production. It's wild. Weird ass angle to have. I know. We were looking for a place to put the camera. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy, right? Like, that's in, like, this right here is straight up reality television. Like, the only time I've ever seen this, the only time I've ever seen this many monitors and like this many producers shit is like reality TV.
New York is the hardest place. Can you go under your shirt? Do you want to
Under my shirt.
It's wild. How does Kai even know when to listen to you since you're talking to her next day all day long? This is you at the DNC in 2028? No, it's not. I think if I'm going to the DNC in 2028, it's going to be the exact same setup that I have. I've got it down to a science. Also, I'll probably be dead by that. I'll probably fucking be kicked out. Kai's best guest.
Wow, Griffey, 29 months is amazing. Thanks for resubbing. That's really disgusting. Jesus Christ.
It's crazy. NPC Miles Morales has been popping off this whole time. Right, I am out. We'll see you in a bit when you do news again. That's good. Can we go back to the news? Take a day off. Actually, take a week off. Okay? Suck my dick. It's fucking Sunday. I'm going to get back to the news, and you're not even going to be able to chirp in the chat. Nothing more annoying than a fucking asshole. Bro's got more monitors than an NBA officiating room in Secaucus, New Jersey. Yeah. Yeah, Lil Bro thought this was a democracy. It's not. It's fascism. And that's why we're watching Bill Maher.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let me guess. I'm going to tell you right now. He's going to cynically and condescendingly say, all this woke stuff has got to go. Democrats need to focus more on the border wall instead of focusing on the trans children that they want to defend. Okay? Democrats did not sufficiently protect Israel. Everyone knows the median voter wants to give $50 billion to Israel, and Joe Biden only gave 18. Oh, what? If you wanted to win a campaign, maybe you shouldn't have made attack helicopter a legally recognized gender. What's going on? And then everyone in the audience is like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bringing out Liz Cheney was great. The real problem is you didn't bring out George W. Bush. If Democrats want to get serious about beating the Republicans, they have to become the Republican Party. And I wrote his script, okay? And it's not the only script I've written. I have been the head writer for the Real Time with Bill Maher show. That's why he said the 9/11 thing. That's right. When I was 8 years old, or however old I was, I can't remember, I wrote the 9/11 thing that Bill Maher said. But to be fair, he stood by me despite getting canceled for his 9/11 take. And as a matter of fact, while my opinion has changed throughout time, I have still been writing Bill Maher's commentary in his voice. Okay? And the only reason for why I did that is because he showed me loyalty and I had to show him loyalty. Okay? That's it. Oh, he didn't. Oh, this is the real. That was. I wonder if he's going to agree. This is interesting because there's not a racist comic that Bill Maher doesn't agree with, but Bill Maher also hates Trump. Hates Trump, even though he agrees with a lot of the things that Trump has done and will do. You couldn't pay someone to write jokes this bad. Bill Maher does it purely out of love for the game. Oh, yeah, I'm a HBO writer. That's right. I also write not just for Bill Maher. I write for John Oliver too. So my conscience is clear. You know what I mean? I'm doing a carbon neutral shitty political take initiative. Okay. It's carbon neutrality. I'm at net zero. For every awful transphobic joke that I make, I defend trans people and make a furry joke on the John Oliver show. Okay. If you were to protest against that sort of thing, I would advocate to kill you and dump your body in the ocean. God, liberalism is such a contradictory, hollow political movement. Okay? Just nothing. It's so empty. It's an empty shell. Okay? The last true eco-fascist, he's not. He does not give a fuck about the environment. Stop. Bill Maher is very similar to Bonarelli in many respects. Just no real conviction. Edgelord, unnecessarily mean and toxic to marginalized people, and unconditionally pro-Democratic Party. If the Democratic Party tomorrow became a different Democratic Party, Bernie's Democratic Party, I'm certain that both of these guys would retriangulate their message to still continue being pro-Democratic Party. Wait. That's it? The entire... Oh, he's not even doing like... He's just talking about the... He's not talking about the election at all? Oh, he's back. He's back on an issue-focused campaign now that Trump is in office. He like immediately snapped back to... Trump is coming back to office, so he snapped back to like being woke again. Is that what it is? Or at least like, how else is he going to show that he is different than Donald Trump? Yeah, they threw out all my material. Damn, dude, that's fucked up. Maybe these comedians will be funny again. No, they're not. They were horrible under Trump. Are you kidding me? I want to watch Saji Sharma's video on a proper dissection of Tyler Oliveira's journalism. Okay, he wanted me to watch this on stream. And since we watched Tyler Hitler very yesterday, we got to watch this guy today.
Era. Highly esteemed and widely commemorated investigative journalist. Through the use of groundbreaking journalism tactics such as AI-generated images and clips, not fact-checking or doing research on anyone or anything ever.
A van pulled over that had over 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said they was eating them.
Actually?
Yeah.
Not fake news.
Not fake news.
And obvious pure talent for the job, he has paved the way for any 20-year-old that wants to drop out of college and half-ass a job so well, it not only makes you a millionaire, but it makes people think you're intelligent, too. Now, we've talked about Tyler on the channel once before, where we looked at and discussed these tactics used in a specific video to fearmonger and incorrectly stereotype the people of Jamaica. We identified the obvious bias in Tyler's unbiased journalism, but now thanks to time, it's only gotten clearer. And today, I want to take a more in-depth look into Tyler's work and really confront the harmful reality of surface-level journalism. Tyler, you don't know who I am. And in fact, I felt really left out when you made a tweet that shit on YouTube video essayists, and I wasn't included. I'm a humanoid mass born out of the hive mind of Twitter that echoes what I think my audience wants to hear. And today, I'm gonna echo what I think you need to hear. Here. See, Tyler, you and I are actually a lot more similar than you may think, and I want to admit, we both dropped out of school to pursue YouTube, we both probably regretted doing that at some point, and we both shifted our content to focus on more societal and political discussion. Except the main difference here is that although I try to remain palatable to all audiences, my work is intentionally catered to a specific demographic and centered around a specific political perspective, and always kind of has been. Your content, however, started off as unbiased, and is now quite quickly taking shape of your current newfound bias. This normally wouldn't be such a big issue except for the fact that you attempt unbiased investigative journalism and very clearly draw inspiration from Channel 5 News. It's okay, everybody can tell. And also, you have the ability to influence and change the mind of the entirety of the Latin American country of Nicaragua, and yet you still deliver extremely biased, sensationalist, and surface-level journalism. And sure, you talk to real people and ask them about their lived experiences in an unfiltered form instead of sitting on a couch all day. But you also did a collab video and borderline...
Dude, every fucking video that he does where he's doing unfiltered truth-seeking, he always finds like the most fascist guy he presents as a journalist. Like, it's always like, okay, we went somewhere. The method is always simple. The method is, we went somewhere, we asked leading questions. Some people didn't eat the bait. Some people did. Okay. I add a whole bunch of like insane right-wing propaganda in the front. I front load that shit. Then, lo and behold, at the end of it, I end up interviewing one of the most rabid psychopaths you've ever fucking seen. Okay. Who is going to show us around. Whether it is like a disgraced former politician who was, who had like a litany of different scandals, or whether it be a disgraced former journalist who had a litany of different scandals, all of which involves like, I don't know, trying to kill homeless people or being super racist. He almost always does this thing where I've never seen him go to an area and truly ask like unbiased questions, trying to genuinely understand what people are saying, and with a sense of intellectual curiosity, and then maybe even have both sides represented, like one leftist person or a community organizer or something, and then a right-wing charlatan. If he were to do that, and this is Tyler Oliveira, by the way, I'm not talking about this guy, okay? This guy's good. He's great. If you were to do that, even then, I'd be like, ugh, why are you having a fucking neo-Nazi on your show? Would be my question. But he doesn't even do that. He just straightforwardly is cutting right-wing propaganda.
Promotional piece with an alt-right Polish politician who advocated for the now active law that allows Polish Border Patrol to shoot and kill immigrants. Yeah, I'm sorry, but the at least I touch grass argument doesn't work for that one. Now, I know my use of the word racist may have elicited some groans. That word doesn't even mean anything anymore. We can't say anything anymore. I don't want to look like this anymore. And I'll cover your concerns in a little bit. Do not fret, my beautiful viewer. Because here on the Saji Sharma channel, although we are of specific sound mind and body, I will always attempt to kindly and gently explain to you with my reasonable yet strangely seductive tone why I'm right. And you're going to listen because I have a pie for you. A pie.org, that is, the sponsor of today's video. Pi's mission is to rebuild the internet around people so that everybody gets their
We're
fair
doing
share.
ethical
Hence the
pie,
reacts. Everyone gets a slice of the pie. You getting it now? They offer an ad blocker where you can watch your ads disappear, never having to work back rewards with Pi ad block, giving you promo codes, coupons, and much more cash back. Now, you might be concerned and thoughtfully wondering, Saji, I don't want to use Pi ad blocker because if I block the ads on your videos, then you can't make any money. Well, have no fear, my beautiful viewer. Pi has added me to the Pi Creator Network. So anytime you watch my videos, not only will I still get paid, but so will you. You're also going to be earning cash back for viewing those ads. So if this is something you're interested in, use the link in my description to add Pi to your browser for free and start earning today. And thank you, Pi, for sponsoring this video. Now, my biggest and honestly only complaint regarding Tyler Oliveira and his YouTube videos are how just like bad they are. There are lots of different ways in which they are bad, and I'm going to try my best to get through all of them. We talked about this a little bit in my first Tyler video, but if you use AI to any degree in your journalism, you are not a good journalist, point blank, and shouldn't consider yourself one. I don't want to repeat myself too much here, but Tyler has a history of using AI to over-dramatize and frankly just lie in his thumbnails. Tyler, your confirmation bias is showing. While he constantly makes claims that he's trying his best to go on the ground to interview people's real lived experiences, he overtly and specifically tends to exaggeratingly stereotype whichever marginalized community Tyler chooses to prey on for that week's video. I investigated London's knife stabbing epidemic. Tyler, that's a fucking sword. Now, people recently have called him out on this, to which he has responded by saying, "This is an accurate visual and demographic representation of those perpetuating violent crimes per capita in America's most violent cities, according to the FBI." To put a white guy holding a gun in a video about Chicago's gun violence would be statistically inaccurate, for example. And then he posted a homicide by race in Chicago chart. Now, it's important to note that Tyler loves his statistics and his facts. They're integral to his journalism, as he is a highly trained investigative journalist. So including images of AI-generated black men holding giant, unrealistic assault rifles and swords in your thumbnails is a necessity, because statistically, black men commit more homicides. And it would be ridiculous, it would be ludicrous to replace those black men with white men. Why would you ever insist on that?
It's like, even if you're like showing Chicago's like gun violence epidemic, just show like a normal photo. You're like inventing, obviously, if this is the reality, then, you know, just use a normal photo. Why are you using an invented false reality to like really heighten the racial agitprop?
He uses AI as a tool to accurately visualize and represent violent people. He includes clips of AI-generated images of Trump saving cats from Haitian people because statistically, Trump is afraid of black people. Tyler, how stupid are you? And I don't even mean that in a mean way, because everyone that knows me and my channel, they know that I'm not that kind of person. I'm just genuinely concerned. if you're using statistics to defend what I think a lot of people would consider a goddamn hate crime, you have to be really oblivious. Tyler, no one's telling you to put white men in your thumbnails. We're just saying, maybe not to AI generate black men in whatever deranged way your brain can think of. Now, okay,
Yeah.
we've chatted a little bit about why the use of AI immediately negates any journalistic integrity Tyler thinks he holds. But now let's really get in there and take a look at journalist Tyler Oliveira on the ground.
Are these Haitians eating cats? How did they travel 2,000 plus miles from Haiti all the way to Ohio? And do the locals and their new Haitian neighbors get along?
Okay, so your thesis has 3 main questions, and 2 of them are these Haitians eating cats, and how did they travel from Haiti? Well, I can answer those for you. Are those really questions you need to travel all the way to Springfield, Ohio to answer, Tyler? This is a recurring problem in honestly the majority of Tyler's videos. They just all tend to be very surface level. He finds a popular claim and travels to whichever place to interview people about said claim. But instead of trying to figure out maybe where the claim started or how the rumors became so widespread, he sticks to very broad and amateurish questions. In this video, Tyler travels to Springfield, Ohio because of the stereotypes and conspiracies surrounding Haitian people and eating cats. And during his time there, he interviewed a lot of different Haitian people. And anytime Tyler asked any of the interviewees about the cat conspiracy...
I can't tell if you're talking about me or Tyler Oliveira. I assume you're talking about me. The answer is, I do not support the state of Israel, the arch terror group in the region, nor do I support the United States of America's terrorism. So calling me a terrorist would not be accurate. If we look back at it, oh, never mind. I was going to say, if we look back at his like older takes, maybe we could get a better assessment. But nope, he just recently came over here, called me a terrorist.
See, they were genuinely so confused. Like it was their first time hearing of it.
Come los gatos o no?
No sé.
No, okay.
But when Tyler was interviewing the locals, they had some different responses.
A van pulled over that had over 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said they was eating them.
Actually?
Yeah.
Not fake news.
Not fake news.
So a van was collecting cats and eating them.
I watched it happen, yeah. Watched them get pulled over with the cats and admit to the police that they was eating them.
You're not joshing with me.
No, I'm almost 50 years old, buddy. I don't know.
Well, there you have it, folks. It's not fake news, confirmed by a random man on the street who has absolutely no reason to lie to me whatsoever.
I love how you can't call anyone a Nazi, but it's okay to call anyone who opposes genocide a terrorist. Yeah, because white supremacy is the underlying principle here for both. If you oppose America's genocide, if you oppose Israel's genocide, you know, you are the real terrorist. You're the real bad guy.
I'm sorry, but that is a crazy claim. The whole thing, all of it. If this is a lie, which I'm fairly certain it is, then this man could have just said, yeah, I saw them take cats, and ended it there. But no, he went the whole 9 yards. He turned this lie into a fib. And the fact that...
No, I wanted to hear more from this guy. And he was like, I'm unfollowing. That's sad, man. We lost one chat. Pour one out.
Tyler, you're not even questioning or telling your audience to be cautious is crazy. A van pulled over that had 100 cats in it. Can we just take a second? Are we familiar with what 100 cats looks like? This is a wall of cats we're talking about here. This is so many cats that you can't see anything but cat. If this man actually saw 100 cats in a van, I don't think he'd be saying it as calmly as he does. But okay. And then the people in the van told you they were eating said cats, when all of the Haitians in this video haven't been able to speak a word of English. But Tyler checked. It's not fake news, so we're in the clear.
Not fake news.
Not fake news.
And then they got caught by and admitted it to the police. So then, Tyler, couldn't you hypothetically check with the police? Oh, but Tyler checked. He's not joshing around, so we're good. No reason to even try to fact check that.
You're not joshing with me.
No, I'm almost 50 years old, buddy. I don't know.
Yeah, that's how it works. When someone is 50 years old, they're not capable of lying to you.
Now, this is an anecdotal story, so sure, it's harder to fact check that. Believing it point blank is a little fucking insane, but there are interactions with interviewees and locals where he's supposed to be doing his job and providing research to back a claim, and he doesn't.
Where are they getting the money?
The government. They said it's a fucking program for them to...
For like migrants, like asylum seekers?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they paying their bills? Are they being paid to live here?
They're being paid to live here. I don't see why they'd have to pay rent if they're being paid to be here.
Who's paying them?
The government.
Tyler, I thought you loved facts and statistics. Why are you trying to get them from people that don't know what they're talking about? Couldn't you have Googled this? There's a difference between someone telling you about their lived experiences and someone telling you something they deem as fact and then taking them at their word. Those two things should not be held to the same standard, and it's concerning that you can't see that. Now, this video has since been taken down from YouTube for perpetuating inaccurate and racist stereotypes, which is why it's still up on Twitter. I guess the video...
Oh, shit. YouTube actually took the Haitian one down? That's kind of shocking. Like, no jokes. That is surprising to me.
Video is back up on YouTube now.
Oh.
So I could have taken this...
Never mind. I was... Oops.
Joke out. But I think it's really good, so I'm leaving it in. But amidst election season, Tyler has found it imperative that he do his duty to the former great leader of this nation, Donald J. Trump. And it looks like I was wrong there too. Trump is the new and current president. 0 for 2 today. 0 for 2. With whom he has no shame in hiding his love for by uncovering the real problems of immigration. You see, although the Springfield video got taken down, during the time it was up, it performed incredulously. And I don't use that word very often. In fact, it performed so incredulously well that since then, 4 out of 8 of Tyler's most recent videos have been about immigrants. Now, why is this an issue? Why?
Yeah, he is so like content focused. He's so like algorithm driven, which is always funny when these guys, these fucking assholes will be like, oh dude, you're captive to your audience. What? You've gone way too far left, though. Israel's a genocidal state, but the rhetoric you're spreading against people saying death to all Jewish people, and as a mid-30s grown man, you should know better and recognize it's a problem, dummy. If what you are saying was true, then you would be 100% correct. If there was ever a moment that I thought that was acceptable, even remotely, to wish death to all Jewish people, you would be 100% correct. It wouldn't actually be just me apologizing. I should Brian kill me if I was doing that, okay? Anyone that says that should Brian kill me. Do you understand? Problem is, I've never done that. I've never allowed that. You are personally fantasizing about it because you most likely want to clip something out of context and then post it on Twitter. Please point to a single instance where I've allowed anti-Semitism to exist in this chat or in this community. You can't. All you have is clips out of context. Okay? It's kind of funny that, ironically enough, our moderation works so well that you literally tried to write it out and was banned from writing it out. You got auto-modded. Okay? You got auto-modded from writing it out. So you had to literally get around the auto-mod yourself. You fucking idiot.
Why should we care about this? Oh, my beautiful yet naive viewers. It's okay.
Like, in the process of writing that out and getting auto-modded twice, perhaps you could have come to the recognition that, like, well, this is of course not allowed in this fucking community. You know what I mean? It seems like I'm literally It's so not allowed that I'm not even allowed to write it out. In the process of trying to catch you. Like, your very existence disproves your point. I love how Destiny's community tries to say you're old when Destiny's older than you. Yeah. Older than me, 2 divorces, has a fucking whole ass child, should be worrying about him. Instead, he's over there online fucking being a weirdo. It's crazy.
Hey, I'm here to take care of you. Immigrant coverage is an over-politicized epidemic that seeks to divide the working class at its core and strengthen the fabricated bond between you and whichever political candidate you decide to idolize. It's already been established that Tyler has an inherent bias that he cannot help but bleed into his work, so all of his immigration videos are going to have the same intent. And on top of that, we've also already established that Tyler doesn't know what he's doing. He never provides information, and his claims and questions are so broad and unspecific that he can still find a way to squeeze his subconsciously predetermined messages into his videos regardless, leaving little room for nuance to explain itself. His video where he visits a small town in Pennsylvania is a perfectly realized outcome of how drawn out this immigration issue has really become. Charleroi, Pennsylvania has become a hotspot for media coverage regarding Haitian immigrants and their effect on the town and ultimately on the country. Tyler is consistently met with hostility.
What? What is this?
Bro, they were trying to call you a pedo yesterday.
So, some kids are really
they
hot.
dug in deep.
Oh.
It happened in the same day that I was getting accused of wanting to kill babies, like wanting to snipe them or whatever. Fucking Israel.
Some babies are really annoying.
But it's like, how's it that we're both aligned then? If like you want to fucking rape the kids and I want to kill them.
I'm a necrophiliac pedophile.
That's the holy fucking standard.
After you kill them, I have my way with them.
Man, these guys are so edgy, bro. They're so fucking edgy. Again, married and divorced twice, has a child. This is the type of commentary he's engaging in. No, I know he's obviously baiting, dude. I know. I get it, dumbass. The point is, this only fucking tracks if you have hugboxed yourself into thinking that like every single person is a sweaty loser, 40-year-old IT guy who spends every waking moment on fucking anonymous forums online where they talk like this. Okay? Most normal people hear someone even joking about this shit and go, this is the grossest thing that you could have joked about.
Jesus. We could have had a better response there. We could have said it's incompatible. Like, how can I be killing them?
Like, you're directly 4chan brain rotted. That's it. That's it. I'm 25. Isn't this too childish? I don't even find it boring, just lame. Yeah. If you show this to any coworker, your ass is getting fired on the spot. The point is, I just don't understand, like, I don't understand what the purpose of it is. You know what I mean? Like, what point are you proving? You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I can say these things. Like, sick, man. So cool. That you can present yourself as like an edgy lunatic. It's, you know, weird.
Okay, or that.
Oh well, fuck it.
Sick. Damn, dude.
Hostility and hypervigilance from the people of Charleroi. Not only do the townspeople feel bad for the immigrants, but all of the townspeople, immigrants and locals alike, seem to be collectively exhausted from the exploitative and derivative nature of the litany of news outlets that have come through.
Bonjour.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
You speak English, French?
How disrespectful is that?
What?
Leave these Haiti people alone.
What did I do?
You speak English, French? Just random black guy. Random black guy on the street of the United States of America. He went on a rant about why the DNC should, if my people like him, to the DNC and not you, lol. When I was at the DNC, they were literally actively sending fake logs and fake clips, like nonsense, apparently, to as many people as they possibly could in an effort to try and get me banned. I saw that video. Yeah. Dude, Dude, just stop being a fucking pathetic loser. And maybe you'll get invited too. It's not like the end of the world to be invited. It's not that sick. I just don't understand how people don't recognize how much of that anger and resentment just stems from like Destiny's own personal jealousy. Like, I don't know how the fuck his audience does not track that at all. Like, it is always shocking how so much of this masquerades as like political disagreements, but it's just one man's jealousy. And it blows my fucking mind that it's like, no, actually, there's a moralistic reason for this. There is a real moral reason behind this. You don't understand. I'm fighting an ideological battle. That's why I've spent 6 years going after a progressive voice, while I now find myself sometimes agreeing with Ben Shapiro. I think it's the other way around. His community is way more rabid and jealous than D is. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know why they're so invested in another man's project, in another man's envy.
What's up? You got something to say?
I don't want to talk to him. I'm telling you.
As an unbiased journalist, why are you fighting with a local who you did in fact racially stereotype?
I'm
You
listening.
think you're smarter than what you are. You're too smart for your own good. You're one of those
Clearly
guys.
not, right?
Clearly you are.
So help me understand
You're
it
too
then.
smart for your
If
own
we're at
good.
this- we're at this
the
impasse,
only
let's have a
person that
conversation
you're going
then,
to
yeah.
listen to is your
That's not
parents,
true, though.
respectfully.
This goes on for like 10 minutes, by the way. Hey, I guess the push...
Is the XQC clip with him saying he wants to become more popular than you to feel happy he beat you in views is crazy? Wait, what? There's a clip like that out there? What? That's so fucking sad, bro. Sorry, chat is slow.
Pushback is necessary if Tyler's going to get to the bottom of his complex question.
Are the Haitians a savior to this town? Are they a blight to the town?
God, what, are we in 4th grade? It literally takes an entire town's pushback and some white people defending their Haitian neighbors for Tyler to sit back and think, maybe immigration helps the economy, and maybe we shouldn't be blaming people just trying to survive by taking jobs, but instead look at businesses that are profiting off of all of it regardless.
Well, it's easy for people to point fingers at migrants coming here to work. It seems like the real enemy may in fact be businesses that capitalize and lobby for the admission of a new slave labor class every year to exploit a government that taxes us to build the infrastructure for them to be here.
But I don't think he's changed his mind that drastically, since the thumbnail for this video is, again, not at all representative of the content within it. And I mean, do we really think he's going to change his mind here? Only one video prior, he propagandized a far-right Polish politician who is literally known for the now active law legalizing the killing of illegal immigrants at the Polish border.
I want to go through this wall. I break through the wall. What happens to me next?
You will die like a dog. The lowest unemployment in European Union is Poland. The highest GDP after...
Using alpha male funk music to introduce Dominik Tarczynski, literal fascist, is a crazy way to start an unbiased video. We finally arrived at, in my opinion, Tyler's magnum opus.
I feel so bad for my fucking Polish chatters, dude. Y'all are so cooked, brother. I say this is a Turkish person who, like, totally gets it. Because, like, not exactly the best and brightest come to mind when you think of Turkey either. You know, our politics is fucked too. But it's just, like, extra fucked when you got one massively consequential YouTube video that comes out of your goddamn country, and it is like a nascent fascist who has no real constituency. And now that's it. That's your representation. That's your broad representation online, is this like fucking loser fascist who can't even get laid. He's like, oh, one day I will have wife. One day for me, when I stop yelling at women on the street about why immigrant do rape, I will have wife. That sucks, dude. Stop acting like you and your chat hasn't routinely harassed Polacks even before this video came out. Fuck you. You do not. Stop talking about Poland. Why do you hate Kaz the Turkish man? I don't know. You're one Polish chatter? Yeah, this guy's left the building. Thank you. Your anti-Polish racism is excused. Yeah. We have a strong no borders team. I'm here. No, I'm saying like my one Polish chatter has left the building isn't like. Wait, what? Everybody loves progressive policies. Then why did Cali vote majority against ending slavery? I can't tell what this one Polish chatter is saying. He's giving me inconsistent messages. Here he is making fun of Pegida. And here he is also hitting the jank line. If everybody loves progressive policies, then why did Cali vote against, majority vote against ending slavery? Yeah, you know, I didn't say everyone in California loves progressive policies. Okay, calm down. He's about to hit you with a Polish proverb about Jewish people. That was another bad moment for Polish representation. That was not a good moment for Polish representation. When we banned that one Nazi. I mean, I shit on Germany way more than I shit on Poland, but Polish people get so mad. Germans look at it and they're like, no, I get it. It fucking sucks. It's totally fine. Polish people literally would be like, you are a Nazi. You are a Nazi and a communist. And I haven't decided which one is worse at this moment. God forbid I say some shit about Poland. Holy fuck. You don't shit on the French enough? Yeah, it's because of fucking Squeezy, dude. It's because of Lucas. He showed me a different world, you know? Oh my God, they're actually mad. We have a small country, but strong left, and we fight hard to build our community. You continue the dumb Polak jokes, and only, what? Ever talking about how horrible we are doesn't help. Yes, I not only swung the election in the direction of Donald Trump, I have also invented anti-Polish hate. And I'm making it worse actively. This is... Listen, Polish chatters. The principle is the same. I shit on California. I live in California. I love California. I shit on the South. I shit on the North. I shit on everything. I shit on America. Okay? It's no different when I shit on the Polish culture or cultural attitudes surrounding immigration. I come with that. I criticize that with the same recognition that there are obviously still very clearly leftist Polish people in here in this fucking community. Okay? The only difference is when I make jokes about Poland, Polish people will be like, you're punching down. That's the only group of individuals, or sometimes the South. People will say that. Southern chatters, Southern Hasanabi heads get in their fifi sometimes as well. Huh. Almost done.
His creme de la creme. Literally, the white of the white.
Because they behave like animals, unfortunately. They don't behave like civilized people. We are the ones with this border. So we are protecting the whole...
Polish people are actually mad at Hasan, like for real. They're actually angry, no joke. For real, it's actually becoming a problem. It's not the first time I've pissed off the entire country of Poland.
Europe.
Yes, for my anti-woke viewers, these are two basic staples of a fascist ideology. Describing people as animals, dehumanizing language that further alienates and villainizes a group of human beings, allowing your consciousness to feel better about discriminating against, or in this case, killing said human beings. Saying immigrants don't act like civilized people is language of the colonizer. And the other staple, painting yourself as a savior or protector to excuse the disregard and lack of empathy in regards to immigrants, and instead replacing those feelings with feelings of triumph and righteousness.
So we are protecting the whole Europe.
No, they're not protecting all of Europe. But Dominique here wants you to think this so that you can replace your subconscious ethical quandaries about the immorality of killing migrants with a conscious justification that this is all just for the better good, when it's a lot more straightforward than he and other fascists make it seem. They're really all just racists.
Our soldier was killed with a spear by the illegal. Terrible. So that would happen on the streets if we would let them in.
So this killing is the catalyst for the passing of the law that allows the border guards to use firearms in self-defense. But why would that happen on the streets? I don't know, that seems kind of like a crazy generalization. The killing of a guard is not a good thing. But if you let them in, your words, then you're giving the migrants what they're seeking. So why would they have any reason to retaliate? Unless, of course, you just think all brown migrants are inherently violent.
They found out that those who came illegally, they don't want to work. They don't want to work, but there's much more crimes. Sure.
Okay. Poland is historically very monocultural.
So I need to understand something, because like, that they're not mad about that. Well, I guess some might be actually, but before the war, 1.35 million, and those who arrived since then around 1.5 million. I assume it's even. Oh my God, it's 6 million now. Yes, some of us are, not me. Oh no, man. A lot of Polish people are mad about the Ukrainians. Jesus Christ. Oh. They're mad, but less mad. They have serious problems with the Ukrainians, especially the nationalists. Since January 2024, 6 million refugees from Ukraine have crossed the Polish border. Polish people are just mad because they don't have jalapeno poppers. It's true. That's crazy. Meanwhile, in other parts of Europe, people are angry about all the Polish immigrants. I know Brexit literally happened partially because of Polish migration into the UK, which is crazy. Like, that's a fate that, like, no matter how much I make fun of Poland, I don't think Polish people deserve that terrible fate of having to live on that dog shit island. Okay? You deserve better, Polish people. Let me tell you right now, okay? Straight up. I'm being so for real right now. Punching down again. Okay, if I can't make fun of England, what the fuck can I make fun of, you know? Holy shit. You've literally used Polish as an insult to other nations. You've described the people, the Poles of, I think it was Turkey. It was January last year. Holy fuck, this guy's got a mental catalog of when I have disrespected the Polish. What the fuck? Yeah, dude, I say that's the I say Poland is the Ohio of Europe. Okay? Yes, Fury sustains me. Yeah, I say Poland is the Ohio of Europe. You don't see motherfuckers like chirping You don't see motherfuckers in Ohio being like, how dare you do that? You need to be locked up. Ay, ay, ay. It's just jokes, chatter. It's not coming from a hateful place, okay? If you believe it is, I don't know what to tell you. I have no issues with an entire nation. And yes, that even includes England, and it even includes Israel, as a matter of fact. Nee. Oh, Piker, okay. Yeah, the only smoke I have is prove it, eat some Polish food, go there, talk to people. Bro, I am not going to Poland. After you said, it wasn't you, I think it was another chatter who said, like, the entire nation hates you, okay? I don't want to get fucking hate crime, dog. Polish food is not very good. Pierogies are pretty good. Pierogies actually they're pretty good. Yeah. Pierogies kind of carry Poland. See, maintains that all Poles are the same mind. No, man, it doesn't take all Poles. It takes just a couple. A couple enthusiastic Polish people. He wants you to do a leftist Tyler Oliveira tour of Poland. Anyway, listen, I apologize to Ozora and all my Polish chatters if I have offended you. I do not have any smoke for the entire nation of Poland. Okay? Will I stop making fun of every country, including but not limited to Poland? Yes. Poland got pierogies, boiled cabbage, steamed cabbage, cabbage soup. See, guys, stop making these jokes. That's not an option once they clock you as Turkish.
It's still very white. So the majority of Polish people's exposure to different cultures is really just based in what's on the news. And that happens to be very anti-immigrant sentiment. Beliefs that immigrants are incapable and violent. European racism is very different than American racism. America has racism, but we've always kind of been a mixing pot of culture and identity. So our racism tends to be more subtle, like microaggressions, for example. European racism, on the other hand, is often just blunt and ignorant because people tend to experience more seclusive and homogenous environments. Dominique just made a statement saying that all illegal immigrants don't want to work, and that separately, immigration also increases crime. These are both very general statements that root from Dominique's lack of experience with and around diverse cultures and people.
They're reacting like you were planning the next partition of Poland. Yes, I do not want to do that. I do not want to partition Poland. Poland should remain strong and be its own individual nation.
Saying migrants don't want to work is just a lie. Nobody wants to work. But migrants will take the most difficult and least paying jobs not because they want to, but because they have to. And immigration doesn't have a direct correlation with crime. Sure, statistically, if you have an increased population, then there will literally be more crime. But poverty is really the main link to crime. And actually, in the US, studies have historically shown that immigrants commit crimes at a lower rate than US citizens. Several studies compared US citizens and immigrants in Texas, the only state that keeps immigration.
This guy is really good, by the way.
Records on people arrested and convicted of state crimes. They overwhelmingly found that non-citizens are less likely than citizens to be convicted or incarcerated. And there are some examples listed on this Al Jazeera article, which I will leave in the description if you do want to check it out. Dominique and the people like him are really just not good at veiling their racism. And honestly, I don't really think they care.
Rather than risk our own life. Okay. And look at the streets now. Do a pan? There you go.
What are you panning to? There's like 5 people in this shot. Ah, yes, the ideal city. Empty. And white.
Pretty sure you're a revolution. You should really be the poster child or do as I say, not as I do. Pretty sure your revolution involves flexing on Twitter while the rest of us are working. I like that my biggest haters still have to admit that I look fucking hot and I'm yacked out of my mind. Thank you. Yeah, it's a revolutionary act when I flex on Twitter. I always present it as such. That's cool, man. Thank you. Here, kisses for you. Okay?
Why did they call you an Islamophobe? What happened there?
First of all, it's not true.
Why, I wonder?
One of my closest friends is from Syria.
Ah, okay.
Oh my God, he did the thing. I'm not racist. I have a Syrian friend.
And we are very close friends. And he's from Syria, and he says, never ever let them come in.
Yeah, I'm sure your Syrian friend told you that verbatim.
Tell me about the live bullets, the fact that you can now kill illegal immigrants trying to enter the border.
I love it.
Every time you open your mouth, it's like you're auditioning for the role of... Wait, what? What is he saying? I can't even... What? Every time, kind of hypocritical that you don't practice what you preach. Why don't you practice what you preach, hypocrite? Every time you open your mouth, it's like you're auditioning for the role of out of touch leftist of the year. You say one thing, then completely contradict yourself the next day. It's almost impressive how consistently wrong you are while pretending you have all the answers. Dude, you've been following me for 17 minutes. You got all of that in such a short period of time? That's pretty sick. Also, Messi is the best, bozo. Argentina on top. L. Messi haters. Yeah, this does look like ChatGPT might have written this. He can't be this much of a bot, I don't think. Give me an example, dude. What is hypocritical? Hasan Piker, I am scared of you. Why? Actually, you've done something revolutionary. You're a bit famous in some parts of Saudi Arabia for those who are learning English as a second language. In other words, you are their first exposure for many Saudis in regards of English political coverage and leftist politics. That's crazy. Refresh. What do you say? You're just another millionaire leftist pretending to be on the side of the working class. That's it? That's what you got? Brother, I can't stop motherfuckers from subscribing every time I flex, okay? Here, watch. Hey guys, if you want to support the stream and watch me flex my muscles, you can subscribe. It's voluntary. You can do that for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, okay? Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. This way you can actually have access to the VODs as well as send me links. There you go. Do you see that? Do you see that? Chatter, do you see that? Was this an exploitative process for you? Was this inherently a hypocritical exploitative process or what? And here I'll do a little bit of that revolutionary act that you were talking about before. There you go. There you have it. It's honestly hilarious that you preach about dismantling capitalism while making bank off of Twitch and YouTube, hypocrite. Brother, I don't think you understand anything about what you're saying. One, I've never presented myself as a revolutionary. If anything, everyone always calls me a dirty revisionist. That's number one. I don't know if you know what those words mean, though. Also, simultaneously, once again, what you are describing is not at odds with my worldview or with socialism at all. You're just presenting a false notion that socialism means you have to live this ascetic lifestyle. Socialism means you have to wear a barrel, okay? Socialism means you cannot be successful. Do you personally have an issue? Maybe that's what the problem is here. Feels like you're just mad that people are voluntarily giving me money because they like the content and they subscribe to support and also to avoid the ads when I run them. When will you apologize to Israel? When they abolish their apartheid. But even then, I'm not going to apologize. Like, this is envy masquerading as political commentary. You understand that, right? I just don't like that you're rich. I don't like that you're successful. So I'm just going to say, like, I'm just going to assume that it is directly at odds with your own, with your worldview when it's not. Now, the difference is I want you to have financial independence. I want you to live a life that is worthy. I want you to have dignity in your work. I want you to have free healthcare. And it's okay when I get taxed more as a process, as a part of that process. I'm fine with that. I want that. I advocate for it. And none of that is even socialism regardless. But I don't think that I'll be able to get to you no matter what. But it is such a strange phenomenon that people will literally be like, oh, dude, you want better things for everyone? Okay, that means you have to literally eat dirt. Sorry. That's how it works. Does this guy have anything else? The issue is the system, not the individual. People can critique capitalism and want systemic change, even if they've benefited from it. Hell, it's the system itself that rewards those who get in the game, whether they like it or not. You're not going to just completely escape it by being a good socialist and living in poverty. That's ridiculous. Wait. Okay, I think I'm talking to a bot. No, this is literally ChatGPT. That's a bot.
I love that we can kill immigrants. Cue funk music. What?
If you are trying...
It's a bot, and it agreed with everything I just said, which is kind of scary because there's a lot of chatters that do this thing where they act like they are opposing my viewpoint while they're just simply repeating my viewpoint. And I think we bricked the bot a little bit. I think the bot broke.
Trying to commit a crime on the Polish soil, you might be dead. We do not know if you're a refugee.
Cut to child? Jesus Christ.
How safe they feel, you can tell. It's just beautiful. You can't see this kind of thing in Europe anymore.
When do you think the rest of Europe lost this?
When they decided to be politically correct. It started with the leftists.
Oh yes, being woke is the reason that Europe is failing. And I know Europe is failing because my only reference to Europe are all of the clips of Europe Tyler adds in this video, which are all coincidentally just clips of chaotic and violent protests, because I guess that's all Europe is. Now, from a journalistic standpoint, this video is so critically bad. It seems that Tyler has forgotten that when we surround ourselves with people we agree with, we feel safer in showing our real, authentic selves. And also, it seems that he forgot that he's attempting journalism and not a YouTube collaboration. I guess Tyler and racist Polish prick over here have to agree on a lot. Tyler is so bad at this job that he lets whatever tiny ounce of critical or constructive analysis ability he was born with fall through the floor immediately. There is zero constructive questioning. There is zero fact-checking. It is just a puff piece. In fact, Tyler's affiliation with Dominique is more than just obvious propaganda. It's also two racist best friends hanging out and having a good time together. And you know when two racist best friends hang out together and drink, it always goes the same way.
He's
They
getting
always
talk
end up
about how he creeped the girls out.
Mansplaining to and harassing people about their point of view because, of course, it's the most important point of view. And who tends to be the most consistent victims of these interactions? Women. Towards the middle of the video, Tyler and Dominique go out for a night on the town, enjoying what Poland's nightlife has to offer. And they have an encounter with a group of Italian women on vacation.
What are your thoughts on Poland?
We arrived yesterday. So
Where are you from?
Rome. Italy, yeah.
Do you feel safer as a woman?
Yes, yeah.
Do you feel safe in Rome as a woman? Or Italy, sorry?
No, not at all.
Why?
Now pay close attention. This is the wild male in his natural habitat. After he was told by this poor Italian woman that she felt safer in Poland than in Europe, Tyler cut her off by asking why. He's immediately filled with a sense of empowerment and pride. Being around Dominique all day has given him the courage to harass a few women about why his point of view is the correct one. Now watch as the wild male closes in on his encounter.
Why?
It's dangerous.
Where are you from?
And now Dominique has stepped in to aid his fellow companion. These women don't stand a chance.
Because it's not safe.
Why is it not safe?
Because we don't feel safe like walking alone at night.
Who are you afraid of at night?
Men.
Which men?
There it is. He's practically handing them the answer. I don't know, Tyler, who should they be afraid of at night? Because I could tell you who they're afraid of right now. It's both you and Dominique.
Can we please order in the meanwhile?
Yes, David.
I love that Tyler and this Polish politician directly proved to them that maybe they were wrong about their original claim that they don't feel unsafe in Poland. They were like, okay, I actually want to say that, like, no, I feel like this is just like Rome now.
Why do you think they feel unsafe in Rome? Let's be honest.
Because of Africans. They are afraid to say
Ding, 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 ding. And there we have it. The answer they were trying to elicit from these innocent women whose nights they have ruined because these two baboons wanted an interview that affirmed the racism of this stupid fucking video. Tyler Oliveira should not be calling himself a journalist. He's sensationalist, biased, superficial, inaccurate, and worst of all, just plain old dumb. I'm Saji Sharma, and thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, consider subscribing.
This was great. Subscribe to this guy, Saji Sharma. This guy's awesome. Go show support to this video. I liked it. I liked it a lot. No, I think he's a Hasanabi head. He was saying like, oh, can you guys get Hasan to watch this video? Where's that bot that we were talking to? Let's see if he responded more. What? Are you slow? Read the last words. Literally just a hypocrite that don't understand basic English, Lamau. Kinda cute how you just called me a bot because you couldn't debunk or let me finish my argument. Nice fallacy. What? What fallacy would that be? Yeah, I read your argument and it seems like you're in agreement with myself. The issue is the system, not the individual. People can critique capitalism and want systemic change even if they've benefited from it. Hell, it's the system itself that rewards those who get in the game, whether they like it or not. You're not going to just completely escape it by being a good socialist and living in poverty. That's ridiculous. Yeah, we are in agreement. Okay? What's the disagreement? That's my argument. You're making my argument towards me, but that also ultimately means that I'm not a hypocrite in the way that you understand it. So either you copy pasted this from someone else. The problem is not that you're living a rich life. I don't care. It's that you're living of the system you hate and literally benefit from it. What? Okay, this is at odds with this. Okay? Brother, let me ask you this. Do you think the system that you exist under is good? Like, what are you saying? You can critique the system that you exist under, even if you benefit from it. You understand that, right? How is this any different than people being like, why don't you leave America if you hate it so much? And there is no escaping capitalism. What am I supposed to do? Oh man, if you critique capitalism, why don't you fucking literally live outside of it? There's no way to live outside of that structure. No, that's not hypocritical, dude. You're fucking stupid. Originally, that's the point I made to you, that you're dumb and you don't understand it. Brother. In the abolition era, people wore garments, okay, during slavery, okay? And if all of the production of garments came from the cotton gin, or slaves had picked the cotton, okay, in that process, you're still wearing a t-shirt, but you can also actively advocate to abolish slavery. Now, obviously, that's not the case. But like, there are certain things you cannot escape. For example, I'm sure you are not in favor of child slavery, right? No one is. That would be ridiculous to be in favor of child slavery. You're not in favor of child slavery. And yet, you are materially benefiting from child slavery, as we are all right now. There are plenty of conflict minerals that are rare, that are mined by children, that are in your batteries, in any number of different things that you use on a daily basis. You can still use your fucking iPhone or numerous other electronics. I didn't consent to this argument. It just like doesn't make sense. This is super basic stuff. There's a reason why people say there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. It's not a cop-out. It's just how the world is. Okay? You absolutely can still advocate to abolish child slavery while still using the electronic equipment that came from child slavery. This is like when people say, you work for Amazon, you piece of shit. Why don't you start your own website? And it's like, there's nothing I can do in that process. I would still need to use AWS if I were to manage my own website. I would still have to use Amazon. Yeah, it's the meme. It's the we should improve society somewhat, yet you participate in society. Curious, I'm very intelligent. This meme is older than dirt, and yet people still don't understand it. Anyway, maybe we'll get to this chatter. Maybe he'll get it now. Like, the inverse of this is also weird to me because, like, people will come in here and they get mad and they're like, why don't you advocate for the shit that rich people are supposed to advocate for? Like, that's what I don't understand. I would make a shit ton more money if I was doing that, you dumb fuck. Like, that's why this argument holds no weight. There is so much more sponsorships that I could take on, so much more money that I could make if I was just simply a right-wing grifter. Steven Crowder does not have the same level of fucking motion that I have, and he was getting a $50 million contract from the Daily Wire. It doesn't take much to be like a solid, reliable, incredibly wealthy Republican commentator. This is what I don't understand. What do you want me to do? Advocate for the opposite positions that I'm advocating for currently? Dog, you're rich. Why do you want to fucking look out for people who have less than you? Is an insane argument. Like, what do you mean? What, you think that's my only avenue? You think this is a grift? Yeah, I chose the hardest route. I was like, you know what? And by the way, suspiciously enough, I had the same exact opinions when I was broke as fuck too, mind you. Like, I had the same opinions when I was broke. I have the same opinions in my current financial situation. And and sometimes chatters will come in here and be like, why don't you just advocate for the things that rich people advocate for? This makes no sense. And if you think like this is my only avenue to generate income, you're a fucking idiot. Like, I have the gift of yap, okay? I can use it for reactionary right-wing commentary as well, trust me. You're a delusional idiot. Yeah, sure, we all live in a capital system and benefit from it in some way, but the difference is how you use that privilege. You can acknowledge you're benefiting from a flawed system, but that doesn't mean you have to actively profit from it while claiming to fight it. It's not about escaping the system entirely, but using your platform and wealth to dismantle it or at least challenge it. Its worst excesses. Lemao, be quiet, please. I think this guy 100% agrees with me. Like, I'm serious. I think he just agrees with me. And he just doesn't realize that he agrees with me. Because you hate me for what I suspect is if the reasons that you brought forward are the reasons that you hate me, then you shouldn't hate me at all. You should actually love me, as a matter of fact. But I assume that you just have never really watched or are completely oblivious to what I do on a regular basis. So that's why you have this opinion, which is fine. If you stick around, I think you'll have your mind changed. Getting you banned didn't work, so they're back to the same three arguments is sad. I think after years and years of trying to hit that over and over again, it doesn't make sense anymore. Bad time to make this argument when you just stop running ads? Yeah, I know. Open the schools, abolish homeschooling. I think there's something to be said about people whose only investment in this process is simply undermining someone like myself by lying. And there are so many people who I think would probably agree with me and would be way more charitable to what I represent and to what I do if they weren't originally primed by people who just want me to go away, by people who just want me to take an L and just stop making content. Nah, you're too controversial and a hypocrite. Why would I be here? This is just one example of how you're one. You're literally dangerous. No, okay, yeah, no. This person has been like negatively polarized. It's fine. Brother, listen, stick around, you know, watch every now and then. I think you will realize that you've been lied to. You know what I mean? It's wild because I'm well aware I'm a 6-year sub. I'm well aware that I've gifted a ton of subs. I'm well aware that you can use that money however you want and give it because I believe your message is true and good. I want others to see it. Yeah. I do wonder if this is an EU chatter since it says following since 11/11. Probably. A lot of EU chatters fucking... It's ironic. There's like a shit ton of EU chatters who would probably agree with my worldview if they like watched my shit first instead of like watching a drama farmer who doesn't understand what they're talking about. You know, clipping shit out of context. That's it. Anyway. Bro called you dangerous? I don't get it. No, there's a lot. That's the meta. Remember what I said? It's like one man's own personal vendetta against me and how resentful he is and how jealous he is. You can't just say that openly if you're a content creator because then most people will be like, the fuck? Why am I supposed to care about this? So what you have to do is package that jealousy and resentment and anger in like a righteous cause. And the best way to possibly do that, rationalization, is by saying like, this person is bad. And not only is he bad, but he's also like dangerous. He's scary. He's a hypocrite. He's everything that's bad. You know what I mean? Because if someone were to just simply be like, yeah, this fucking Twitch streamer is, I am a, kick streamer and I'm jealous of this Twitch streamer has like greatly outshined me in this space. I hate that. And we should, do everything in our power to cyber harass him endlessly and cut content endlessly. Most people will be like, okay, this is a little weird. Maybe you should give it up. But if you say that I'm ontologically evil and you have to do anything and everything you can to take me down, then a lot more people who are ideologically opposed to what I have to say will join the cause. That's it. Honestly, you're just mad? What? No, I'm not at all. I was too someone who originally found you through controversy and people shitting on you, and it intrigued me, but I've come and stayed along to make up my own mind, and it made me realize how so many people simply give you shit because they need someone to be mad at or jealous at, want clout, etc. Sadly, not enough people feel free to do that. Yeah. But I mean, the greatest antidote to slander is the truth. And if you stay in here long enough, I promise you, your worldview will most likely change. And not only will your view of me will change. And then soon after that, I think your worldview will probably change as well. And then you'll start going to the gym. And then you'll become more confident. And then you'll get pussy. And then you'll be healthy. All right, that's it for tonight. I gotta go. I'm gonna go spend some time with family. See how they start swarming in after showing their daddy is a pedophile? I know. I mean, he's fucking at least someone who doesn't mind making jokes like that, which is still pretty gross. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Monday. Peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.